Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is Protector of the Fairies in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Protector of the Fairies. The great lie, revealed. Never letting his grip on his blades fade, Ichigo glanced over his shoulder towards Mavis. I'm seeing him correctly, aren't I? There's no need to consult with her, said Uriah, cutting off anything Mavis might have said. After all, this is a conversation between those who are or were human. She has never been either, so let's keep your focus on me for now, Kurosaki. Reluctantly looking away from Mavis, Ichigo settled to scowl at the man in front of him. Alright then, I'll say it now. How do you know of the Holy Palace? You're not Nookin. You have no right to even enter that place, and few people even have any knowledge about it. It's not something you find out from a mere rumor from just anyone. There are only two ways you could know about it, and one of them won't work for you. You're normal. Are you so sure? Holding up a hand, bright blue lights slowly started to flicker to life in his palm, dancing around freely. Ichigo wasn't impressed, however, his scowl only deepening. Don't play games here, Ishida. A trick like that isn't going to fool me. Not with these eyes. That trick wouldn't fool a single person who can see like Wendy or I can. I'll admit, it's a good substitute, however. So close, and yet so far. It's better than most can do, though, I'll give you that. I should thank for you that compliment in some ways. After all, this gift is only possible because of you. If you hadn't been abnormal, I wouldn't have been able to share in some of this energy, as minor as it is in comparison to your own. However, even this is more than enough when you can control it correctly. I have no need for the raw power a hybrid like yourself needs to function. I am just as effective with small trickles of the energy instead. Enough. Who did you hear about the Holy Palace from? You aren't going to demand me for answers about why you being abnormal affected me. Uriah shook his head in amusement. You aren't as dull as everyone used to say, are you, Kurosaki? You've grown wiser from then to now. You aren't going to answer me. Now, whoever said that? But it's surprising. At times, I see the similarities right now between you and him. The overwhelming power you both possess, and your utmost confidence in it, only strengthens that image. Striking quickly, Ichigo rushed forward and slashed upwards with one of his blades. At the last second, Uriah narrowly avoided the blade, a mocking look in his eyes as he eyed the larger blade. Such a foul stench that blade possesses. I guess you get what you get when dealing with a hybrid. The good and the bad. I take it you aren't too fond of hollows. Not particularly. They are horrible creatures, killing others merely to satisfy their own hunger. Most animals do this too, but hollows were once humans, and they forsook that life for the life of a monster, all in the name of power. For such an act, I can never forgive them once the first bit of blood falls into their throat. I see. Then you'll hate this. One finger extended forward off the hilt of a blade, a small zero generating at the end before firing. Uriah dodged it with ease, however, a burst of Hiran Kyaku being all that it took to break away. Unfortunately, I'm not so low as to get insulted, but such petty threats. Something of that level is mere child's play to avoid. How long are you going to avoid the question, though? Who told you about the Holy Palace? Uriah sighed, raising a hand to his head in annoyance. You are persistent at times. I suppose I could tell you, though I'm sure you already have your own theories. As much as I would love to let you follow them, it may not be in the best interests of His Majesty to do such a thing. Uriah smirked when he realized Ichigo wasn't going for the bait. Ah, you're smarter than I give you credit for. Because I know you aren't the type of guy to work for the king. Besides, those words don't strike me as belonging to him for some reason. Who are you referring to? I'm sure you heard of him. He could be said to be our father in a sense. His blood runs through our veins, and his power courses through our very souls. For us more than anyone else. But enough on that. I'm sure you know we're both busy people, so we probably shouldn't keep delaying the inevitable. You're right. Ichigo rushed forward towards Uriah, the Quincy drawing an arrow ready to fire. As he was about to release it, Ichigo vanished completely, his phantom step taking effect as he sped past him. No sooner had his foot touched the air behind Uriah, however, did the Quincy spin around, the arrow he had knocked firing straight into Ichigo's back and exploding. Ichigo let out a short cry of pain as he was sent flying forward, the arrow having caught part of his lung in the blast with how far it had dug into his flesh. The phantom step? Really? As impressive as it may be, that technique is perfectly visible to my eyes. I've already broken it down, and unless you use Bankai then I doubt you have the speed to pull it off successfully against me. He frowned when he noticed Ichigo still not moving, knocking another arrow in frustration. That won't work, Kurosaki. I already know how strong your regeneration is. I made that arrow particularly strong so it would pierce you, but we both know such damage is nothing for you to heal. I won't be so easily pulled into such obvious traps. How interesting, Ichigo muttered, turning his head round over his shoulder to face Uriah, his eyes staring intensely at him. Hey Mavis, you know what he's doing. He's reading your movements, Mavis answered, observing Uriah carefully. He's watching me too. It seems he really does have good eyes. But the fact he reacted so quickly meant he could sense you too. He's certainly not normal. Sensing you while you're using the phantom step should be impossible. I could understand countering it, as hard as that might be now that you've perfected it, but to be aware of your movements as you could shouldn't be possible through normal means. I suppose so. I really would like to know what exactly he's trying to hide right now. Maybe he's Ichigo darted forward, hoping to use the sudden pause to throw Uriah off. The smaller blade of Zanjutsu sliced through the air before Uriah shot backwards, desperate to avoid the strike. The moment Uriah was distracted, Ichigo launched the phantom step again, appearing right behind Uriah with the larger blade prepared to swipe down with. Uriah reacted just as quickly as last time, 3 prepared arrows firing off the bow in quick succession and knocking Ichigo back. Before he could move, however, Ichigo's grip changed, blue strings of magic becoming visible around his fingers. Quickly tracing the strings back down their path, Uriah's eyes widened before he disappeared, just in time to avoid the trap as the strings tightened around where he had been. A second slower and he would have been at Ichigo's mercy. Quickly retaliating, a burst of arrows bombarded Ichigo's position, causing him to have to raise the larger Zanjutsu to shield himself from above. Adjusting his grip on the smaller blade, a burst of energy flowed across the blade before extending its reach as the energy shaped itself into a longer edge. With a quick slice upwards, the energy cut a brief gap in the arrows, a gap which granted Ichigo more than enough time for him to slip right through with his own burst of Hirenkyaku. Uriah appeared right in his path, however, firing a sharp arrow straight towards him. Raising his hollow arm as a shield, the arrow smashed against the skin before it shattered, the white skin breaking too as it revealed normal flesh underneath it. That single-second gap was all Ichigo needed to lash out with the smaller blade. Ichigo's eyes widened as Uriah stumbled back, the Quincy gripping his chest tightly. I see. So that's it. I think I can understand you a bit better now, Uriah. Protector of the Fairies. 5 down to 4, followed by a 3. Oetsunime-ya is in the house. Aoesu raised a hand to the air dramatically as he kicked down the door, a wide smile stuck across his face. It dropped significantly when he didn't even hear a word of response, glancing around in confusion at the empty room. Crap, no one's here yet. He debated leaving for a few moments, wondering if he could wait for the others to turn up before remaking his entrance. He shook his head, sighing. It wasn't worth it. They never gave him amusing reactions when he appeared, so it would be better to just wait. Settling down at the round table in the room, one of the few objects in the bland wooden room, he kicked his feet up into the air and slung them on top of each other on the table, leaning back slightly in his chair. Behind him, Mara placed down the tank of jelly she had been carrying on her shoulders, the mixture in the tank almost overflowing as she lowered it. Within the jelly, a solitary sword rested within, floating in the middle of the substance. No one's here, complained Mara, crossing her arms. Why did I have to come here anyway? You left the others back outside. They're younger than you, Mara girl. As the senior Zanpakuto, you should take responsibility in matters like these for your peers. My other cute girls need not worry about these worrying discussions. Mara grumbled to herself as Aoesu tuned her out, his attention switching to the creaking sound of the wood near the door. The door he had knocked down slowly rose upwards, reattaching itself to the rest of the wooden room before holding itself open as a familiar face showed up in the doorway. "I'm surprised you're the first here," said Warad with a laugh. "What a surprise, my old friend. I was shocked that it was you in the first place that called us all out. I called you all 3 months ago, you know. Man, you lot are all work and no play. I could have been there immediately. Ah, but you see, my beautiful garden was crying during that time." Warad laughed again, ignoring the disbelief on Aoesu's face. "It's a joke, a joke. It was actually the trees." Warad sighed when he didn't get the amusing reactions he did from everyone else. "I was visiting a village near to Hueco Mundo. The sand of that place has been encroaching beyond its natural boundaries recently, and I was forced to use my green magic to make it recede back by restoring life to the nearby area. The sand's encroaching on human territory, huh?" Aoesu sighed, resting his head against one of his palms. "Has this happened often?" Pulling one of the seats out, Warad took his place opposite Aoesu at the table, resting his elbows on the table's surface. "It's been a recurring thing for 7 years now. It started small for most of those years, merely testing its boundaries and seeing how much it could get away with. Recently, however, the frequency of it has become far too often for my liking, and it has become far too aggressive as well. You know what this means, right?" Aoesu nodded. "This is work of Runugunga. If I remember correctly, Runugunga is the only classified territory hollow in existence, right?" "That's the one. Doesn't matter which hollow controls more territory in Hueco Mundo, he's still the one who maintains it. All that sand at his power, and he provides strength to the hollows in his domain by merely existing. If he's able to expand so quickly now, however, after so long of staying quiet, it means there's far more hollows in Hueco Mundo that we aren't aware of. The amount of area he can influence after all is based off the number of hollows in the land as well. A symbiotic relationship between him and the others." Warad frowned. "If we've been unaware of such a large number of hollows in those lands for so long, they must have been very careful. We know of the palace they have built in the sands, but not where they could even have hidden such a large number of hollows to give Runugunga such power. Perhaps the others know. We are only 2 of the 4 gods of Ishgar after all, and that monk who filled the gap left by God Serena certainly picks up off stuff in his wandering." "That he does," Warad agreed on. "Though I am curious to why you called us here so suddenly. Out of all of us, you are the one who likes to avoid doing work the most. Have you been keeping up with the tournament going on with Crocus?" "Yes. I have to say that Fairy Tail is really doing a good job despite their circumstances. It makes me proud as their senior member after all." "What about little Itchy? What did you think of him?" Warad's gaze narrowed. "I see. Is this what this is about? I forged him a blade, Warad. A true Zanpakutu. And I'm sure you already know what he is. A hybrid. We haven't seen a hybrid in a very long time now. I've only met 2 in my lifetime, and I'm far older than you are. But more than that, the kid's a Nukin too. A Nukin who carries her with him." "Her? You should know her, Warad. She met you long ago, at the land when fairies dance." "Mavis." Warad felt his breath slip through his grasp, shock coursing through his body. "And you're sure she's chosen him?" "With absolute certainty. Weren't we warned about this possibility long ago? By the man who gathered us." Warad nodded, remembering that time like it had only been yesterday. They had been the 4 strongest in all of Fiori, their strength surpassing any others with the exception of Ziref to their knowledge. Him, Aoesu, Hyborian, and God Serena. And, from that day, they had become the 4 gods of Ishgar at that man's request, left with a single warning that was more like a prophecy than anything else. The man who is never alone, the girl that clings to her chosen obsessively, and the mountain of blades that are left trailed in their wake. Exactly. For better or worse, something's coming. And I don't know what's going to happen. What will happen? What will be the cause? Part of me wondered if he would become like Ziref, but I couldn't find it in myself to kill him back then. Doing so would make me no different than a cold-blooded murderer so long as he hadn't done anything yet. I'm glad you didn't. I do not believe it is in his nature to be the cause of such tragedy. I met him once, and he's not the type. I saw that back then. I see. There is only one other possibility then. I know, muttered Warod gravely. War. War is coming once more. Protector of the fairies. News has come in, said Chapati gravely as he spoke into the microphone. Despite the doctor's best efforts, we are afraid that Juvia Vastia from Lamia Scale has passed away. He didn't like to lie, but it was better to say it like that than to reveal she had already been dead for far too long before she reached their doctors. As much as this is a horrible thing, all the mages who are taking part in this tournament knew the risks, and it's a sad day when the risks actually happen. Letting it all sink in, Chapati stayed silent himself, everyone having a moment of remembrance for the young woman. He knew it wasn't going to last, however. Most of the audience didn't know her. Give it a few moments and they would be restless, only caring that the sight had been disturbing and that their entertainment had gone down. That was the case it was at times, and unfortunately he had to keep going too, like nothing was wrong, such was the role he was given. Now, while our teleportation system for the defeated mages is offline still, the cameras have finally been able to be restored. Let's have a look at them now. Screens flashed to life around the arena, one showing Ichigo being sent flying into a building out of sight while Uriah paused, glanced at the screens as they turned back on. Another screen showed the fight between Urza, Yuzua, and Renji, all three pausing as well as they noticed the screens reappearing. A final screen flashed to life in the center, showing the total scores of the tournament for all to see. First, Sabertooth, 56p. First, Fairy Tail B, 56p. Third, Quattro Cerberus, 54p. Fourth, Fairy Tail A, 50p. Fifth, Lamia Scale, 43p. Sixth, Mermaid Heel, 40p. Seventh, Raven Tail, 28p. Eighth, Garu Knights, 23p. As you can see, continued Chapati, Fairy Tail B has caught up to Sabertooth. Not only that, Quattro Cerberus is officially out of the running with all their mages defeated, leaving no way for them to catch up. However, Lamia Scale isn't out yet either. At this final stage, I'll reveal the fact that Ichigo Kurosake, Urza Scarlet, and Renji Aburai are all worth 5 points each. If Uriah can somehow land the winning blow on all three, Lamia Scale will jump up from 5th to 1st and win. Fairy Tail's A team meanwhile has even easier chances, however both Sabertooth and Fairy Tail's B team both have the advantage. Leaning back in his chair, Lahar eyed the scores suspiciously. Something's been bothering me for a while now, but have you noticed it yet? The Garu Knights have yet to make a single move. Chapati almost dropped his mic, his eyes glued to the list of mages still in the games. He's right. We've yet to see the Garu Knights even once. At this stage they can't win, but they control the deciding vote like the others do too. As it is, they could easily influence the victory of the games right now if they wanted to, since they no longer can fight to win. Uriah frowned as he listened to Chapati's words. The Garu Knights are still in this? Where have they even been hiding? His eyes started scanning around before he leaped backwards, barely avoiding Ichigo as he charged right of the house he had been waiting in. Instead of attacking straight away, however, Ichigo rushed off, flying straight towards the battle where Urza and the others were. Oh no, you don't. Renji quickly deflected the arrows fired from Yuzua, his eyes tracking the blades quickly slicing towards him. Raising his left hand, the fur around his shoulders extended out into a skeleton-like claw and swatted the blades away. Hiayu! Before he could make another move, a flame-coated arrow sliced through the air, barely missing him and the others as Ichigo was sent crashing to the ground on the end of the arrow. Flames! Ichigo asked in annoyance, glancing over his shoulder as he picked himself off the ground. They'll normal flames, that's something at least, but how the hell do you know a spell like this? There's more than that, stated Uriah as he pulled back another arrow, lightning crackling along its edge. It fired forward before Ichigo raised the smaller blade towards the attack and swatted it away. What's wrong? You're slowing down. Am I? What about you? Is our little fight wearing you out? If my muscles get too tired, I can always regenerate them to a refreshed state. True, but you can't do anything about your own mental fatigue. You're too slow to notice your surroundings. Ichigo shot his head round, barely managing to see the arrow from Yuzua fly through the air before it almost impaled itself in his shoulder. Avoiding the strike, he quickly leaped upwards as more arrows flew at him, inevitably flying into Renji's path. Renji raised his blade up before it changed into a larger serrated form, similar to his Shikai. Or a Kaiyu. Spinning round in the air, Ichigo brought up his larger blade and caught Renji's own against it, the blade struggling to hold back Renji's Bankai. Urayu drew back an arrow, Urza rushing to intercept him when a sudden blast tore right through the barrier like it was paper, smashing right into Ichigo's head and continuing out the other side. "You fool!" shouted King towards the man beside him, Leo raising his sniper rifle up as smoke drifted away from the barrel. "Why the hell did you do that? A chance showed itself. And our cover's blown. Let's move before anyone dash." "They aren't focusing on us," stated Leo, his eyes locked on Ichigo below. "He's not dead." "What?" True to his word, Ichigo was still moving, only his head wasn't regenerating. "How?" asked Urayu, eyeing Ichigo warily. He didn't dare lower his bow. Even Urza was a bit on guard, and they were from the same guild. No matter how strong of a regeneration you have, even if it isn't functioning right now oddly, there is a limit. You should not be able to survive having a blast like that shot straight through your head. "You know Urayu, you're not too bad. And the guy who thought it was a good idea to take a pot shot at me isn't half bad either. But man, you didn't even notice, did you? None of you did. Can you all hear me? What about you, Laxus? Or you, Levi? Did you two notice?" A laugh escaped Ichigo's throat before he dropped his blades, gripping his sides as he doubled over with laughter. It was an odd sight for them all, seeing a man with half his head ready to fall off fuller of life than he should have realistically been. The two blades hit the ground before breaking apart, vanishing into nothing but energy. "What are you?" asked Renji. "No," muttered Yuzo. "It's not a matter of what. Ichigo, you're not the same as you were yesterday." "Who are you? What are you talking about?" asked Urza, looking at Ichigo in shock. "Ichigo, what are you talking about? Man, you all are like sheep at times. And also blind. But I'll tell you, it was fun, this little game. Keeps everyone so distracted, and meanwhile no one suspects a thing if you have an alibi. Hey, did you know? If I wanted to I could kill the king right now." A smirk crossed Ichigo's face, mocking them with every second it remained there. Faster than they could react, the ground around them all shattered, all 5 Garu Knights leaping upwards and slicing blades right into Ichigo's chest. Ichigo spat out blood but the smirk never vanished. "And here are the final 5. You were so loyal at waiting. You realized it from the Archbishop, didn't you? That I was a threat. Your Highness. Called out, Your orders." "There's no need for that," said Ichigo mockingly, a hand slowly raising upwards and gesturing towards the sky. "It's far too late. It's already in place." With a snap of his fingers, a massive magic circle appeared in the sky above them, Yuzu recognizing exactly what it was made of. Magic strings, otherwise known as Ransutenge. But when had Ichigo had the time to use Ransutenge to do all this? "Like it?" asked Ichigo in amusement. "It's amazing what a little use of Kyokao will do, especially when you hide your magical power. And while you all ran about, playing your games of fighting one another, I got to work silently to set up the big finale." "That's not possible," stated Renji. "You fought. You can't have had time to set something this elaborate up." "No, I suppose I wouldn't. Unless, of course, one can be in 2 places at once." "What? You don't get it yet? How should I put this then?" "Ah, I know. I'm the distraction." They all froze, Yuzo finally speaking up to break the silence. "Then who's the threat?" "That would be me," came a voice they were all familiar with by now. Their eyes slowly glanced upwards to see light bending above them as Ichigo appeared in the center of the magic circle, the Bakuto breaking to reveal him along with the large cloak and hood wrapped around his body. The whole attire suddenly unraveled around him, being sucked into the red-scaled pall drawn on his shoulder. The moment it left his body, his entire presence, one that they had been unable to even sense the tiniest slither of, reappeared at full burst, temporarily pinning them in place. That moment was all that was needed for Ichigo to appear right over the other Ichigo, knocking away all 5 members of the Garu Knights in an instant. "Are you okay, brother?" "How?" demanded Ichigo as he stared at the Edala's copy of himself. He had been prepared for many things in the Holy Palace. This was not one of them. "How are you here? Is that how you are going to greet me, brother? After so long?" "I'm hurt." The Edala's version of Ichigo chuckled as he walked closer to him, pausing as he eyed the figure of Mavis with interest. "And it seems you got a friend too. I know who you are, Miss Dash." "Enough," said Ichigo, cutting him off. "How? How are you here? You fell. You died. I couldn't save you. So how? How are you here? If this is just some trick of this place, then cut it out right now. Relax, oh brother of mine. Would you like the answer?" Ichigo nodded. "The answer is simple. I died, but my body did not stay in Edala's. My grip on magic was too strong, and I was broken down and absorbed into the flow of magic and taken into your world. Naturally, over time, I ended up here, in the Holy Palace, just like all those years ago. But, for all purposes, I am dead. I can no longer maintain a physical form outside of this place without outside interference. And so you waited here? For all these years? Of course. After all, you are my younger brother. I knew, one day, you would come here, and so I was willing to wait until then to see you once more. I'm glad you're here, Ichigo. Welcome, to my world. Brother." Urza frowned at the name, but others watching stiffened. The dragon slayers who had gone to Edala's didn't waste any time, rushing out of the medical ward as they tried to make their way to the arena as fast as they could. Wendy, still in the arena herself with a bit of consciousness, barely heard the words over the speakers, her eyes widening as well. "When did you two switch?" demanded Uriah. "It was when I lost sight of you in that house, wasn't it? You switched then with him?" "Correct," said the Edala's form of Ichigo. "I spent most of my time preparing this little display for my younger brother here. I should probably introduce myself, I think. I am the ruler of the world of Edala's, the king whose power could sense everything in that world, also known as Ichigo Kurosaki. And you already know my younger brother. He's the one you sense after all, though that strange connection, being the true resident of this world after all. I gave him form," continued Ichigo in place of his other self. "I couldn't have moved so freely without a double. And I have to thank you all for being so gullible to fall for it. Especially you, Uriah. You certainly must have noticed something, but so long as I wore that cloak of mine I was undetectable, to the point where you failed to realize that the connection you claimed to have with me was misleading you towards my Edala's self's magic, supplied by me of course. And, as such, you believed the man in front of you for the first 3 days was truly me. That's why you didn't fight," stated Renji. "You could have entered any of the first 3 matches and blown the competition away. But you didn't. It wasn't because you couldn't, but because you were trying to make this double conserve strength. If he fought, everything would be revealed. He's not healing after all. That's merely because I don't have much energy left to bother fixing it," stated the Edala's version of Ichigo before he glanced towards his other self. "I'm going to return to you for now, Ichigo. Call me out again if you need me." "Thanks." Placing a hand on the Edala's version of Ichigo's shoulder, the Earthland Ichigo watched as the other version of him broke down into light before being absorbed back into himself. "Now then. I think I should probably get down to business." Vanishing, Ichigo reappeared back up in the center of the magic circle, pulling out a microphone chopad he recognized as the one that went missing after the matches on the 4th day. "Hey, that's mine. Is this on? Testing, 1 2 3. Ah, good, you can all hear me." Ichigo smirked, his expression taking on a dark turn as he glanced around the stances. "Look at all you, so pathetic and clueless. Man, this is laughable. As my brother said before, you all are like sheep, listening to whatever your master says. How distasteful." Raising an arm, Ichigo swung it out to his side, pointing towards Fairy Tail. "And you lot. You were the biggest idiots of them all. Hey Makarov, did you know? You were right about me. You were right to hate me, to suspect me, to fear me. And look what happened. Fairy Tail's name is being dragged through the mud, just as I planned. Ichigo, muttered Makarov in shock, not at Ichigo's words but at what his actions were causing instead. What are you doing? All those Rune Knights on Tenro Island? All of you, every single one of you, all blamed Fairy Tail. I thank you. Your idiocy bought me time I never thought I'd get after I slaughtered them all. You. Lahar stared up in shock. The one who killed them all. Was you. With this, I can finally do what someone should have done all those years ago. From this day forth, I'm going to change a few things. From this moment on, I'm declaring war against you. You can hear me, can't you? Those listening, watching, plotting. You're bluffing. Called out Renji from below. You're not really serious. You're just one man. One man? No, I'm not. Nozomi. A large rip in space appeared around Ichigo before figures stepped through, all recognizable. Mist Ogden stood silently by Ichigo's left side, Nozomi taking a position next to him. Shinji meanwhile stood by Ichigo's right, Gray's body slung over his shoulder. Gray. Urza prepared to rush forward only for Uriah to stop her. What are you dash? He's an enemy. That's why he's with them. He's right, stated Ichigo. Gray did exactly as planned. Juvia caught on a little too much, so I had him eliminate her. And he played his part perfectly. That's wrong, Leon muttered to himself, watching the screen from the medical ward. Why is he lying? Did you really think a normal Fairy Tail mage could do such a thing? They're weak, unable to do what is necessary. Shinji however saw potential in him, helping mold him into the perfect comrade for us. Ichigo. Ichigo looked towards the loud cry, seeing Laxus at the edge of the barrier, bandages wrapped around his chest. What are you doing? Ah, the two I failed to turn. Ichigo smirked more as he saw Levi approaching. You too. I was close but unfortunately I couldn't push you that final step. Such a pity. You could have been so helpful to my cause, but alas, you two are too loyal to Fairy Tail. A real shame, but you were at least amusing toys to play with over the years. Ichigo's eyes locked onto Toshiro as he appeared too. And there's probably my favorite one. It's so easy to mess with someone when they idolize you, but, unfortunately, you're useless to me, Toshiro. You're too weak. Why is he saying this? Muttered Toshiro in shock and betrayal. This isn't Ichigo. Ichigo. Levi blinked, tears gathering in her eyes. He's lying. What? He's lying. Laxus and we've known him for years. Far longer than anyone else. And this is probably the biggest lie he's ever told. I couldn't push you that final step. I can't dare take you that last step into danger. You two are too loyal to Fairy Tail. You have more people in your life that matter to you than just me. I won't ruin your lives with mine. You're useless to me, Toshiro. I won't risk my student in matters like these. He's taking everything he feels and saying the reverse of it to try and create something that can sound real. I won't forget you all though, said Ichigo as he continued with his speech. Such amusing toys are hard to come by. Rule 3, muttered Laxus. That's Rule 3 for anyone leaving the guild. It suddenly all dawned on him. This. He's hiding the leaving ceremony underneath all of these lies. But why? Asked Toshiro, almost collapsing. Ichigo was leaving him again. Leaving him behind? He said it himself, muttered Levi sadly, wiping her eyes to try and stop the tears. He's declaring war on everyone. He's not dragging us into it, so he's pretending he used us all this time. He's taking on everything Fairy Tail was blamed for and pinning it right on himself as the mastermind, turning himself into an enemy of the entire world. He's telling the world that our guild was merely a victim, not something to be blamed. And he's taking only the people who lacked any other attachment to him with him now as he goes down this path, beside Gray who he's lying about. Now then, shall we start the show? Tapping his foot against the magic circle, bright blue light shot upwards past Ichigo, smashing into the barrier above and destroying it. The last line of defense you had to keep me in is now gone. Now, how shall we begin? Ah, I know. How about this? A massive explosion suddenly tore through the town nearby. Heads whipped towards it and immediately troops were being sent over. The town, empty due to everyone being at the Grand Magic Games, slowly burned as the fire spread from house to house in the distance, barely visible to the naked eye. If they had been close enough then they would have seen soldiers marching through the streets, the symbol of fairy tale on their back. I'll be keeping the fairy tale mark by the way. Hope you all don't mind but it really suits me more. Now then, what else can I do? How about if I take the king's own life? Vanishing, Ichigo appeared right above the king, his smaller sword raised above his head. Right before he could even swing it however, Yoriyuki appeared right behind him, a furious expression across her face. Her fist shot forward before impacting against a crimson-red barrier, Kisuke appearing in her path with Benihime. No. You too Kisuke. Sorry Yoriyuki, Kisuke whispered to her. But we're going to have to become enemies from here on out. Before Yoriyuki could make another move, Ichigo's sword swung down, slicing across the king's chest and leaving a trail of blood to fly through the air. Father! Cried out Hisui, watching in horror from her room in the palace. Arcadios held her back as she tried to rush out of the room, holding her tightly as she struggled against him. I'm sorry princess, but it's too late for us to do anything. The king stared in shock at the blood before collapsing back against his chair. A heavy pressure suddenly weighed down on everyone nearby as Shunsui appeared beside Yoriyuki, Ishine slowly joining the two. He looked at Ichigo sadly before his hand dropped down to his sword, looking almost like it was painful to even grip it. Ichigo. Why? Sorry Dad, but I have things I need to do. You can't escape here, stated Yoriyuki confidently. There is nowhere to run. Yes there is. Golden light sprung up around Ichigo and Kisuke, wrapping around them quickly as it formed a spherical barrier around them all. A similar one sprung up around the Shinji and the others before anyone could make a move, Ichigo smiling confidently at them. A nice bit of magic I stole from Fairy Tail. Fairy's sphere. Of course my first use really screwed with my plans a bit. Missed out on 7 years, but better late than never is what people say. This is only a barrier, stated Shunsui. It won't let you leave here. Normally, but you see Fairy sphere is far more than it seems. The energy slowly started condensing inwards, causing the occupants to vanish. Ichigo didn't show any pain as his body condensed however, proving to them the space was still the same for him and it was only closing where they were. I bid you all goodbye. Ichigo's eyes softened for a brief moment, locking eyes with Laxus and Levi where they were as his smile became more genuine to them. The spheres vanished but not before Ichigo muttered out a few last words, the ones who knew him truly interpreting the feeling behind them. It's been fun. Protector of the fairies. Father. Hisui whispered quietly to herself. Please. Please don't die. I'm sorry Your Highness, Arcadios said softly. But right now we need you to take command. As of right now, we have to assume your father, the king, is now dead. As such, the rules of succession nominate you as the next ruler. As queen. And right now, your safety is our top priority. Swallowing the pain she felt, Hisui turned to face Arcadios, plastering a blank look across her face. No. We continue as planned. My safety is nothing compared to the safety of the Eclipse Gate. You saw it with your own eyes did you not? Ichigo Kurosaka took my father with him when he left. There is no point taking a body, and it would have been more effective to kill him there too. Instead he only cut him. That wound can turn serious if left for too long. Exactly. It would have been easier to take off my father's head if he wanted to go for effect. No, he took my father with him because he wants something only he knows. And considering the timing, we have to assume that something is related in some way to the Eclipse Gate or the Infinity Clock. Taking a deep breath, Hisui said the words she knew Arcadios would hate to hear. If it comes down to me or the gate, leave me to die. Your Highness. No. I can't. You will. As your queen, I order it so. Promise me Arcadios. Promise me that you'll put the project above my own safety. Using the gate will save everyone else. My life is not worth all of the lives of everyone in the city and the country. Bowing his head so he didn't have to face her when he spoke, Arcadios responded to her command, his hand clenched over his heart. If this is your will, I will obey your highness. Thank you, Arcadios. If I may make a suggestion, came the voice of the future version of Rogue, appearing from the shadows with a scowl across his face, might I suggest we use the king's capture to our advantage? You dare suggest that we use his HIG dash? Arcadios. The man stopped suddenly, turning to Hiswai in shock. Go on, Rogue. What do you suggest? Isn't it obvious? Your father only knows about the original plan for the Eclipse Gate. To use it to travel back in time. I say we use that to our advantage. Don't forget where the Eclipse Gate has been stored all these years for. You showed the place to me yourself. If he intends to interfere, we'll set a TR. Rogue froze, his eyes hardening as he slowly retreated back into the shadows. I apologize. There is something I need to take care of. Some outside interference. I'm afraid I'll have to leave Ichigo and his comrades to you. Good luck. Arcadios glared at the man as he left before adjusting the straps of his armor, making sure they were on correctly. Your Highness. Allow me to set the trap. If it is there, I believe I should be able to hold back Ichigo Kurosaka for long enough for it to be sprung. But Arcadios dash. My lady, you asked me to guard the gate, did you not? But if I fight anywhere else, and he comes to face me, I won't be able to win. I can use no magic. All I have is my skills as a swordsman, but I cannot hope to match his physical strength if he decides to go all out, and neither can I handle his speed. But here, I swear this to you on my honor. I will buy you the time you need to stop the assault. I will be the one to keep him in check. Her expression softening, Hiswai slowly approached Arcadios before leaning her head against his chest, wrapping her arms around him. Promise me you won't die. I promise, said Arcadios, hating himself for what he was saying. There was nothing worse in his mind than having to lie to her. I'll come back alive. Protector of the Fairies. Deep in the center of the palace, a sphere of energy slowly expanded outwards, golden light filling the room as it appeared. A second sphere appeared alongside the first, the two widening until groups of people could be seen. Only when the spheres had reached their full side did the golden barrier break, allowing the occupants within to leave freely. Shinji stretched out his arms as he stepped forward, sighing loudly for dramatic effect as he strolled towards Ichigo. Not bad of a show. Last part felt too honest and heartfelt, but I doubt anyone else will notice. What do you think, Ichigo? He paused when he heard no response from Ichigo. Ichigo. Sorry, Ichigo muttered, leaning back slightly as he slumped against a wall. For a moment Shinji thought there was something wrong with Ichigo's magic, but the expression on Ichigo's face removed all doubts about that. He looked like he was in so much pain, not physical but mental, and his fists were clenched as he tried not to show any weakness in front of them. My prince. Nozomi approached him slowly as she reached out towards him before stopping. All of them knew there was nothing they could say to Ichigo right now. They had all been bound in some way to him, with the exception of Kisuke, who had abandoned his friends once before. For Ichigo, he had just had to forsake all his friends for the sake of what they needed to do, and the fact he had managed to hold himself together throughout the entire thing was a miracle in itself. Kisuke, turning towards the king, quickly approached the man, green energy around his hand. He placed it against the large slash wound across the king's chest before slowly beginning the healing process, the king looking at them all in confusion, before some form of understanding crossed his mind. I see. You need me alive. Yes, stated Mistogen, his eyes briefly moving away from Ichigo to focus on the king. You have information we need to know. Information about Eclipse. Eclipse. Toma's mouth opened wide in shock as he heard the word. How? How do you know about that? There was no way they could have known. The Eclipse Gate was something that was his best kept secret. No one should have known about it apart from a select few. You shouldn't know about it. But we do, countered Shinji. And we know where it is too, right Nozomi? Correct. Kept a floor below the ground floor of the palace, the Eclipse Gate is held in a grand room during the games themselves. Only right now I can no longer pinpoint it, despite having encountered it before. That means it must have been moved somewhere that has the capabilities to dampen the energy being leaked out from it. You do know a lot, it seems then. But if you think I'll tell you anything dash. Why do you want to use the gate? Toma shut up when he heard those words from Ichigo, looking towards the face that only showed curiosity, pain hidden beneath it. I know what the Eclipse Gate does. It allows one to open a gateway between 2 points in time, though the actually distance one can travel back in time is based on when the gate was first constructed. Ichigo noticed how Toma froze at those last words. What? Were you unaware of that? Yes. We believed it could take us back however far we wanted so long as we had the magical power to fuel it. That's only half true as you now guessed. But I've seen the blueprints of this gateway, at an annoying girl's insistence, in a very unique place. Trust me, I probably know more about that gate than you do. Not only that, but you've attached the infinity clock to the gate. That's never been done before, to the best of my knowledge of course, so what exactly are you planning? The best use I can think of for that clock to do is to act as a stabilizing agent, and that's my best guess in the first place. What do you want to change so much that you don't want to alter the future beyond that one fact? Toma sighed. If you know about the infinity clock, then you truly did go to see the Archbishop. Very well, I'll tell you what we seek if you know this much. The death of Ziref, 400 years ago. Death of Ziref, you say? Kisuke eyed the king warily, looking for any lies. You don't do things by halves, do you? An ambitious project to say the least. But that explains the need for a stabilizer. You don't know how much will change from Ziref's death. He was around 400 years ago after all. And if he died, who knows what might have lived. That's what you want to avoid, isn't it? To prevent any other monsters appearing because of your actions. We seek the death of Aknologia too, but it all starts with Ziref. We eliminate the creator in Aknologia, while not following because of the stabilizer, will at least be weakened. And then we can act, killing the beast before it can cause another catastrophe like it did for all of you on Tenro Island. Wouldn't it be easier to kill him now though? Asked Shinji. Or is it because you have come to the conclusion that he's still around now so instead need to go back to when he was weaker? He hasn't died in all these years, and because of that you haven't the slightest idea how to kill him now. How do you overcome a form of immortality? And what form is it? No trick to killing an immortal is the same, and immortalities can function in drastically different ways. Getting these answers is easier than it seems. Living after learning it is far trickier. Now you understand, pleaded the king. Please, you can't interfere. No matter what you have planned, Ziref cannot be good for them. You must know that. Of course we do. We're not idiots. But that gate has to go, Ichigo added, raising a hand as he saw the king start to protest. Quiet. Do you really think you are in any place here to make demands of us? That gate is dangerous. It must be destroyed, before someone does something foolish with it and causes a new set of problems. Besides, that gate has already failed multiple times. What? What are you talking about? I'm talking about how many times it's caused loops. It almost drove me insane when I finally noticed, not that it wasn't without benefits, but it still caused a hell of a load of problems. Now tell us, where is the gate hidden? If you won't help, you'll never find out. You don't need to speak to give me the answers I seek. Ichigo slowly walked towards Toma, his hand brushing against the handle for the smaller blade before pulling it out of its sheath. Gripping it normally, Ichigo brought it towards Toma's waist, his eyes growing cold as he stared into Toma's own eyes. I'll give you one last chance before I ignore your will. I refuse. Very well. The blade suddenly sliced upwards across the king's chest. As the blade finished its swipe, however, not a single cut was left across the king's chest, Ichigo already moving to sheath the blade. I see. So it's in a hidden room down near the dungeons. What? How? How could you possibly? The king's eyes glanced towards the small blade. What is that blade? That light from it when you cut me. What did you do? You noticed, I see. Not many people do. Why don't I humor you then? Leaning down to the king, Ichigo whispered a few words into the king's ears, the man's eyes widening in shock first, and then fear. That kind of power. That's not something a normal human can possess. Don't ask me where it came from, I don't have the answer to that yet, but this kind of power can be used in a variety of ways. And this is one of the more useful methods. Turning away from the king, Ichigo gestured behind him as he spoke to Kisuke. Bind him, hide him somewhere, do whatever you want. We're not going to kill him, but we can't have him interfering right now. He'll inevitably mess stuff up for us. What about the city? Asked Miss Doggin. Those soldiers you and Mavis created. Can they last for long? Ichigo shrugged. Hard to say. They are all Mavis's illusions after all, made physical by her power while supplied by my own magic. This isn't an easy task, however. I can't maintain this for long. It's not something I'm that good at, in case you aren't aware, even with Mavis doing a lot of the work. I reckon we have maybe 30 minutes before the soldiers fade away. That's as long as I can hold them here for. Any longer and I run the risk of manipulating too much energy, and that'll cause us some problems later on if I do that. They'll do their job for now, however, drawing attention away from us for the time we need to act. The only downside is that we won't get any advice from Mavis while they're being controlled. She's having to put all her focus onto controlling the troops now as the fighting begins. Meaning we can't get a barrier in place around the castle to protect us from being sensed. No, but we have time. Anyone strong enough to challenge us is either injured or is going to have to prioritize the town first and foremost. The king is as good as lost to them for now, and even if they came here they'd assume we would have a hostage. No, first they'll stop the assault on their doorstep. Then they'll come after us all, and by that time we'll be long gone. Let's move. Protector of the Fairies. Breathing heavily, Lucy hid behind the broken wall nearby, the Eclipse version of Virgo beside her. Despite the spirit's sadistic traits, even she was a bit subdued right now, understanding the situation they were in. Damn it, Lucy muttered, fiddling for another of her keys. She hadn't expected Rogue to find her like this. It was made worse with the fact that she had been separated from her escorts. Byakuya, Mirti, and then finally Doran Bolt. She wasn't sure where they had gotten to, but they had spoken of problems occurring in the city and that they would be heading over to help. With her being so close to the jail anyway, there had been no need for them to stick with her. Virgo would have been able to dig her and her past self out, even if they didn't have her past self's keys. Doran Bolt had offered to look for them, lacking what he believed would be essential to help the city, and so he had gone back up to the higher levels to try and find where the keys might have been. She had been a fool to think it would have been so easy. No sooner had they left had she been attacked only 5 minutes later. And by the future version of Rogue too. Despite how she could summon all the celestial spirits, and in the Eclipse form too, she didn't know how powerful this Rogue was beyond her vague memories of that day. He had appeared before her at the gate back then, drawing through dragons and taking control of them as they all ran rampant on the city. She had been taken down so quickly that she never got a chance to see how strong he truly was, and since he was from a future 7 years later, he certainly had to be far stronger than the present Rogue. Who knew how strong he truly was? The other thought running through her mind was what was wrong with the city currently. They had heard the noises and explosions, but they couldn't see from within the palace where the sound had come from and what was going on outside. It was too early for the Eclipse Gate to have been opened. Not with what time Rogue had opened it last time. With that being the case, what is happening currently? Was it because of Ichigo? A lot of things didn't make sense with him being here, but that was the Eclipse Gate for you. It messed with how you believed events should go when more than one person used it and caused changes of their own. Come on out, Lucy, came Rogue's voice, annoyance hidden in the undertones of it. Something had to be up to make him sound like this. He seemed tense. Worried even. I don't have much time to play with you right now, so why don't you be a good little girl and accept your fate? Leo, Lucy whispered, light shining next to her as she summoned the Eclipse version of the lion spirit. Aquarius, Taurus, Cancer. The spirits appeared quickly beside her, each charging at Rogue with Loke leading the charge. Aquarius stayed back the most, firing water forward to try and keep Rogue occupied. Sagittarius. Sagittarius joined the others, immediately launching arrows into the fray. Honestly, is this all you're capable of? Darting between the spirits, Rogue bypassed them completely as he slipped through shadows, intending to attack Lucy directly to get rid of the pests. You're far too weak to stop me now that I don't need to hold back. There's so much noise outside that no one will care if I go wild. Aries. The ram spirit appeared right in front of Lucy, creating a barrier that Rogue quickly kicked back off. As he was in the air, another set of spirits appeared, Theses one smaller than most. Scorpio, Gemini, Capricorn. The spirits leapt into action, each using their own style of attack to force Rogue back a brief few steps. Pisces, Libra. A large shark appeared alongside a shark boy, Libra appearing afterwards with a visor over her eyes. And finally, Ophiuchus. A woman in a nurse's outfit joined the mix, her lower half being fused into a massive snake that tore away the nearby area to make room for itself. Holding an ocarina to her lips, Ophiuchus slowly started to play a tune, immediately causing Rogue to lock into place as his body resisted against him. What are you doing? You bitch. Ophiuchus is the snake charmer. And her power can bind your movements. Really? Rogue scoffed as he tried to move, entering his white shadow dragon mode as he increased his struggles. The amount of power was enough to actually make him move, admittedly slowly, but it was still movement. You're going to die here. I won't let you interfere. I wouldn't be so sure. Everyone, finish him. Before he breaks free. All the Eclipse versions of the celestial spirits prepared to rush forward only to pause, Lucy herself freezing in shock as a hand tore right through Rogue's chest. Rogue's head slowly tried to turn to face his attacker, blood dribbling down from his mouth as he struggled to stay alive. You. I trusted you. The newcomer withdrew his hand, Rogue's body falling to the ground without the support. With his height and build, Lucy recognized him clearly. He was one of the two who had helped her and told her about Rogue. The one they had worked out to be Ichigo. Thanks for the help, she stared, watching as he looked at his sleeve in annoyance before he withdrew it back underneath the cloak. I was about to finish him, but it saves some magic. We were happy to help, came a female voice. Lucy froze, not because of shock of the sudden appearance but because of the voice. It wasn't being disguised anymore. But that voice. That wasn't Nozomi's. You did a good job, Lucy, the female voice continued, stepping around her and pulling her hood down. Lucy felt her breath catching in her throat, tears threatening to fall as she recognized the figure in front of her. Then he's dash. The female figure cut Lucy off, gesturing at the man to remove his hood. Lucy stared in shock at him as well, finding it almost impossible to believe. Wait. If you two are the ones here, then why is Ichigo here now? How can he be there if he wasn't one of you two? Because we were waiting for him, said the man gruffly. He took way too long to show up. We were getting impatient. But at least we could check with the future version of Rogue every time he showed up. It was easy to just ask when Ichigo appeared during those 7 years. It helped alert us to how long we had left to wait. You've done this before? Lucy's gaze hardened as she took a step back. She had barely touched the ground when a dagger was impaled in her chest, hitting the area where the lacrima keeping her alive was. The pain was unbearable. It was like her body was on fire as the magic leaked out, causing her to collapse to her hands and knees in pain and for the spirits all around her to vanish. Now none of that, said the female voice softly, though Lucy could hear the malice in the words. You see, we waited a long time for Ichigo to show up again. But don't worry, we're doing the world a favor. You've played your role perfectly, Lucy. Again and again and again. Thank you for being so helpful. You've helped clear the way to peace. Why? Sorry, Lucy, the woman said, a smile on her face that didn't quite reach her eyes. But you aren't necessary anymore. So please, do me this last little favor. Please, die for me. Protector of the fairies. The ultimate prison. Skidding across the rooftops, Kang and Leo darted away from the pursuing soldiers. Going to check out the town had been a bad idea. It was made worse by the fact that Hiran Kyoka wasn't enough to let them get away. They had tried a few times, and each time they had been targeted by nearby soldiers the moment they stopped. Sure, they could leave the city easily enough with it, but that wasn't what they were after. They needed to stick around a bit just to see how this all played out. Where the hell is Bambietta? King muttered to himself, carefully watching the soldiers leaping across buildings to join them. Leo quickly shifted his stance as he steadied his sniper, firing 3 quick shots at the soldiers and blasting through their hearts. The armor where the shot hit was nothing to him. His shots passed through anything in their way, not able to be halted until they reached their target. Such was the power of his shrift, the X-axis. The soldiers, however, didn't stop moving. They were odd warriors, clad in pristine white armor, golden cloaks hanging off their backs with the fairy tale mark on them in pure white once again. Each wielded a sword in their right hand, elegantly designed with golden guards, while a large shield rested in their left, golden wings edged on the front of it. One of the most disturbing thing, however, about them was the helmets. There was a gap in the center of them that was pure black, almost like a visor. However, at the same time, it made them look so empty. Like husks. "Have we got enough data yet to leave?" asked King, readying the claws he used as weapons before rushing into the group of warriors and slashing their chests. The claws dug through their armor before slicing them at the waists, the upper halves of their bodies falling to one side before the whole body disappeared, like it had never been there at once. These things are probably just illusions or something. They leave no trace once defeated. Illusions can't hurt you, however. These ones seem to be able to do that from watching them fight others. Doesn't matter if they can or not, they aren't very skilled when it comes down to it. That's because they're nothing more than drones, stated Uriah, joining the two with Bambietta at his side. The girl had a pissed-off expression on her face, constantly shooting looks towards where battles were taking place. Her desires was as clear as could be. She was desperate to fight, or rather to explode something. It's likely they are being remotely controlled by Kurosaki himself, or by someone else. We have all we need now anyway. No point sticking around. His Majesty awaits. Who is His Majesty? Came a voice. They all turned to see a solitary soldier standing there, a voice coming from within the helm. Great, King muttered. Another stupid illusion. Let's just leave. Not yet, commanded Uriah, taking a step towards the lone soldier. I assume you are the one controlled all of these soldiers. Indeed. The voice was definitely very feminine, denying any chance it could belong to Ichigo. That meant it had to be from that girl who had been hanging off his shoulders. The girl no one else could see. But I asked you a question. Who is His Majesty? And why should we tell you? You'll only relay it back to Kurosaki after all. And if I pinky promise, you'll do it anyway. A chuckle escaped the soldier's mouth, amusement that didn't match how blank the soldier she was speaking through appeared. Leo constantly eyed her before he leaned closer to Uriah, whispering into his ear. Should we capture her? If we use the right spell, we might be able to seal her consciousness away and take it back to His Majesty. Don't bother. She's not even here right now. This is a mere fragment of her true self. The way she never seemed to leave Kurosaki's side, combined with how their magic seemed to flow together, indicates she's probably bound extremely tightly to him. Probably a result of his power. That's right, stated the voice, having heard all of what they said. I don't like being away from Ichigo. Doing this is a pain, but at least once I'm done I can return fully to him. But I'm curious though. You talk about Ichigo's power as if you know it. Who are you, Mr. Uriah Ishida? Who do you work for? Uriah scoffed. I've had enough of her. We're leaving. Ah. You don't want to stay and chat anymore. Not in the slightest. From the foul presence I can sense in the city as well, there's a hollow here. And I bet you aren't talking to only us right now. Bambietta. Bambietta smirked in joy before flicking her wrist. The soldier's head turning towards her as a small blast of magic hit it before its head exploded, 2 more blasts of energy being fired at the rest of its body before the whole thing exploded. Let's go, said Uriah as they ducked down into a dark alleyway, stepping into an area of shadows where a single man stood waiting for them. The shadows immediately started to move upwards around the man and became absorbed them all until they completely vanished. Let us return to Silburn. His Majesty awaits. Protector of the Fairies. Heading down to the deepest levels, Ichigo paused at the back of the group for a moment, glancing around in suspicion. Nozomi stopped as well when she heard the silence behind her, turning around curious to why he had stopped. My prince. Ichigo gave their surroundings another look before continuing, one hand hesitantly resting over the smaller blade's sheath. Something feels off. It's too quiet. Nozomi nodded in agreement. You think it's a trap? Ichigo only nodded his head at that. There was no need to vocalize the answer she already knew. The fact they had yet to encounter a single guard was suspicious enough as it was. There was no way the others hadn't noticed either. And yet he was sure the king had not been discovered just yet. Not while Mavis still kept up her assault on the town. And yet the lack of guards, especially around what should have been a heavily defended location, was disturbing to say the least. His information wasn't wrong. He knew that for a fact. There was no way the king could have lied through it because no lies could be seen with what he did to get his answers. And that also meant he knew the rough schedule guards had around here. At all times at least 2 guards would be at the main door, and many more patrolling the paths towards it. So where were they all? The king couldn't have dismissed them simply because of the grand magic games. This was the only time the Eclipse Gate's energy had been sensed and been able to be located, and, while he could feel a flicker of unusual energy, he couldn't pinpoint it as well as he wished that he could. But even so, anyone who walked in on the gate would have seen it and linked the presence to it, meaning there had to be guards at least to keep them away. Nozomi. The woman turned her head quickly towards him. How many guards did you see last time you saw the gate? Nozomi shrugged. 10 to 20? Something in that range. I forgot a fair bit. I see. So the king was sensible then. So why weren't they here now? What was different about today of all days? Should we ask your brother, my king, and see if he's willing to help out? Nozomi had a slight tilt to her head as she tried to explain her reasoning. He's the best when it comes to sensing out of us all, you and I probably know that better than anyone else. I doubt any form of magical trap could be hidden from his senses. Ichigo shook his head reluctantly. As much as I'd love to do just that, I can't. Nozomi's blank stare caused him to continue. It takes time to construct him some measure of physical form. It's not much, but it's more time than we can spare right now when I don't have Mavis to do all the heavy lifting. And he's a bit tired as well from being materialist for so long while having his head partly blown off. It's better to let him rest for now so he can, if need arises, help me later on with other goals. Will he be okay? Nozomi asked in concern. I mean, it must be painful to experience something like that. I still find it difficult to understand how you can withstand having multiple crippling injuries and not kneel over in pain. A lot of experience combined with a strange numbness that appears after losing certain limbs so many times. Having my arm cut off nowadays doesn't hurt nearly as much as it first did. I guess my regeneration adapted my body whenever it regrows sections to make it more resilient or to make it automatically reduce the pain I'd feel from certain areas. Still a pain if someone gets something internal, however. It doesn't sound pleasant to start learning. Trust me, it wasn't. The fact Shinji's learned the technique is pure payback for me after all the times he punished me with it. Glancing forward, Ichigo's eyes narrowed when he noticed the end of the final stairs, a shadow of a figure ahead. Company. Finally. Clearing the final set of stairs, the group came face to face with a single man, clad in a full set of black-plated armor. Large plates covered his chest and shoulders, extending down to overlap over similar plates on his legs and arms. The armor on his arms, however, had a claw-like design when it reached his gauntlets, a similar design on the armor for his feet. His helmet in particular resembled a dragon's head, leaving only his mouth and eyes exposed. At his side was a single blade, resting in a black sheath, and behind him flowed a white cape with the symbol of Fiori printed on it. I knew you would come, the man said, slowly drawing the sword out from its sheath. It wasn't a very large blade, being far thinner than a normal blade might have been. It was incredibly thin, in fact, causing Nozomi to frown at the sight of it. It seemed familiar. Unnaturally familiar. I cannot allow you to pass. So this is the trap set for us then, Ichigo muttered, clenching a fist as he walked forward. Nozomi almost reached out to stop him, worry filling her eyes. Something was wrong. Something she knew she should be remembering but couldn't. This man bothered her. Why did she feel such a strange sense of familiarity when she looked at him? No offense to you, but we don't have time to play around with any knights right now, especially one who believes he can guard this entire area by himself. I am more than dash. The man let out a cry out pain as Ichigo appeared right before him, slamming a fist right into his chest and sending him flying backwards into the room behind him. They all heard the sound of the metal hitting something, causing Ichigo to frown. The sound seemed to quiet for someone who should have been sent flying far further. What stopped him? I'll deal with him quickly, said Ichigo, stepping into the room the man had been sent flying into. It was empty, with only one entrance, and it wasn't the biggest room either. Height-wise, sure, but not much in the width and length. The doorway was unnaturally large, however. If there had been any confirmation that Eclipse had been stored here, then this was it. His eyes locked onto the knight currently getting to his feet, looking no worse for wear. Strange. The armor wasn't even cracked. He was sure his fist should have at least done some kind of damage to it, especially when the man in front of him didn't seem to have the presence a normal mage did. Could this guy even use magic? If not, what kind of chance did he think he had standing here against him? Princess. Now. Ichigo's head snapped towards where the knight was looking towards, a floating screen in the corner of the room revealing the princess nodding. Ichigo. Get out of there. Spinning around, Ichigo saw the slab that had to be the door slamming down from the ceiling. It was far too late to slip out of it. Even his speed couldn't do much if he was surprised too quickly. But it wasn't too low for him not to try. His hands shot down underneath the slab, magic flooding his veins as he reinforced the limbs and used blood artery to increase his strength tremendously. And yet despite it all, he found himself shocked to his core when the door ignored all of that and tore right through his flesh, slamming down into place as it sealed off the room completely. That door. It had been heavy. Heavier than a lot of stuff he had ever handled. Even increasing his own strength had done nothing to change that, and his own resistance had shattered beneath the door. Already his arms were regenerating their missing pieces, but he barely paid it any attention, looking at the door in shock. What happened? Asked Mavis, shocking him further. He glanced at her in confusion, her expression showing the same as she looked at him. I thought you were still focusing on the illusions. I was. My connection was just completely severed. I can't feel anything outside anymore. There's nothing out there. Ichigo's eyes widened, his senses quickly spreading out to confirm what Mavis had said. She was right. He couldn't sense anything. Not even the tiniest slither of magical power. It was like the world was dead to him. Like he was in a void of nothingness. Turning towards the knight, the shock still glued to his face, he spoke. What is this place? The knight said nothing before the entire room started rumbling. Trying his best to get a grip on something, Ichigo held onto the air as best as he could as the entire room seemed to fall, rocking from side to side before it suddenly stopped with one final rough shake. The knight himself had to pick himself off the ground, having been unable to grip anything. Gripping his sword, he raised it towards Ichigo. Now you're separated from everyone else. And here, I can stop you. What did you do? Asked Ichigo, walking towards the man in frustration. The knight approached him quickly, but Ichigo barely paid the blade much attention, hardening his skin to absorb the blow. He didn't expect the arm he rose to deflect the blade to be severed with such ease, however, narrowly dodging the follow-up strike as he withdrew the smaller blade of Zanjutsu to catch the long narrow blade against. The moment the blade clashed against his own, he felt it. A strange sense of familiarity. His arm already regenerated, he pulled back before drawing the larger blade off his back, the knight giving chase. Deflecting the knight's blade once more, Ichigo swung the larger blade faster than the knight could keep up with, slicing it across the black armor. However, the armor didn't break. It didn't crack. It didn't even get a scratch. But once again, Ichigo was filled with a strange sense of familiarity when he looked at the armor. Hey, Ichigo said, catching the knight's attention. What's your name? Arcadios, the knight responded. That is my name. I'd ask for yours, but we both know I already know it after what you did today. True, I suspect most would remember me quite clearly. One eye glancing over to where the monitor had been, Ichigo noticed how it had disappeared, probably like how Mavis had felt her connection to her illusions get broken. What exactly is this room? You kept the eclipse gate in here for years when you didn't want it to be sensed, but this is beyond normal dampening. Where are we? Or are you afraid to tell me in case I figure out its weakness? There is no weakness here, Arcadios said quietly. There is no way out, for either of us. Ichigo frowned, any humor he might have had at the situation fading instantly. What do you mean? This room cannot be opened by magic. Even that door has always needed a mechanical crank system to open it. The materials of this room negate all magic against them, not letting any scrap of it even scratch them, and no magic can enter or escape this room once it's been sealed off. That doesn't explain why the room can't be reopened. I ordered the princess to sever the chains holding this room up once it was sealed. A failsafe devised for the worst-case scenario with the eclipse gate. This room has fallen down to the depths of the palace, all the way to Abyss Palace. It would take a long time for anyone to set up something down there to open the doorway. I can continuously regenerate, you realize. And, if necessary, lock myself away within a barrier and stop my own time. The latter is a pain, I may have no idea when I'll wake up again, but it's certainly doable. The former, well, since any magic I use filters back into the air, I'll never run out like you can. I won't die in here. Arcadios shook his head. It matters not if you will die or not. This room will be your prison. Even if you can't die in here, you can't leave. Magic can keep you alive all you want, but magic cannot open this room. No teleportation magic can enter or leave this room. It is cut off from the rest of the world. Ichigo spared a glance over his shoulder, Mavis nodding in agreement to Arcadios' words. He's right. I can't sense anything outside. We won't be able to use my power to escape here like we did at the arena. This is the perfect trap. This room, Ichigo muttered, eyes trailing across each surface in sight before finally resting back on Arcadios. It's Sekizeki, isn't it? Yes. I see. No wonder it's so strong. And to not even flinch at my strength, this is no normal application, is it? This entire room is pure Sekizeki, reinforced many times over and hardened to an incredible degree. If it had been normal Sekizeki, then it wouldn't have been able to negate my strength back to its base level. Face it. You are trapped here. Taking advantage of Ichigo's distraction from the situation, Arcadios swung the blade he had upwards, being deflected at the last moment as Ichigo's eyes narrowed. I have to admit, however, you seem so familiar to me, despite the fact I've never laid eyes on you. And something about this strange composition seems familiar to me. Did you know that the land of Edelas has a different way of refining Sekizeki to Earthland? This room lacks the appearance both takes, and yet has traces of them both as well. But where did you learn how Edelas Sekizeki appears unless you had samples somehow? Ichigo's gaze lowered down to the blade and armor, the pieces fitting together. Ah, I understand now. In one swift move, Ichigo disarmed Arcadios, the blade spinning through the air before clanging against the ground nearby. Ichigo had a feeling it would have simply sunk into the ground if it had been made of anything else but Sekizeki. Instead of striking the armor with his Zanpakuto, Ichigo slammed a fist again into it, sending Arcadios flying back and slamming against the wall. Arcadios had barely gotten to his feet when a golden chain appeared in the air before him, wrapping around his body and pulling his limbs tightly against one another. Bakuda number 63, Sujisabaku. Arcadios struggled against his bonds only for Ichigo to shake his head at the man. It's useless. Without the magic to resist this spell, or the raw physical power to break it, you won't get free. That armor is powerful, but a lot of its extra features were hidden on a larger form for it, including its ability to absorb magical power. How could you dash? I'm for a fool for not recognizing it earlier. This armor you wear was created from the shell of Dorma Arum. I bet you don't realize the true reason behind its black coloring, do you? It normally has a silver shell to it, when it's storing energy within itself. When it's fully saturated, the armor would turn black, increasing the user's strength tremendously. But for someone who can't use magic, you can't draw any of that magic out, and so you settle for the strength it gives through its almost unbreakable shell. Eyeing the armor, Ichigo glanced at how still no cracks could even be seen in the metal. You must have fixed it up. I heard Faust wrecked the thing in his last battle, and it was already damaged in the fight he had in the past against my Daedalus self. You've all reforged it, combining the standard method for Sekizeki here with the already created Sekizeki to bring it up to his level. I'd probably be able to break your body within the armor through concussive force before this armor would even scratch at this point. Not only that, but I recognize that blade as well. Book of the End, the blade that sliced through everything with ease. Shuakura was the last guy to use that, and once again he was a resident from Daedalus. How on earth did you get these items? How could you know about the origin of these items? Ichigo sighed in frustration. I don't care about that. How did you get these? When he saw he was getting no response, he gave in to Arcadios' shock. Fine, I witnessed them first-hand in Daedalus myself. I was one of the leaders in a rebellion against the king of that land, unwillingly I assure you. I got dragged into it a lot back then. We found them, replied Arcadios, somewhat satisfied with the answer he had received. They were scattered around Fiori, each giving off their own strange presence. We got them all before the Magic Council did and put them to good use. I see, Ichigo muttered, glancing at Mavis over his shoulder. Do you think it was because they were infused with magic within the Sekizeki that made them be dragged back into Earthland? I doubt stuff like wall chunks made it back. It's possible, Mavis admitted. From what I know, the use of anima should have drawn all magic back to Earthland, and if they were saturated enough then I see no reason why they wouldn't have appeared back with you all too. Arcadios looked at Ichigo in confusion, unsure of what Ichigo was doing. Who are you talking to? Ichigo ignored him, knowing the man couldn't see Mavis unless he made her visible to others without the eyes he or others had. This is worrying to a degree. Who knows what else might have been dragged over? We may need to look into this if we get some time later. Turning his attention back to Arcadios, Ichigo crossed his arms as he looked down at the bound knight. Since we're trapped here for a while, you might as well answer me this. What is your plan for the Eclipse Gate? And why should I tell you? You said it yourself, remember. I won't be escaping here anytime soon. So tell me, for what reason do you seek to change time for? Change time? Arcadios shook his head. We don't seek such a thing. Time should remain the same. No, we seek to only use the massive amount of magical power stored within to defeat the dragons approaching. Dragons? What? Ichigo frowned as he quickly considering what to do before he froze, picking up on the other details Arcadios had said. Wait, how exactly do you plan to use that magic? Are you diverting the stored energy into a cannon of some kind? Not at all, stated Arcadios, unaware to Ichigo's confusion. The Eclipse Gate has a second configuration. It may not look it, but it can release all the energy in a last burst as the Eclipse Cannon. Arcadios looked at Ichigo in confusion at the quickly morphing expressions on Ichigo's face. Finally, the Shinigami sheathed his blades before suddenly slamming a fist against the side of his head. The armor protected him from the brunt of the blow, but the concussive force still hurt. I answered your questions. What was that for? You fool, Ichigo muttered angrily. Who told you such a lie? What? I asked you who told you such a lie? The Eclipse Cannon? Don't make me laugh. Its only purpose is to be a gateway. It uses time magic. It can't fire that energy. Taking deep breaths, Ichigo counting in his head as he tried to calm down, Mavis whispering soothing words in his ear to help. I've seen the original blueprints for it. Even when I only knew that it used time magic in some way and was blind to how it worked in practice, I still knew enough to know that it could do nothing else but that. It is not some kind of weapon. So who told you such a lie? One who came from the future. This man lived through 7 years of pain because of the dragons that are coming, and he said only the Eclipse Gate's stored energy would be enough to defeat them. And when, pray tell me, does this assault come? Midnight. I see. Mavis. Mavis placed a hand under her chin, considering the issue carefully. I honestly don't know what will happen. If he said midnight, then there must be something crucial that happens then and there. Something likely to do with the Eclipse Gate itself. Without seeing, however, I still can't analysis it. But it won't be good, whatever is going to happen. Are you lying to me? Arcadios asked seriously, glaring at Ichigo straight in the eyes. If you are dash. You can't do anything to help me even if I do lie. I see no reason to hide the truth from you, especially when you have realized yourself now the danger your precious princess is in. The chains around Arcadios shattered as Ichigo released his bonds. I assume you won't try and take my head if I turn my back to you. No, Arcadios said reluctantly, moving towards his sword and sheathing the blade. An enemy you may be, but right now we both understand the gravity of the situation. A truce, for the time being. Fine with me. With that settled. Drawing the smaller blade from its sheath, Ichigo brought it up to his throat before slitting it, blood gushing out of the wound as he left the sword in the skin. What are you dash? Quiet down, came a female voice, a small blonde-haired girl appearing on Ichigo's shoulder. He's doing this for your sake. Even as she spoke, the blood flow slowly decreased until no more fell. The wound however wasn't healing, but it didn't seem to be bothering Ichigo too much. What is he doing? This is a sealed room. He doesn't want to take away any more of the oxygen in here. Don't think we haven't noticed. You've been controlling your breathing very carefully for this very reason. But there isn't enough oxygen in here for 2 people to last till midnight. That's hours away. So he's stopped himself from breathing by severing his windpipe, leaving his sword there to halt its regeneration. Instead he's regenerating the rest of himself that need oxygen to keep himself alive. That sounds painful. Oh, it is. I'd kill you myself if I was allowed just so he wouldn't have to do this, but Ichigo's stubborn. And now that he doesn't see you as an enemy, he won't let you die so easily. Turning away from Arcadios, she focused on Ichigo directly. Are you sure you can do it? Ichigo nodded, walking towards one of the far walls and resting a hand against it. What's he doing? Asked Arcadios curiously. There's no way out. In Edelas, the version of him there was powerful enough to damage that same armor you wear now, before it was made as strong as it is today. Sekizeki has been overcome before, just never at this level. Small sparks of light flashed in front of Ichigo's palm before fading, a look of intense focus appearing in Ichigo's eyes. With that being the case, we're on a deadline, so we're going to have to do the impossible. This is what Ichigo's telling you here. Before it hits midnight, he'll unravel the Sekizeki binding us and break free. Protector of the Fairies. Slamming a fist against the walls of the fallen room, Mist Ogden let out a cry of rage as he slammed another fist against it, magic exploding around the limb as he tried to amplify his strength enough to shatter the obstacle in his way. The moment his fist hit the wall, however, all the magic he had gathered for that sole purpose dispersed, scattering all around the limb before blood trailed down from his knuckles. You might want to stop that, stated Kisuk, a hint of amusement in his voice that didn't quite match the dark expression on his face as he eyed the enclosed room. Grabbing Mistogen's fist, he briefly applied a bit of his magic to it to heal the broken bones before releasing his grip, letting Mistogen do whatever he wanted from there on out. This wall is made of Sekizeki. Am I right, Nozomi? He turned to the woman, not really needing confirmation but at least acknowledging she knew a fair bit about this kind of stuff herself. Nozomi completely ignored him, however, her eyes closed in trance as she once more tried to rip open a tear in space that would get her into the enclosed space before them. It's pointless, pointed out Shinji, sitting on one of the larger rocks nearby as he occasionally checked on Gray's condition. Face it. That thing is negating all magic from affecting it. Not only that, but we can't sense Ichigo inside, yet we know there is nowhere else he could be. That thing is a void of nothingness. You won't be able to reach him in there. It's worth trying, stated Nozomi, not turning around as she continued to focus. This Sekizeki has some of its basis in the type we used in Edelas. While I may not have perfect understanding, I do at least know rudimentary how it worked and how it was forged. I know the loopholes. Those loopholes are probably covered up by Earthland's method for Sekizeki then, pointed out Kisuk, carefully tracing his hand along the smooth walls of what was now Ichigo's prison. That's what I would do if I had 2 types. Use one to cover any weaknesses the other might have had. The fact the doorway severed Ichigo's hands, despite his attempts to hold it in place, mean it's capable of negating a massive amount of magical power too. What about if Ichigo uses that variation of Fairies' sphere? Kisuk shook his head at the question Mistogen asked. Afraid not. That magic comes from Mavis, and while I'm sure she's in there with him, she is still bound by certain rules and laws all magic must follow. Breaking free is impossible by normal means, and she can only take him somewhere she can locate. She can't locate us or the area we are in, or any area outside of that cage to be precise, therefore she cannot take Ichigo and leave. So what do we do then? Do we continue? Or do we wait until he finds a way to free himself? Almost smirking in pride at the faith they had in Ichigo, Kisuke suppressed the urge before focusing on the matter of hand. With Ichigo currently out of contact, the authority on the situation fell to him. He was the one who could grasp situations the most effectively, and he was also the one who was the next most dangerous out of them all, only beaten by Ichigo because of the sheer difference in raw power and lack of any form of regenerative techniques. We continue as planned. We have to find the Eclipse Gate and neutralize it. However, the situation is massively different now. We have to assume that, with Ichigo trapped in there, Mavis has had her connection cut. If no magic can escape, and she is with him even when her focus is split elsewhere, then the result of being locked in would have severed her connection to the outside. And that means no more illusions. Nozomi looked away from the walls for once, understanding like all of them the gravity of the situation they were now in. Good, I see you all understand what we're going to be dealing with. Right now we essentially have a massive target painted on the back of our heads. We're public enemies 2 through 6, with number 1 trapped in there, and that means everyone will be gunning for our heads. The distraction Mavis was using to keep them occupied is now gone, meaning everyone will be converging at the last place where they sensed Ichigo's magical power to be. Here. We need to lay low then, muttered Mistogin. Do you have the cloaks we prepared? Of course. Nozomi, if you would. The green-haired woman nodded, opening a small rip in the air to get to her storage space before she reached an arm in. After a few moments of fiddling, including a few looks of frustration that appeared on her face, she finally gripped what she was after and pulled them out. 4 cloaks were held in a bundle in her hand which she quickly passed out after closing the rip in the air beside her, each mage taking one to wear. Only when Shinji took the last one did they realize the potential problem. Gray. I'll keep him with me, Shinji offered finally after a few moments of silence. I'll be slower but I can use a small Kata spell to render us invisible. That should help, especially when we won't be able to be tracked thanks to the cloaks. That should work, muttered Kisuke. If possible, it might be worth you heading away from the rest of us. With Gray, you won't be able to search freely while trying to remain hidden. I'd recommend heading into town and finding somewhere to lay low. With everyone heading here, it might be the safest place. That or the arena. I doubt they'd expect us to return there. What about us? Asked Nozomi. I could stay here and protect the Prince Fr. He doesn't need protecting in there. Acknowledge himself could fire a breath attack at that thing and it would survive. Probably. That monster of a dragon is a hybrid, so it's pretty hard to judge if it might just have the sheer amount of raw power to blow it open or not. No, instead we need you and Mistogin searching with me. We'll split up so we can cover more ground quickly. All of us should try and make it back to the arena later once we're done and wait out the situation until it's calmed down. Only then should we be able to get Ichigo out of there if he's not already. Reluctantly sighing as she stepped away from the makeshift prison, Nozomi nodded as she wrapped the cloak further around herself. Mistogin and I won't be able to use any invisibility magic, so we'll try and be extra careful. I should at the very least be able to teleport away if trouble appears, and Mistogin's pretty fast too. Not fast enough, muttered Mistogin in annoyance, remembering his fight with Kenpeki. People can keep up with me or react to me. If I go at my top speed I can probably break away from anyone fighting me, with the exception of a select few, but I don't think I'll be able to fight very effectively at said speed. Don't worry, said Kisuke, moving towards the man and taking a piece of the cloak in his hands. I modified these cloaks in case such an event was necessary. It'll borrow a bit of my own magic to function, but I can spare some. Besides, it's not a very costly spell. I should be able to weave the Kadu into it and keep you invisible. The same with you, Nozomi. I'll be fine, declined Nozomi. As you said, I can teleport. It's best to not expend too much magic in case we need it later on if or when a fight breaks out. If you think that's best. Finishing weaving the kadu, Kisuk releasing Mistogan's cloak, letting it float back down as he turned his attention upwards. Alright then, you all know what we need to do. Scatter for now. And when you sense Ichigo's magical power return to our senses, rush like crazy towards him. We're going to have to move incredibly quickly to make it out, since once that hits everyone's senses once again it'll be a crazy mess. Good luck everyone. Protector of the fairies. Let me at her. I'll kill her. Lucy sighed as she heard Yukino's shouting once more. Hey! Don't you dare look down on me. Why did she have to be captured? The man that had taken her, the future version of Rogue, had handed her over to the Princess of Fiori herself, and the princess had immediately taken away her keys despite her protests and resistance. She hadn't even been let go after that, the princess saying she couldn't trust her to walk freely for the time being, and that she would be freed in a few days so long as she was good. She just wished that, if she had to be locked in jail, she didn't have to be opposite someone who wanted to kill her. They weren't shackled up to the walls, so if Yukino hadn't been in a different cell, she probably would have been too afraid to even sleep. As it was, however, she hadn't slept a wink. How Yukino's voice wasn't hoarse by now was a mystery in itself. At least she had her keys taken as well though, putting them on equal ground with one enough if it came down to a fight. Please shut up, Lucy muttered quietly. Despite her best efforts, however, Yukino managed to somehow pick up on the words over her own screams. What was that? I said shut up. Lucy shouted back, gripping her fists tightly as she pulled her legs against the rest of her body. I'm sorry, all right. I told you that. That won't bring my sister back. And what about everyone else, huh? Enough was enough. She could only take so much abuse from this girl before she couldn't take it any longer. At this point it wasn't like Yukino could hate her any more than she already did. Angel Dash. Serrano. That was her name. The fact you don't even know it, Dash. You think I even knew much about her in the first place? I didn't want her to die. And a lot of information on her wasn't exactly very well known. I didn't even know she had a sister. But if she hadn't been stopped, thousands would have been enslaved or killed because of her actions. I don't care. I told you, murderer. She was still my sister. She gave away her freedom so that mine would be ensured. I wouldn't care even if she planned to kill everyone in the entire world. She's still my sister. That's easy to say when she's not here. Did you even know her? The her that became Angel? Did you ever meet her? I don't need to hear this from the likes of you. You didn't, did you? You're projecting the person she was onto the person she became, and I can definitely confirm they aren't the same. Not with how twisted she was. And, as shallow as you might find this, but I valued my own life far more than her own. I wanted to stop her, and she may have died, but I know she had wanted to kill us from the start. Sighing, Lucy subconsciously let a hand drift down to her waist, fiddling with the hook of her belt where her keys were normally held. It was a habit she sometimes did to try and comfort herself. I'm sorry, all right. Lucy muttered, more quietly than before. I'm sorry she's not alive anymore, but the woman you knew died long before Angel died. The keys I carry, the ones that belonged to her, I don't wield them as a trophy. I use them because I care for the spirits they call upon. And they asked me to use them. Lies. My sister Dash was an abusive manipulator who couldn't care less for anyone around her. Not even her own spirits. Yukino slumped down against the wall, each word ringing in her ears. Serrano couldn't have been. She was kinder than anyone else in the world. She was so kind and caring and beautiful. You have to be lying. People change, Lucy said sadly. My father was one such example. He was so caring from what I was told when I was first born, but the older I got the more distant and cold he became. And eventually he wasn't even the same person anymore. I don't know what he's like currently, but he seemed to be changing back last time I met him, but my point still stands. People change, and sometimes it isn't for the better. I regret your sister's death, but I don't regret the effect it had. Not when it saved so many others who would have perhaps become like you have. Can't I just remember her as she was? Muttered Yukino dejectedly, pulling her body into itself as she wrapped her arms around her legs. I loved her. I may be able to relate partly, but I'm not the one who can answer that. Hate me all you want, but I also have people who care for me too. I won't ever let myself be killed by you, no matter how much you may hate me. But if you ever want to let go of that hatred, I'll always be happy to try and be friends instead. I don't understand, Yukino muttered quietly. Why are you trying to be so nice to me? I've tried to kill you. I've been nothing but horrible to you. Lucy shrugged, leaning her head against the bars of the cell. You've done nothing beyond attacking me, and that was in an official match too. You haven't overstepped any boundaries in my mind, and I can't help but think you're a nice person from how your spirits seemed to follow your commands. They even seemed confused at times at how angry you were, meaning I'm sure you aren't like that normally. You generally love them, don't you? I'm the same, and because of that I can't think too badly of you. I only started practicing because of Serrano, muttered Yukino, a spark of excitement present in her voice that hadn't been there before. But then I summoned Libra and everything changed. She became my first ever friend, and she was so kind and caring. Almost like Serrano had been. Aquarius was my first friend too, replied Lucy, smiling fondly as she remembered the times back then when Aquarius had been all she had. My mother died and I was all alone. My family was quite well off. Extremely well, some would say. However, servants aren't friends when they are hired in the first place to look after you. But I had inherited Aquarius's key from my mother, and I spent so much time summoning her whenever I could. In the bath, in the fountains when I was walking, even in goldfish bowls that I passed. The last one made her wince, remembering how often she got lectured by Aquarius because of that. She was harsh and mean but also kind, understanding why I always summoned her so much. I love her, just like I came to do with all spirits. No wonder they taught you uranometria. Hey, they taught it to you too. There's no way they don't love you just as much as they do me. Yukino smiled softly. I suppose. For what it's worth, I'm sorry. I don't know if I can be your friend, but I suppose I can at least understand why you killed Serrano. Or rather Angel. I'm not sure when Serrano died an angel appeared. That's good. You two made up. Both girls spun their heads towards the third voice, Lucy's eyes widening as she spotted who was standing near the bars of the cells, a ring of cell keys spinning around her fingers. I'm glad you're okay, Lucy. Levy. Lucy couldn't hide how happy she was to see the blue-haired girl. In the background she was sure she could see Laxus, the older mage leaning against a wall with his arms crossed, one of Kisuk's cloaks covering most of him to keep his magic suppressed. Levy had one too, and she guessed they were probably trying to not be caught right now. What are you doing here? We headed over here the moment the fights in the town ended. With how crazy everyone's going currently, we reckoned we could probably sneak down here while everyone went searching for Ichigo and company. Ichigo? What's happened? Levy scowled, an annoyed frown stuck across her brow. He's been an idiot, that's what. He's declared war on everyone. On the plus side, I doubt we'll be a dark guild for much longer with him taking the whole blame for everything. I'm sorry, Lucy said quietly, knowing how something like this was probably affecting her friend. Did you want to go with him? Levy tilted her head curiously for a moment before shaking it. No, I don't think I did. I'd love to stand by his side, but the person I want to stand beside is Ichigo. I'm not sure I can call this person Ichigo anymore. Isn't that a bit harsh? Weren't you the one just talking about how people change? Levy sighed once more. He's not the same person I once knew. And Laxus agrees. We used to be a team, but I can't even remember the last time he trusted us. He's always using his obedient dogs instead. Levy. Levy snapped back to her, hiding her scowl and replacing it with what seemed to be an attempt at a reassuring smile. Never mind that. Let's get you out of here. Levy glanced over at Yukino. And I suppose let's free you too. Thank you, said Yukino, observing the blue-haired girl suspiciously. She looked a lot worse for wear than she acted, a small limp in her step when she moved her left leg. There was also a long scar across her forehead, continuing down behind her hair. Levi noticed her staring before shyly moving some of her hair to try and cover up the scar a bit better. I got into a little accident in the city, she muttered in shame. One of the warriors Ichigo created, and I don't know how he did it, so don't bother asking me. Got a lucky hit. It was shallow, but it's still not something I'm happy about having, and unfortunately there wasn't enough time to get to anyone like Wendy. All I could do was clean up the wound and get someone to apply some rudimentary healing magic to it. Hopefully Wendy can get rid of the scar for me later. Is your leg okay? Levi's eyes narrowed momentarily before they returned to normal, the blue-haired girl tapping a hand against her leg and trying to withhold a wince. It's fine. Just a scratch. I'll get it looked at later. Are you sure you're okay, Levi? Asked Lucy in concern. Her eyes picked up on the white bandages hidden just beneath the cloak, but she chose not to say anything if Levi chose not to bring it up. She had to have her reasons after all. I'm fine. Let's just hurry and get moving. Unlocking both cells, Levi held out a hand to help Lucy to her feet before spinning around, almost tripping for a second as her left leg failed her momentarily. Gripping the bar beside her tightly, Levi took a deep breath before steadying herself once more, taking a slow step forward instead. We may have to move a bit slowly. Sorry about this. It's okay, Lucy said instantly. I'm sorry to bother you about this as well, but did you see my keys? Levi shook her head. I'm sorry. We can look for them if you want. I'm sure we can spare a bit of time, and right now we probably have a bit of a pardon anyway. I don't want to cause any trouble. You won't be. Just, don't let anyone know we got you and Yukino from the jails. Then we may have a few issues. Grunting as she put a bit of pressure of her left leg, Levi gestured forward as they headed towards Laxus. Come on. Let's go. Protector of the fairies. I know, Obra. I'm finding it amusing myself, said Ziref as he stroked the small demon. If anyone had seen him, they would have thought the situation to be odd. Here he was, the most powerful death mage to ever exist, merely resting out in the open as he watched the chaos someone else was causing. The illusions had been a particular interesting sight for him. So Mavis was using real illusions now, was she? It had certainly been a while since he had seen that sight, and it could only mean that Ichigo was helping out by supplying her sufficient levels of magical power, the overall process resembling the same thing he did to materialize her for others to see normally. Ichigo. That name was sour to even think. To think Mavis would be helping such an abomination was hard to swallow, especially when he was forced to see it in practice. And he had seen it, unfortunately. That use of fairy sphere was not possible unless Mavis willingly lent her aid to his cause. It was both a beautiful sight to see her functioning at such high levels of power, but also disgusting since he knew she was being tainted. Already he could tell. She was not the same Mavis that he knew all those years ago on Tenro. Even if it was only a slight difference, it was there, and it was irreversible. Glancing at the demon, Obra happily resting in his palm, Ziraf smiling slightly when he remembered his orders to this particular demon. Having someone inside Raventail had been an effective tactic at the time. It had let him keep an eye on them and make sure they didn't step too far out of line. The fact Yvonne had been foolish enough to trust the disguised demon at such an important event, merely because of the raw power it possessed, was the icing on the cake. And now he had plenty of information from the matches he had been unable to see in person, as well as a good sample of energy from those two legendary spells, Kokyujiao Tenjin Mayu Ou and Dangajiao. It was a shame Obra had been unable to collect any more samples of value, but there was little you could do about that. If people had been aware of its power from the start, then they would have either avoided the demon or would have sought to defeat him the instant they saw him, and he couldn't lose such a valuable demon from something like that. Still, it would have been useful if he could have gotten a sample of energy from Kenpei's Araki or from that other interesting specimen. Gray. It was so fascinating to watch the child's descent into madness. And to think he had even killed his own friend too. Or was she perhaps an old lover? The two had history between them from what he could see, but he really wasn't that bothered in the lives of such short-lived creatures. All that mattered was that it had certainly broken the child. It was what he was after, sure, but it had been so much more satisfying than he had anticipated. If only he had been able to reclaim the child. He rarely saw that kind of potential in demons, but when it appeared it was outright fascinating. Perhaps it would even be worth having the child meet Silver if he could orchestrate it. That meeting would be of the highest entertainment value if he could do it right. But he was getting sidetracked. There was much more pressing matters. The information Obra had supplied him on Kanamtuan was an annoyance. Not only did the man possess simply extraordinary sensing capabilities, strong enough to even distinguish that Obra was a demon and that the body seen by everyone else was merely a puppet, but he had also managed to disappear off the radar many times. There hadn't even been a trace according to Obra. The man had simply gone to a deserted area and then vanished, the area he had been in completely saturated in magic. Some form of teleportation was the likely cause. That Shinigami/Hollow hybrid had been working for someone, and he had a pretty good idea who. That upstart who had the nerve to treat him like a child the one time they had met 5 years ago. He was sure that creature wouldn't be making the same mistake again. Not when he realized how many of the legends were actually true and how many of them underestimated how strong he truly was. He's planning to go there next, isn't he? Zeref sighed as he pushed himself up to his feet, brushing off the dirt from his clothes before leaping down off the building. A few guards spotted him as he started to leave, but it was of no inconvenience. They were already far too close to him, and a moment later everyone in the street apart from was dead on the ground. I'd like to head him off, but I'm too interested in seeing what is done with my gate. A mockery of her it may be, it's still powerful. I hope this will be worth it for you all humans. You're very good at self-destruction in the end. The shadows twisted around him form as he entered them before he vanished completely, disappearing into the darkness, leaving not a trace that it had been him that had ever been there. Protector of the Fairies. Approaching midnight. I assume you don't mean to arrest me, were the first few words that came out of Byakuya's mouth as the other generals surrounded him, Shunsui and Ishine eyeing him curiously. Mirdi took safety from their gazes behind him, but they both knew he would be hard-pressed to fight the two men in front of him, especially after his last encounter with Shunsui. Sure, he could now use his Bankai without those Quincy generals, but the same could be said from Shunsui, and that man had only briefly used his Shikai last time they had fought. The fact that the two men hadn't drawn swords on him yet, however, made him hopefully this could be settled peacefully for the time being. Shunsui shrugged, his straw hat tilting down as he held it with one hand casually. I'd rather be drinking right now if I was honest with you. A festive end to a good show. Unfortunately that show was ruined by plots and murder, topped off by Ishine's boy. Ichigo will do whatever he wants to do. Crossing his arms, Ishine nodded at his own statement, confident in how accurate it was. Yes, that's definitely the case. I can't understand his end goal, and I won't deny I'm a bit disappointed in how foolish this act seems, but I can't judge his guts and resolve to go through with this. It's a shame the Magic Council won't end up being able to ignore this. They'll have to act on both the good and the bad. In regards to you, Shunsui continued, we aren't sure what the Magic Council, or rather what the chairman, will say, so for now we'll assume the neutral ground still stands here. That is, of course, so long as you are willing to fight Ichigo if and when the need arises. If you are siding with him, however. One hand subtly lowered towards a sword. I guess you understand what that would mean, right? Byakuya shot a look towards Ishine, noticing how the man was hesitantly reaching for his own blade, nowhere near as subtle or as natural as Shunsui did. And you, Ishine? Where do you stand here? Are you with Shunsui on this? Ishine chuckled awkwardly, scratching his thin stubble with his free hand. Well, I'll have to put on a bit of a show at least. If Ichigo can't beat me, then he probably deserves to end up in jail rather than try and continue this plan any further. I won't be the only huddle out there for him. So, are you part of his little group? Byakuya sighed. I'm afraid to disappoint you, but I am not. I am merely aligned currently with Fairy Tail. Shunsui smiled, removing his grip from his blade as Ishine did the same. Excellent. I assume you'll be willing to help out then? Or will you be continuing onwards to join Master Makarov? The latter. I see. Well, good luck. You'll probably get a few looks, but people shouldn't bother you too much. Shunsui made to move past Byakuya as he prepared to continue further towards the palace when Byakuya found himself calling the older man out, making him freeze in place. This isn't what you wanted, is it? Shunsui didn't speak for a moment. Finally, after what seemed an eternity between the three generals, he shook his head. No. I had a bit of a chat with Ichigo. It must have been on the night of the first day. He asked me what would happen if he were act against the Magic Council, and I said he'd end up dragging Fairy Tail into it. He knew that, and he also knew what would happen if he rebelled against the Magic Council under normal means. Chaos. Yes. I think that's what he's avoiding here. He's declaring war on everyone, not just them. He's making himself out to be a villain, and if I had any idea what he'll be aiming at next, then it will be at the Magic Council themselves. It's possible he plans to try and get them to reform after he destroys them with the sole objective of defeating him. And at least this way, everyone is too focused on him than the chaos that this normally might have produced. They won't see the Magic Council for what it has become, but instead see the reformed version that swore to avenge them. Sighing, Shunsui shook his head at the very thought of it all. If he had known back then what Ichigo had planned to do, he would have stopped him then and there. There were other ways things could have been done, but again they would have created nothing but chaos. I was hoping to someday soon be able to confront the chairman silently and settle some matters privately, but it seems the direct approach to the situation is now in play. And the chairman will respond in kind. It's not the worst case scenario I could think up, but it's certainly high up there. And for the one being the distraction or focus for all this attention, I don't see much of a life for them after this beyond execution or the permanent imprisonment. You'll get your answers, stated as Hein. The chairman will demand our return soon enough, and with how urgent the situation is, he may have no choice but to answer you. For now we'll have to focus on everything one step at a time. As the two other generals left, Byakuya let out a sigh of relief, one he hadn't realized he had been holding. He almost regretted it too because of how it broke his usually composed mask. Luckily for him, only Mirti was around to see it, and if there was anyone he could trust more than himself, then it was her. Come on Mirti, he found himself saying reluctantly. Let us go and rejoin the others. What about Nozomi? Byakuya could have sighed at the question. Why did she have to ask that question, of all questions, when she already know the answer? She won't be shown much more mercy than Ichigo will get. None of them will. I don't think you'll be able to chat normally with her for a long time, Mirti. Mirti's head dropped in depression, her hands gripping her cloak tightly around her. I don't like this. It's all so wrong. I feel the same, Mirti. It's worse. It's like something is coming. Something big. And I'm scared. Almost as scared as I was back on Tenro Island. It's alright to be scared, Byakuya said automatically, barely having to think on the matter. Just remember to move on through it and listen out. It's how people like us will get through this all unharmed. Nodding her head, Mirti followed after Byakuya as they rushed towards where Fairy Tail was. Makarov raised an eyebrow at them when he saw them approaching before nodding, inviting them over. A few other mages from other guilds turned to watch them approach, but none made a move to attack or antagonist them. Most seemed to be pitting them. Byakuya. Is Lucy okay? I'm afraid we don't know currently, replied Byakuya honestly. Lucy's future self went ahead of us when we heard the noise coming from the city. We were close enough that she should have had no problem making it to the cells, so she should be returning soon enough. I see. Well, I've sent a few people to the castle anyway to help. Officially they are searching for Ichigo, but they'll probably check the cells in the process and help those two escape. And Doran Bolt. Looking for Lucy's keys. I see. Well, he can get out of there quickly if the need arises, so he should be okay. In some ways it's good you got here in time too. Byakuya frowned, his gaze shifting across all the mages nearby. There wasn't just the mages that had fought. There were entire guilds present, both from those that had fought and those that hadn't. Blue Pegasus was one such example that stood out to him, the guild quite somber in their expressions compared to the normal flirty style most of them portrayed. His gaze finally settled on a large podium, a squad of guards around it along with the 5 Garu Knights. What's going on? I don't know. None of us do. Hopefully we'll find out soon, but I'm truly hoping this isn't about what I think it is about. They didn't have to wait long. All chatter suddenly faded as the princess made herself known, walking up confidently to the podium. The guards bowed to her as she passed, the Garu knights dropping to one knee when she reached them last. A few words were exchanged but they couldn't make them out at this distance. Giving the Garu knights a final nod, the princess took center stage on the podium, looking out at them all. "I would like to thank you all for your help," Hiswai started off, a microphone picking up her words from the podium and amplifying it at the speakers. "As many of you already know, I am Hiswai Fiori, daughter to Toma Fiori. Because of the actions of Ichigo Kurosaki, the former member of Fairy Tail, my father's status is currently unknown. Despite how morbid the situation is, we have no choice but to move forward. Until my father is discovered once more, succession has regretfully fallen on me to be your queen." There was absolute silence. Normally succession of a monarch would have been a celebration of sorts, but no one felt like celebrating right now. Not when they were essentially having to assume that their king was dead. As sudden as this may seem, we can't just focus all our attention on Ichigo Kurosaki. There was an outcry, and Makarov could see why. While he knew Ichigo was putting on an act and that it was likely he hadn't really killed the king, others didn't know that. And the princess, now queen, was asking them to ignore him. Silence. The words weren't shouted but they carried the same amount of weight as if they had been. Ichigo Kurosaki is not our main concern. Rather, another threat is on the horizon. One that has been kept secret from you all. What happened next shocked everyone. Hiswai slowly lowered her head before she was crouched against the ground, her forehead pressed against the ground. They could all hear the commotion the guards were making, begging her to get back to her feet, but she didn't listen. "I need your help. Please, I need your strength." Those words weren't given long to settle in. The position the queen had put herself in made a lot more sense when her next words were spoken. At midnight tonight, an army of dragons planned to obliterate Crocus completely. Thousands of dragons, a force unlike anything we have ever seen, and we cannot hold them off by ourselves. Of course, she continuing, knowing how suicidal what she was asking them sounded, "I do not expect all of you to fight. I know something like this sounds like something out of a nightmare. It's a terrifying thought, one I am loath to admit myself. We are all scared, but we have something that can stop them. A device which has been storing up energy for years now. With all this energy, we can wipe out all the dragons at once, but we need your help. If this device is destroyed, all hope is lost. I may be asking a lot out of you all, but I must still ask. Please, help me. Help me save everyone." The silence that followed almost had the queen give up all hope. And then the area was filled with shouting. None of it was directed at the queen in anger but merely a response to her cries, agreeing to help. Hiswai looked up in shock at all the faces of the mages agreeing to fight, not even realizing the tears streaming down her face in happiness. "You'll all help. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you." Straightening her posture as she got her emotions under control, Hiswai switched straight to business. "Currently plans are in place to distribute mages across the city. Please bear with us while we straighten out the plans." Her eyes seemed to pick out Byakuya in the ground, easily identifying the well-known figure. "We would appreciate your input as well, Byakuya Kukaki. In return for your assistance, I am willing to use every scrap of my power to pardon you from your previous actions. The same goes for your apprentice." Turning away, Hiswai focused back on the majority. "If any of you have some form of magic you think is particularly strong or useful, please inform my men. The Garu Knights will be able to pass on anything they view as important to me and will be able to judge if it can warrant large changes to your distribution. Thank you once again, all of you. With your help, we can protect Crocus against anything that comes tonight." Watching the queen's speech end, Makarov could only share a look with Byakuya, both realizing what they needed to do. They needed to convince the queen she was making a mistake before it was too late. Or, failing that, find the gate in time and destroy it themselves. Protector of the fairies. Stupid guards, Nozomi muttered to herself as she snuck back out of the narrow space she had occupied. She had barely managed to squeeze into the gap before a patrol had rushed past. If any had looked left then she might have been in a bit of trouble, but they all had seemed in far too much of a rush to do that. And she didn't blame them. Their king was missing, presumed dead, and she was an accomplice of the man who had supposedly killed him. They were panicking and frantically searching. If she had been in their shoes, she would be acting the same way. Well, maybe a bit more intelligently, but the same process applied. With the patrol gone now, however, she could continue searching once more. So far she had found nothing. Not a single golden key anyway, and she had checked a lot of the major areas. The armory, the storage rooms, and now she was heading to the princess's own bedroom. There was a chance what she sought was there, considering how valuable the item would be and how secure the princess's room would be. If that failed, there was always the king's room. Now if only she knew where exactly it was. If she did, it would be easy to get there. Just open a rip in space and move to the place she wanted to. But until she actually went there, she would be powerless to teleport there. Going somewhere was always a pain the first time. At the very least she could rule off the most standard doors. The room the princess had could only be one of the most beautiful places in the palace. That theory, however, was harder than she had anticipated when put into practice. Every doorway looked magnificent in this palace, and it meant she had to systematically go through them all, room by room. Groaning in frustration, she lazily opened the 7th door she came across and strolled into the room, scanning the area in boredom. She froze when she noticed at least 10 guards in the room, none of them spotting her to her relief. She was lucky they hadn't heard her when she had entered, or maybe they were just oblivious to things. Whatever was the case, she needed to leave quickly and quietly before anyone noticed. What was this room anyway? It reminded her more of a lab, but then why would there be guards in a lab? Unless there was something valuable in here. Glancing around quickly, nothing sprung to mind. There were empty holders for armor and swords, which meant they had already been taken, and she couldn't see anything else of value. Wait. Was that Don's cane? Frowning, she drew a bit closer to the item in question, being as quiet as she could be. It was. And over there were fragments of the win. They were very small fragments, but she knew how much power even a small piece would have. And it looked like they were trying to turn it into safer forms like pills from the setup currently around the pieces. She couldn't help but scan the notes briefly before her head darted from side to side, making sure no one was looking. Confident that they weren't, she quickly grabbed the notes and the shard pieces and hid them in her own dimension, making sure to at least have a look at them later. There could be something of value there. It might even be possible to help Mistogan with his Danga Jiao if she played her cards right. Giving another glance back at Don's staff, she internally sighed before grabbing it too. She could hardly believe what she was doing here. Guards were mere meters away, and here she was grabbing items that had sentimental value to her. At least she didn't need to look for any of Ryrika's stuff. She had always denied anything with Sekizeki, as it had interfered with her power the most. Right before she could leave, however, she saw it. The item the guards were all crowded around. Before she could even think, she found herself pushing past the guards, making her way to the front of the small crowd and peering down at the weapon. Sumitsuki Gaza. A miss. The guards around her peered at her curiously before their expressions turned furious, all them recognizing who she was. Nozomi didn't care, however, too lost in staring at her weapon in front of her. The center ring was the same as before, but the blades seemed different. Had someone reforged them? She did notice something had seemed off with Don's cane after all. While possessing a small amount of Sekizeki in the cane, it hadn't been a high amount, else it would have interfered with his powers. Now, however, it was almost composed of it from what she could tell, and these blades seemed the same. She guessed that was what people had been going for when they reforged the blades, however. To them it was probably just a big and deadly weapon. Get her. Reacting on instinct, her hand reached out for her old weapon and spun, the weapon spinning with her through the air. Space cut open just like all those years ago, a power she had believed lost for so long, and she stepped through, appearing behind them all with the second cut. With their focus on her lost, it was easy to dispatch them all with the flat sides of the blades, half the group falling before they even finished turning around. The others simply weren't a match for her and fell a few seconds later, leaving Nozomi to look at her weapon in wonder. It was incredible. Its power wasn't exactly like what she used to do years ago like she had first thought. Rather, she was entering her own dimension so rapidly that it replicated that old feat. And if she had this, It also meant she might be able to use that spell now. Did it still have? Yes, it did. The old lacrima was still there, its magic still bound to herself even now. That was good. She was glad they had never replaced it. It seemed as well that the sekizeki in the blades was a strange mixture. Glancing at the notes nearby, she got her answer very quickly. A double layer. An outside layer of sekizeki to harden the blade and an inner layer to handle magic. She had to give whoever worked on this credit. It was impressive. Too bad for them it was hers once again. There was no way she could leave Sumitsuki Gaza with them. Giving the weapon a final spin, she let it enter her own dimension by itself, confident that she could summon it up in an instant if she needed it. Something like this she could find instantly. That was simply how much this weapon meant to her. A good weapon, isn't it? Nozomi spun around, seeing a cloaked figure peering in through the door. He had the same cloak they did, only it seemed much more badly damaged than any she had seen. It looked old mostly, however. Very old. The man, and she knew it had to be a man from the voice, walked into the room to join her, making sure his face was concealed from her. Do you like it? I personally worked on it myself, making sure to get it up to the standards you'd want it at. Thank you. Nozomi tilted her head at the man, trying to work out who he was. Who are you? Have we met? Are you from Edalis? The man laughed. That would be interesting if that was the case. But no, I'm a resident of Earthland. As for my name, well, I don't think you need to worry about that. She almost reached for her weapon once more before the man cut her off, telling her to relax. Don't worry, I'm not here to fight you. I just wanted to see you all off, so to speak. And apologize. Apologize? For what? The man chuckled, walking around the room's edge as Nozomi's eyes followed after him. It's not important for you to know, Nozomi. It's not happened yet. The man turned his attention to the men on the ground, examining them each to make sure they all were truly unconscious. Be careful. I'm sorry about all the trouble I'm going to cause you, but please understand that I had no choice. I had to ensure things would be different, else we'd end up in the same mess that's to come. I heard some noise from in here. Nozomi spun back towards the door, hearing guards approaching. She turned back to the man to warn him, only to find him gone, nowhere to be seen. With no choice as well, she slipped away into her dimension, heading to somewhere she remembered in the castle. She hadn't found what she had been looking for, but she had found something. But was it a good thing or a bad one? Protector of the Fairies. Glancing out of the window, Shinji eyed the moon in the sky as it continued its slow rise, counting the hours it had been. It had been ages now since he had fallen back, and it was boring just waiting like this. All he could do was simply guard Gray, and potentially get him under control if he woke up and wasn't back to his normal self. This was so boring. Why couldn't he be one of the few searching? Anything would be better than having to wait this long all alone, the risk of detection constantly hanging over his shoulders. And to make matters worse, there was still a high level of magical power at the palace, and none of it belonged to Ichigo yet. The higher than power got, the more strong mages there would be over there, and the harder it would be to break in and reach Ichigo. It was odd, however. While still high, some sources of that energy had scattered into the city. What was happening down there? There had been some commotion on with the guilds that he had seen in the distance, and the princess had been there too, but he hadn't been able to risk getting closer so long as he had Gray. At least they had caused a big enough distraction for him, since no one had been left at the stadium when he arrived and took over one of the medical wards. Still, at least there was the opportunity to talk to one person, when the man finally gained the courage to finally approach him, of course. Though since he hadn't actually removed his cloak yet and had kept Gray leaned against him under the cloak, the reason Taoshiro hadn't approached him yet was likely more to do with being unable to find him. Taoshiro was very lucky to have decided to look here out of everywhere else, or maybe he just somehow knew this is where he'd be. Taoshiro was a perceptive one after all, and would likely know if they had to fall back, then they'd fall back to the last place people would look. Now how to catch the guy's attention? Anything too flashy and he'd have an entire guild sent after him, best case. Worst as he'd have a general breathing down his neck. The same would happen if he took off his cloak too. Maybe it was easier to just resort to simpler methods instead. It wasn't like anyone else was around here yet anyway. Hey Toshiro. Yep, that should do it. He could feel the small spike in Toshiro's energy, subtle enough that no one else would notice unless they were close enough. At a distance like this, it would barely have registered to them. He didn't have to wait long till Toshiro finally found him, the sound of doors being slammed open getting closer and closer until the one for the room he was in was knocked off its hinges, slamming into the wall beside him. Well, that's one way to say hello. Toshiro didn't say anything as he entered, the very ground freezing around him. Yep, the guy was definitely pissed at them all right. But then he hadn't really expected anything less. You aren't going to say anything? I thought you were looking for us, and despite how angry you are I don't think you're really in the mood to fight. Why? Why are you doing this? Not the question I thought you'd ask, but then I suppose you deserve to know something. We've got a plan. No, scratch that. Ichigo's got a plan, and the rest of us are tagging along for the ride. You can't change the world by yourself. Change the world? No, that's irrelevant. Why wasn't I informed about this? Shinji shrugged, though it was a bit more awkward than before as he tried to look away. Sorry kid, but I know what you're really asking. Why am I being abandoned? Why won't you take me with you? Am I right? Yes. He didn't expect Toshiro to answer so honestly, his head turning back to Toshiro quickly before their eyes locked. All he saw was confusion, and yet not as much hurt as he might have expected. Why are you asking me this? He found himself asking, seeing the answer already in Toshiro's eyes. You already know the answer. You know why Ichigo didn't dare come to you for help. Silently, Toshiro nodded. Good. As much as it may hurt, this is for your benefit too. Sighing, Shinji glanced back out of the window towards the town. Your other friends are there. Kana and Freed, and the others in Fairy Tail. You aren't like the rest of us. We don't have anyone else apart from Ichigo. We can only lose something by not following him. Well, I suppose I would have you if I stayed, but we both know I'd never let Ichigo fight alone if I can help it. I know, Toshiro muttered, the ice on the ground melting as he released his grip on it, his anger vanishing piece by piece. I want to follow you, but I don't have the resolve to abandon everyone else. I'm a bit in awe in Ichigo for being able to sacrifice so much, but I only wish I knew for what end he is doing this all for. What does he seek at the end of this path? Because all I see for him currently is pain, and an endless amount of it too. I'm glad you're on the same page as us then. I assume you'll keep where I am hidden? I was kind enough to help let you see one of us off. Is Ichigo nearby? Can you sense him? No, but I know that doesn't mean anything. He has that cloak that made his Daedalus self, and then him later on, completely invisible to everyone's senses. Besides, I've come to doubt any indication that Ichigo is dead at this point. I'm not sure I'd even believe it if I saw a body. That's just how Ichigo is something, said Shinji with a laugh. Make sure you take care of yourself, kid. Make sure you brush your teeth twice a day and dash. I'm not a kid anymore, Toshiro spluttered out embarrassedly. I can take care of myself. And remember to be careful when you and your girlfriend start dash. I don't need advice like that from you. Really? Well, if you're sure. The Cheshire-like smile on Shinji's face continued to mock Toshiro, even when Shinji didn't say anything, but Toshiro still did his best to ignore it. Just, be careful, alright? You're making an enemy of everyone. Don't die in your attempt to save them. I'll do my best. Trust me, I'm not someone who could die for some stranger I've never met. One day, we'll all be able to look back on this and laugh. But until that day, we'll go our separate ways. Glancing at Gray, Shinji quickly tacked on an extra note before Toshiro could even think about leaving. Oh, don't forget to tell Fairy Tail about why we've taken Gray. If we're lucky we'll be able to help him with that demon. If not, Ichigo will probably ask the master to forgive him if we don't come back with him. I understand. Do what you can. Good. Now then, since you've been outside you can probably let me know what's happening in the city. What was up with the princess earlier? You didn't hear? From anyone? I thought one of you might have been watching from somewhere or had intercepted something that was transmitting it. There's an army of dragons ready to appear. And they'll be here in a matter of minutes at this point. It's almost midnight. Shinji froze, glancing out the window desperately as he tried to spot the creatures on the horizon. Start with that first, you goddamn idiot. This is bad. And with Ichigo locked away in that prison dash. Wait, what? We can't get a barrier up in time strong enough to repel that assault. Ignoring what you just said about Ichigo, we have a bigger problem. That gate is a method of time travel. We've tried to convince the princess that she needs to shut the gate down, but she's shut us out. We can't get through to her with reason. Some of the others are trying to get to the gate in time to stop it, but we haven't heard anything yet. What did you say? Shinji abandoned his position and rushed towards Toshiro, grabbing him by the shoulders and viciously shaking him. He didn't care that his magical power had just lit up in the area along with Gray's own. All he could think about were the words Toshiro had just said. Dragons? Just what time is that gate currently linked to? Or is this exactly how far back the king wanted to go? Crap. Crap, crap, crap. Rapidly pacing across the floor, cursing as he tried to think of what to do, Shinji turned back towards Toshiro. We need to alert Kisuke. We knew about the gate, but in all honesty we were meant to have destroyed it. But it wasn't this high on the priority list because we assumed that the king just wanted to travel back in time to try and kill Zeref. But if someone is using it to bring back the dragon's dash. A loud roar drowned out the rest of his words. They both knew what that roar came from. And as they rushed to the window, staring out towards the city nearby, the first dragon flew upwards into the sky. Protector of the fairies. Your Highness. It's almost time. Thank you, his wife said as she dismissed one of the gate's technicians. She turned away from him back to the others standing around the large table they had dragged out, a map of the city spread across the full length of it. Mr. Kurosaki, you're able to handle the regiments up in the south, right? I've got it, Ishine agreed easily. What guilds have we got up there? You should have Mermaid Heel nearby primarily, though others are split around the area. I figured you'd want to stick near your daughters and we needed someone to help out over there anyway. I assume I'll have Sabretooth with me, said Shunsui as he glanced at his position at the east of the map. Having two dragon slayers should be a real boon for us. Sting and Rogue are being treated as separate entities from their guild. The same with the other dragon slayers. We haven't managed to find Laxus Driar and Toshiro Hitsugaya in a while, however we can assume they will fight when the dragons show up. Could you both inform Mr. Kukaki about him handling the west side? Certainly, but what about the north? That's where Sting and Rogue will be positioned with Quattro Cerberus. The two of them combined with Kenpei Zaraki should be enough to hold back any assault for a while, or at least until the gate fires. And further beyond them nearer the outskirts are Jura and a good chunk of Lamia scale. This last line of defense should help protect the civilians. Ishine glanced at the gate, a frown crossing his brow. I have to admit, that thing is definitely intimidating. You sure it'll be enough though? It'll have to be. We can't survive an assault of this magnitude without it. Well then, I wish everyone the best of lucky. Shunsui, shall we set up? On moment. Shunsui closed his eyes as he carefully tried to sense nearby sources of energy. It's bothering me why we can't sense the dragons yet. Perhaps it's merely the gate that's messing with our senses. It's overwhelming powerful. We can't sense Ichigo, and he's got a lot of magical power. Way I see it, the dragons are probably masking their presence. But doesn't that seem odd to you? Why would they need to hide? Dragons aren't weak creatures. And they should know there isn't enough of us to stop them. So why hide? There isn't time to worry about that, stated Hiswai. If these two had been listening to the words of Byakuya Kukaki and his insane ramblings about the dragons coming from within the portal, they might do something rash. Already she had been forced to keep a close eye on Fairy Tail, her men ensuring they ended up chasing false trails. She couldn't blame them much, to be honest. Ichigo Kurosaki must have confused them greatly with false facts about the Eclipse Gate. Please hurry to your designated areas. We're only minutes away from midnight. The two generals nodded, giving a small bow to the queen before rapidly heading towards their respective battlefields. Hisui sighed as she turned back towards the gate, strolling slowly over to the control podium. Already in it were the 13 celestial spirit keys, each releasing a single lock on the gate. The infinity clock on top of the eclipse gate slowly had the hands ticking down, preparing to open the gates at the right moment. A small commotion caught her attention, and she quickly turned to see one of her worst fears ever since the future version of Rogue told her about that girl. Lucy, the girl who had closed the gate in one timeline. And she had Yukino with her too, the other possible mage who could do the same. The guards had them pinned to the ground luckily, but they had gotten so close without her noticing. Hey! Let us go. What did we do wrong? You know what you two did, said Hisui as she approached the two. Or rather what you might do, Lucy. As celestial spirit mages, you possess the power to wield these keys, and doing so could ruin everything. I cannot allow you to interfere with this. Not when you will cause the death of everyone here. You can't do that, exclaimed Yukino. We've done nothing wrong. Lucy has done nothing wrong. You can't judge her by something she might be able to do. But she will do something. And we can't allow it to happen. The clock was ticking down further and further. They had but a minute till midnight. Execute them. What? It wasn't just Lucy and Yukino that were shocked. The guards were shocked too. To them they saw no reason to execute them, and yet their queen was demanding their obedience. They were caught between their duty and their honor. Let me handle them, said Kama as he approached the two mages, pulling off his twin scythes from his back. The other Garu knights weren't too far away but were content to let their leader do as he liked. Hisui didn't stop him, knowing he'd have no quarrels with eliminating potential threats. He had done it so many times before. Lucy and Yukino increased their struggles, desperately searching for a way out as Kama laid both his scythes against their necks. If Levi and Laxus were here they'd have no issues, but they had foolishly tried to cover more ground. They had agreed to check out the commotion outside, and Laxus and Levi had agreed to check the floors higher up in the meantime. Laxus. Levi. Someone. She wanted anyone to hear her. Anyone who could save them right now. Their cries were falling on deaf ears however. Kama raised both scythes up, preparing to swing, when suddenly an arrow impaled itself in his chest. It was just a normal arrow, the armor on his chest protecting him from any real harm, but Lucy recognized some of the similarities it had with Sagittarius's. But she hadn't summoned her spirits. Stop. That was her own voice, but she hadn't said anything. Her head turned from her crumbled position on the ground, seeing the shape of the future version of herself. Blood was leaking from her chest and she could feel so much magic rolling of her uncontrollably. Somehow she knew that wasn't a good thing too. Beside her future self was Sagittarius, only he was an actually centaur and looked a lot more dangerous than her own Sagittarius ever appeared to be. Don't open the gate. His wife rose, confused at seeing the second Lucy. What? Who are you? Guards. Detain her. You don't understand. You're making a huge mistake. Stop the gate now. You can't let it open. Don't listen to her. This gate is the only thing capable of stopping the dragons approaching. If we don't use it you've been tricked. Rogue lied to you. That gate isn't your salvation. It's your destruction. The words hit Hisui like a ton of bricks, the sound of the gate opening behind them all causing Hisui to now look at it in fear. The words of Fairy Tale made sense to her now. The suspicion, the plea, and even the attempts of sending me out to search for this gate during their planning steps. It was all because of this. Bright light shone from the open portal before her worst fears came true. And slowly, a large claw stepped through the gate. A scaled body followed along with a large head, and then next came a pair of wings. Legs followed, the front ones already present while the back ones joined near the end, and then finally a long tail. And as the dragon stepped completely out the gate, it roared, the sound almost deafening. No. It can't be. The dragon took to the skies before more started to flow through, that one dragon becoming 10 quickly as the dragons flowed through one by one unstoppably. And all Hisui could think about was how she had doomed them all to oblivion. It was too late to save anyone. Protector of the fairies. This was what you had planned with my gate. Ziref couldn't contain his laughter, his voice echoing throughout the darkness around him. He continued to look down at the humans below, all of them blissfully unaware of his presence. Not that they were strong enough to sense him anyway though. They were so blind, but he supposed he could excuse them when they had a dragon invasion to worry about. That would certainly be drawing their eyes a lot more than a simple bit of unfamiliar magic. Such fools. He wasn't sure why they had chosen to set the gate up to 400 years ago, but it was amazing nonetheless. What would happen if he went through it, he wondered. Would he cause a paradox by having two versions of himself being present at the same time? It had been so long since he had tested the gate and he wasn't sure how strong the gate was anymore. It could be unstable for all he knew, and that these dragons were only safe because of their dense scales. Watching the dragons scatter across the city, he could see the entire area lighting up. Magic rose up in all the forms of the elements, and yet the dragons shrugged it off, breathing blasts of their elements at the fools who stood in their way. It seemed the humans had been extremely foolish. They hadn't even gotten the dragons that liked humans. They had gotten the dragons that viewed them as livestock. And yet even as the dragons tore through the streets, he saw their progress halting. Ah, that's right. There were mages who could stand up against them. Mages trained from an early age to slay dragons by using their own magic against them. Natsu was down there amongst them, and, while he would have loved to go visit the one most precious to him, he knew it would not be wise to make himself known right now. If he used even a fraction of his full power, all the dragons would probably recognize it. He had created the gate during his war when he had been experimenting with all kinds of new techniques and possibilities, and he was sure they would all know how dangerous he could be and focus on him completely. He wasn't too keen on dealing with such a force right now. Not when another could do it for him. For now it would be fun to watch. To see how far humanity could go when they were so badly outnumbered by sheer power. Dragon Slayers, Shinigami, Quincy, Devil Slayers, mages with legendary spells, it would all combine together to provide one hell of a show. It was time to see the true strength of the mages of this era, of the generation that had produced the abomination. Speaking of the abomination, where had he gotten to? He was quite hoping to be able to spot or even sense Mavis in some of the confusion, but it seemed his hopes would be destroyed today. He froze, however, when he sensed the overwhelming energy exploding upwards, shifting his position on the tower he was standing on to see the very ground tearing itself apart and being sent flying up into the sky, opening a large hole in the process that continued far down into the depths below. Already he could sense the abomination's giant magical power returning, as foul as ever in its pure state. But that kind of power would not be enough. You won't stop an assault of this magnitude by restraining your power, stated Ziref in amusement as he eyed the portal, more and more dragons spilling forth from within. There had to be 40 of the creatures out right now, most of their numbers hanging around and watching from the skies above. Ah, they could sense the abomination's magical power too. They were putting it together. Now then, what shall you do? His answer came almost immediately, a pillar of the darkest black stretching up towards the clouds. And then the entire night sky turned black, all the lights in the sky fading from existence. Protector of the fairies. Arcadios could barely hear any sound in what was essentially a void. Even his breathing, which had to be extremely carefully regulated now with how thin the air was getting, was barely enough to break the silence. Ichigo had not spoken once ever since he had severed his own windpipe, and he would have quite liked it if there had been blood from that wound that spilled onto the ground ever so often just to give him something to occupy his senses with. That regeneration scared him. He wasn't sure how many hours it had been now, and yet Ichigo's posture had not shifted once. That kind of wound would have killed another in seconds, and even the most willful individuals wouldn't last very long with their throat cut. Ichigo hadn't healed that wound just as that girl said he wouldn't, and was instead meant he had to be repairing everything else. Constantly using magic, followed by taking all the expelled magic back in and redirecting it right back into the healing process, it wasn't human. It was frighteningly powerful, and made him wonder how someone like this could even be killed. Perhaps decapitation? Or perhaps if he destroyed enough of the body so that it couldn't recover any further. If they had still been enemies, he would have tried. He still wasn't sure why he had chosen to believe in what Ichigo had told him, but then there was something about him that made him want to believe. And then there were the suspicions he himself had in past at times about Rogue. He should have listened to them. But it was too late now to think back on past mistakes. Beyond that, he knew even if they had been enemies, it would have been useless too. Not with the glance that girl gave him. She would float around Ichigo, giving input at times with a singular focus in her eyes, and then she'd let him work and she'd eye him, making sure he didn't try anything. She was probably as protective of him as he was for his princess. Was the princess still okay? If they didn't get out soon, and if she died, he'd never be able to forgive himself. Not when he had been in a place to stop her. Not when he had sworn to protect her forever. He wished he could do something, anything, rather than just sit here, but it was useless. The only one who could do anything right now was Ichigo. "How's it going, Ichigo?" Mavis asked quietly, leaning over Ichigo's shoulder as she glanced into his eyes. They gave her all the information she needed, the confident and single-minded focus showing he was close but still deep in thought. "That's good. Keep doing your best." "Is he almost done?" asked Arcadios, a brief patch of impatience in his voice that he frowned at. He shouldn't have such an attitude when Ichigo was trying to do something never done before. Luckily the girl excused him for his mistake. "We're making headway. Ichigo's doing his best. Do you think we'll make it in time?" The girl turned away from him. "Do you? It turned midnight a few minutes ago." Arcadios froze, his mouth hanging open as he struggled to find the words to say. "No. We have to hurry. Ichigo. Hurry up. If we don't get out soon dash." "That won't help him go faster," the girl said to him with a scowl. "Telling Ichigo the time is pointless when he can't go any faster. All he can do is focus and dash." She cut off her own words as a flood of magical power swallowed their senses, the entire world seeming to light up even to him, a man who was completely unable to use magic. What was dash? The world. "Sorry, I'm just adjusting. It's a bit disorienting, being separated from the world for such a long period of time. I've having to quickly map out everyone in my head." "One sec and, got it." Turning in the air, Mavis let herself land back on Ichigo's back, hanging off by his shoulder as she peered her head over at the crack he had created in the wall. "Ah, you did it, Ichigo." He did. Arcadios did notice how it was a tiny bit easier to breathe, rushing over to the hole only to look at it in despair. "That's all he did? We'll never make it out in time if that's all he's been able to do." "Relax," came Ichigo's voice, slightly croaky as his windpipe regenerated. "Man, my voice hurts. Don't want to do that again." "What do you mean relax? This is no time to relax." "Yes," said Ichigo seriously. "You're right. But don't worry. I get it now. I understand how Sekizeki works. And with that, it's mere child's play to dismantle it all." Lifting a hand towards the wall, Ichigo closed his eyes for a moment, placing that hand against the hole. "My soul is unshakable," he muttered to himself, "my will indomitable. Obey my will, and crumble. Absorb. What are you?" Arcadios' words were caught in his throat as a spider web kind of pattern stretched out from Ichigo's palm, extending and crisscrossing across the Sekizeki. Rapidly following the path of the pattern was a widening gap, the Sekizeki breaking apart into bright sparks of energy that could only be magic itself. Faster than he could even have thought possible, the entire cage was gone, deconstructed into nothing more than the magic in the air around them. "Now them," Ichigo said as he glanced upwards. "We need to get out of here quickly." The larger blade was drawn from its sheath before all the fading lights were drawing into the blade, blue energy pooling around the blade. There was so much from the Sekizeki that he could see it unstably struggling to keep a grip on the blade, an aura of the large blade itself around the original at least 3 times its size. "Doesn't need to be deadly here. Just need to open up that ceiling for us. Get Chuga Tenshou." With one swing the energy flew upwards, smashing away everything in its path as it tore open a gap above them, destroying all the floors and walls it might have come across in its path. As the smoke in the distance far above disappeared, the night sky came into view, the stars and moon hanging above them all. "Mavis! How long did I take?" 7 hours, 16 minutes, and 33 seconds, but who's counting? You're a bit late however. It's been 5 minutes since midnight. Ichigo shook his head. Too late to stop it then. I can already sense what could only be the dragons. Ah, I really wanted to be able to relax for a bit. With this level of power, I can't save anyone. So you're going to use it then? You understand the risks, right? They'll know what you are in an instant with that amount of magical power to analyze. They will go at you with everything they have to try and kill you. After all, a hybrid is something that must be destroyed in their eyes. We have no choice right now. I won't run away or abandon anyone here. Drawing his second blade, Ichigo swung out both blades to his sides, letting them hang near the ground loosely. Zanjitsu, hope you don't mind if we skip the warm-up. Brother, I'll leave you to manage my reserves. Keep me stocked up so I can keep fighting. Mavis, keep my resonance levels in check. Don't want to burn myself out. Got it. We're all ready. Thanks. Wish me luck. With that, he let his magical power skyrocket, increasing further and further as he allowed the pressure build to the breaking point. And then, with one word, the dam broke. Bankai. Protector of the fairies. Shadow's despair. Darkness. That was all Arcadios saw for a moment. And it terrified him. It took a large magical presence for him to sense someone. And right now, his weak senses were being crushed by this force in front of him, weighing down on his very soul and making him feel like he would be crushed any second now. At an antagonizing pace, the pressure on him weakened. But it wasn't gone. Not really. It had merely spread out, the weight that had threatened to crush him now surrounding him instead and extending out far into the distance. From the point where Ichigo had been, a pillar of black energy had shot towards the sky, and this was the result. That same energy had coated the sky above in itself, the dense energy blocking out the stars and the moon and absorbing any of their light that tried to get through. The pillar of energy slowly dispersed, but the sight before him kind of made him wish it hadn't. It terrified him. Before him stood a shade. That was all he could think to describe the entity. Coated in such dense energy, the entity's true form shielded from view, it simply stood there for a moment, the energy it radiated scaring him to his very core. It was so dark, so hungry, so wrong. It was like he would be devoured from merely being in the shade's presence. Without realizing it, he had already raised his blade towards the shade, his hands struggling to stop their shaking. It was no good. He was too terrified to hold them steady. The shade moved, turning his body towards him. He kept a close eye on the shade's two hands, each holding a weapon coated in the same energy that it cloaked itself with. He couldn't even get a glimpse of what kind of weapon it was or how long it was. The energy coating it refused to allow him to even work out if it was a bluff or not, especially when the energy covered an area as long as the shadow's own arm where a sword would be. He took one step forward bravely before he met those eyes. They were such a dull yellow, but they felt far warmer than they should have done, especially when compared with this terrifying magical power. Arcadios. It's all right. That voice. He recognized it. It had a sinister echo to it, contradicting the concern the words held in them, but he still knew who it belonged to. As if he was a puppet whose strings had been cut, he collapsed down to his knees, letting his sword clatter against the ground beside him. Ichigo? He asked, even though he already knew the answer. Is that you? The shade smiled, or at least it did the best imitation of one. It was subtle, but the energy by the face did shift. He just didn't have the heart to tell Ichigo that it made him look more sinister than relieved. You're scared, aren't you? Yes. There was no point in lying. It was plain for all to see, and he wasn't afraid to admit it either. Anyone would be scared of a presence like this. This magical power of yours. It's unnatural. It's terrifying. Is this what it means to be a hybrid? In part, Ichigo admitted honestly. But my Hollow and Quincy magic do play a big part in building up the terror. Hollows seek nothing more than to devour others, and Quincy seek to subdue the energy around them to use it to their advantage. When you put these two desires together, it really doesn't leave you with a pleasant feeling, does it? Looking at the knight in concern, Ichigo stabbed one of the cloaked weapons into the ground, holding out a hand towards him. "Do you need a hand?" Arcadios shook his head, his gaze falling onto the energy that still connected to Ichigo's wrist from the cloaked blade. "What is this? Is this your Bankai? This energy?" Ichigo nodded half-heartedly, looking up towards the dragons in the sky. "I guess you could say that. In reality, this energy is a mere application of it. Even in a situation like this, even when the odds are terribly against us, I do not dare reveal my Bankai's form. Call it me being selfish if you want, but I'm afraid to do it too. As terrifying as dragons are, there are far worse things in this world than them." Arcadios didn't dare ask what could be worse than dragons. He already had a decent idea anyway if the man in front of him was any indication. "You're going to fight them, right?" "Yes," Ichigo admitted. "Hold on. I'm going to take you to the surface. I doubt you would stay put down there if I left you." Before Arcadios even had a chance to say anything, he felt the world shift, the scenery changing as he found himself on the surface above the hole. "Go to the city or go to your princess. Whatever you decide, do it fast. This place won't be safe for you once I begin to fight." "How did you?" "That's impossible. It wasn't teleportation." He could see that with the slight change to Ichigo's posture. If they had teleported, then there would have been no reason for him to have moved stance. Had he moved them up to the surface in that single instant? Without him even realizing they had moved? "Hurry up," Ichigo said, more forcefully this time. "Get out of here." Following Ichigo's gaze, Arcadios saw the reason for Ichigo's insistence. A dragon was rushing them, and at tremendous speeds too. If it didn't stop, it rammed right into them. Before it could even hit them, however, he saw it. 1 second Ichigo was standing there like normal, the next his arm was raised upwards, and energy had crossed the short distance between him and the dragon in the blink of an eye. The energy didn't just damage the dragon. It cleaved right through it from one end to the other, easily overpowering whatever meager defenses the dragon must have had. They no longer had a reason to dodge as the two halves of the dragon fell on either side of them, missing them both entirely. That should have got their attention, he heard Ichigo mutter, watching the dragons just as warily as he was. "They know I'm here. They know I'm a hybrid. And they know I'm an actual threat that they can't ignore. They won't send a dragon as weak as that one again. They'll actually send ones that stand a chance and might be able to kill me if I'm not careful." Arcadios could only nod in shock. He wanted to say he would try and help, but he knew it would be no good. His armor and sword were strong, but he could do nothing like what Ichigo had just done. "I'm going to head to the town." "Not to the princess?" Ichigo asked in surprise, his head turning towards the knight. "I was sure you would be going to her side." Arcadios chuckled, managing to forget the danger of the situation briefly. "She would send me away anyway if I could help more down there. She is kind like that. Please do not blame her for what has happened today. She is just as much a victim as the rest of us." Laughing himself, Ichigo nodded towards the knight. "You think I have any right to blame anyone with the stuff I'm pulling? I wouldn't be surprised if this was the consequences for my actions. Go. Quickly. Remember, that armor won't give out before you do. Don't expect to be able to use it to judge your body's condition. Be careful fighting down there, Arcadios. And you up here." Running off as quickly as he could, hoping he wasn't revealing how much he really didn't want to be there when the fighting began, Arcadios made for the path that would take him down into the main streets. The city was already beginning to be reshaped, and not in a good way. But resistance was happening all over too. The few dragons currently in the city might not be the death of their forces just yet. Looking back, however, he felt dread once more. There was far too many dragons in the sky for them to realistically face. And yet he could still see a streak of black heading upwards from the palace, 5 dragons already moving to intercept it. He hoped that the terror he had felt from Ichigo's magic meant he was strong enough. Against that many dragons all by himself, no normal human could ever hope to survive. Protector of the fairies. "Rogue. You okay?" Rogue nodded to Sting's cry as he darted across the ground, using some of the town's buildings as cover. If they hadn't evacuated the civilians earlier, then he would have been more worried about someone getting caught up in the destruction of the town. Hopefully the people assigned to the north would be able to defend them well enough. Darting over the cover he had taken, he barely avoided the sharp claws of the dragon chasing him, the dragon's claws slicing through the rubble with ease. Twisting as he landed, shadows swirling around his right arm, he lashed out at the claw, hoping to do some damage. Shadow Dragon's Claw. His attack caused the dragon to roar in pain, his magic completely bypassing the dragon's natural defenses. But he knew that wasn't anywhere near enough to take down a dragon. If it was, then his father would never have been able to have been beaten so easily. The most that attack probably did was cause the dragon pain. Still, at least it was easier for him to deal damage to them. The other advantage was Sting. White Dragon's Roar. A blast of white light exploded against the dragon's side, breaking scales and exposing a small patch in the dragon's side. Now! Sting shouted towards the other mages nearby. Focus fire. Blasts of magic shot forward alongside spears and blades, only half managing to hit the exposed flesh of the dragon. The dragon let out another roar in pain, and they knew they had hit something vital as the dragon struggled widely and whipped out its wings. Before it could even escape, he acted, Sting by his side as they created their orb of light and shadows with their unison raid. Holy Shadow Dragon's Flash Fang. With a final cry as the attack hit, the dragon fell down the short distance it had managed to get off the ground, causing a brief shockwave as it shattered the ground with its large body. It struggled to get up, but there were already men there to deny it that chance, repeatedly stabbing their blades into the exposed flesh. And yet, despite how they should have been happy at taking down a dragon, they couldn't help but still feel dread. Right now the dragons were testing them. There was no other way to describe it. This dragon was a small one compared to some of the ones in the sky. It had to be barely out of childhood, one looking to make its mark against its older peers. It was reckless and foolish and completely underestimated them. It lacked the experience to see them even having the potential to be a threat. It didn't even notice them luring it into a trap and using their combined forces against it. It hadn't even spoken to them, even in anger and pain, like another dragon would when acknowledging a threat that they can communicate with. The ones up there would never make that mistake. They must have realized by now that there were dragon slayers among those that were fighting. It was likely that they would be targeted sooner rather than later. Unlike all the other mages, they weren't assigned to any particular area. Instead, they were the relief force, the only mages they knew for sure that would have the power to damage the dragons. And yet, if it took a unison raid to take down one, even after all the injuries the dragon took when they exposed its side to everyone else, who knew how strong those other ones would be? "We can't keep this up if more appear," said Sting, panting slightly as they all tried to get some air into their lungs. That battle had lasted longer than they would have liked, involving a lot of running and a lot of magic. Sting was right. If they had to fight many more dragons, they'd never be able to last. They simply lacked the magic to last in a prolonged battle against these creatures. "We don't have much of a choice," muttered Rogue, not bothering to hide the depression in his voice. "We just have to keep fighting and hope we don't die in the process." His eyes shifted to Lecter on Sting's back before frowning. "Why did you bring Lecter into this? Don't you realize the risks?" "Hey. I came by my own accord." "It's all right, Lecter," said Sting reassuringly before turning towards Rogue. "It was his choice. You know that. Just as Frosh's was to stay with you." "I told him no," stated Rogue. "That's why I sent him away. I refuse to put him in such danger." "Are you sure about that?" Rogue didn't like that look in Sting's eyes. It said that the blonde dragon slayer knew something he didn't. And when it came to Frosh, he didn't like that. Right now he didn't like a lot of things. One of those was the sky currently. Despite how his power went hand in hand with darkness and shadows, this sight seemed to terrifying him. There wasn't a single light in the sky, as if a blanket of darkness had been spread across the land. He didn't even know how far this effect continued for, but he wouldn't be surprised if it still existed miles away. And the feeling from it. It scared him to his very core. It was like an overwhelming presence, threatening to swallow everything and absorb it into itself. "Rogue? You okay, buddy?" Rogue snapped out of his thoughts as he focused on his friend's worried expression. He knew somehow that Sting couldn't sense what he could. While he did have Shadow Dragon Slayer magic available to him in his dual element mode, he won't be able to comprehend how unsettling this darkness was until he used it. Or maybe he already did and was hiding it. No light could break through it after all, and for one who used magic based around light, that would be a big deal to pick up on. I'm fine. Are there any other dragons nearby? Not in this area. It seems the others are fighting hard over there too. Wait. One's coming this way. Rogue spun round to where Sting was pointing, seeing a dragon rushing towards them from the east. It would be right on top of them in less than 10 seconds, which meant they didn't have much time to rest any further. Another fight was coming. That was what he had thought for a second. But then he saw him appear out of nowhere, slicing across the dragon's back with his Zanpakuto. Ice followed his blade's path and branched out inside the dragon's wound, spikes of ice breaking out of the dragon's back as it let out a massive cry of pain. This wasn't anything like when they had taken down their dragon, where it had suffered a lot of damage externally from their magic and then internally by blades. This was Dragon Slayer magic piecing the dragon and expanding within for even more damage. Their eyes never left the dragon as it fell from the sky, crashing across the ground and coming to a halt after smashing through 3 streets. Toshiro merely looked at the dragon for a moment, making sure it really was dead. It was the right thing to do as the dragon slowly struggled to try and stand, the ice in its back breaking. He had to give the dragon credit. Even a weak dragon was a dangerous one. No sooner had it managed to stand had Toshiro appeared above it, his sword slicing through the air and severing the dragon's head. It wasn't easy, taking a lot of strength to force the blade all the way through, but the Dragon Slayer properties imbued into the blade gave it the strength it needed. He watched as the blood splattered through the air before falling down, the dragon falling out of his sight. It was definitely dead, however, that much was certain, and Toshiro was already moving to seek a new target. "I see," muttered Sting, seeing something he had missed. Suddenly shadows burst out around Sting before spiraling around him, fusing with the light. White Shadow Dragon Mode, release. Sting. What are you doing? Exactly what he's doing. Did you not see that? That was his Bankai that he was using. Despite the strain using a Bankai has on the user and how it drains their reserves, he's still using it from the start to fight in. What does that say about our enemies? That they are so strong that the easier way to fight is to hold nothing back and try and beat them as quickly as possible before we run out of magic. But this mode. I know. It's not perfect yet. But it's stronger than my Dragon Force currently. If it wasn't, then we never would have been able to overpower Natsu and Gajeel for so long. Leaning his head back slightly, Sting locked eyes with Lecter. Still willing to help me, partner? We're going up. Let's go, Sting. We can't lose. That's right, we can't. Sting turned back to Rogue before giving him a brief nod. Join us when you can. Before even a single protest could leave Rogue's lips, Sting was gone, heading up into the skies towards a descending dragon. He watched for a moment, noticing how Sting seemed to be reluctant to go up any higher. He didn't blame him. If they wanted to attack that large number of dragons, one person alone would not be enough at their level. They'd need all the Dragon Slayers they had to even stand a chance up there. If he had Frost, then he could. No. He couldn't think like that. He had sent Frosh away for a reason. He had to keep Frosh safe, no matter what. He couldn't let Frosh die. Taking his mind off his Exceed partner, he let Sting's words sink in. Fight at full strength. Would that really be enough? He could see Jura's Kokya Jiao Tenjin Mayu in the distance, already out and grappling with the dragon. And the funny thing was that the giant was winning somewhat. The large stone sword it had was dense enough that it was actually cracking the dragon's scales from what he could guess with how the battle was turning out. They weren't the only ones fighting at full strength. He could see massive blasts of fire lighting up the area in the distance, combined with the odd large arrow that tore through the streets like butter. And then there was his own guild not too far away, black lightning firing upwards as his guild fought another dragon. Like everywhere else, that dragon was being overwhelmed by the large force they had, and if he remembered correctly, there was a Shinigami there to help them as well. That general or something. Then you had Fairy Tail, who were fighting with all they had. He could see the giant form of their master, grabbing the dragon and holding it while the rest of the guild pelted it with continuous blasts of magic. And they were all nothing compared to the overwhelming blasts of blue lightning in the distance. The only person who could be capable of such power had to be Kenpei's Araki from the feeling it had, and he seemed to have drawn not one but two dragons to fight him at once. And the scary part? It looked like he was actually winning even though he had no way to know what condition the man himself was. All he could see in the distance was the dragons, and one had a missing wing while the other seemed to be limping, as if it had lost a leg. All of this didn't matter however. These dragons were small fry. Why could none of them realize that? They were letting the dragons above know everything about their own power, and pretty soon they'd respond in two different ways. The first, overwhelming power. That wouldn't be surprising if they did that. If they really wanted to, they could even bombard them from their high above them with breath attacks, and he counted themselves lucky that the dragons had yet to do that. The second was that they would send dragons down specifically to combat certain threats. Take Natsu for instance. They'd send a water dragon after him for sure if they had one available, and would ensure no fire dragons would be drawn near to him. Fire could turn water to steam if it was hot enough, but, equally so, water could put out fire. He could see it now. They'd be whittled down, wasting energy on the small fry, and then mopped up all at once when they couldn't even pose a single threat any further. They'd die, and it'd all come to an end. You're very pessimistic, you know. Rogue spun around, coming face to face with a black-haired individual, dressed in similar dark clothing only with gold trimmings along the edges. The only other big change in color was from the long white toga wrapped around his torso, contrasting itself with the rest of the black. The man smiled at him, a pair of almost empty black eyes meeting his own. Who are you? Rogue couldn't help but back away from the man, wanting to do nothing more than listen to every cell in his body that screamed at him to run. This man. Who was he? The man's smile shifted slightly, gaining a bit of a smirk to it. I'm surprised. That's the first thing you asked? I'm surprised you haven't asked about the others nearby. Rogue's eyes widened as he saw the sight behind the man, the sight he had missed in his shock. The whole guild he had been just fighting with, every single mage, was dead. Not a single one of them showed even a single sign of life in their bodies, each body lying motionlessly on the ground with their weapons scattered around the ground. Some even looked like they had tried to run but failed anyway. That fear instantly turned to anger. This man, despite the situation above them, had decided it would be better to murder innocents instead. He couldn't stand this. He couldn't let this man leave. He fell into the shadows, a confused expression crossing the man's face for a moment. And in that moment, he sped around through the shadows and leaped at the man out of his own shadow. His fist was almost close enough to grab the toga wrapped around the man when the man moved out of his reach, almost as if dancing out of the way with how soft his movements had been. Ah, were they your friends? I didn't think you knew them since they didn't share the same guild mark as you, so I took the liberty to eliminate them ahead of time. I wanted a bit of privacy, you know, and the more people there are who see me increases the chance of my discovery. You murdered them for such a petty reason? I'll kill you. Oh. The man smirked more as he dodged Rogue's fists, weaving his way out of Rogue's reach every time. You'll kill me, will you? You're a fascination one. I knew I'd see a few interesting things if I looked around a bit further. Watching the abomination fight wasn't something I was really that interested in once it began. But I must say, should you really be focused on me? Raising a hand, the man pointed upwards in the sky behind Rogue. I'd be worrying about that beast. Rogue's head snapped towards the new threat, his body shaking as he saw the massive dragon flying down towards the area he was in. This was no rookie dragon. This was no arrogant one that wouldn't think before it acted. This was an old dragon. One with years and years, perhaps numbering hundreds, of experience. This dragon was more of a threat than all the dragons that had fought by far. Glancing back to the man, he froze for a second before his gaze darted all around him. The man was gone. He wasn't anywhere to be found. In some ways that was a relief at least. He could solely focus on the dragon in front of him. This was the enemy he couldn't hold back against, not like he did with the ones from before. White Shadow Dragon Mode, release. Instantly he felt the release of power around him, the strange mixture of shadows and light flickering around his body protectively. Everything became clearly, even the darkness that covered the sky. For some reason it didn't seem intimidating anymore. It almost seemed natural, or at least the feeling his magic was giving him made him think that. Landing with a soft thump, the ground crumbling regardless from the weight of the massive creature, the dragon turned its large head towards him, a deep voice erupting from its throat. "So you are one of those hatchlings wielding our magic." There was an anger in the dragon's voice, however for some reason he didn't think it was directed at him. "What's more, the dragons who taught you must have been so very foolish to give you this power. To think I would meet such a horrifying creature such as yourself. A hybrid is bad enough, but to meet a hybrid who wields our own magic." The dragon lifted its head for a moment, staring off towards the direction Sting had rushed off in to help the others. "And I see another like you exists here too. Still, you are a far sight better than the abomination." With those words the dragon's eyes completely left him, staring off towards the palace. Rogue noticed multiple dragons surrounding the area, but what shocked him was that they were actually fighting. And it was only a moment later when one of those dragons fell from the sky, cut down by a sudden slash of black energy. How? There was no dragon slayer there. He knew that for a fact. So then who was that fighting there? The feeling of the energy. Was that Ichigo? That was the only hybrid he even knew of. Indeed. He truly is an abomination, being both a hybrid and a Nukan. Magic truly is a horrifying thing sometimes when it finds something it desires. It never ends well for us that have to live in this world. However, I'm not after him. The dragon's gaze turned back towards him, the piercing look making him shiver. "Tell me, where is Zeref?" "Zeref? The Zeref. Ah, so he did gain some recognition. How amusing." Despite the attempt of a chuckle, the dragon didn't look the least bit amused. "My name is Agorth, father of Savaragoy, the dragon that he murdered 3 months ago. And I demand his location from you. Give it to me and I'll make your death swift. So either way I'll die, right? Is that what you are saying? I cannot allow a hybrid to run around unchecked. You can see what a hybrid of that level can do, but you are just as deadly if I let you develop like he has. Not to most maybe, but to dragons certainly. For the sake of the continuation of our race, I will crush you where you stand." The large arm of the dragon quickly raised itself upwards before almost crushing Rogue in one blow, the dragon slayer rolling out the way at the last second as he snapped out of his stupor. He could worry about Zeref later. He could worry about that talk about hybrids later. Right now he had to focus on surviving and winning. Losing would result in this dragon going on a rampage afterwards if it didn't find Zeref. Wrapping his whole arm in the shadows and light of his magic, he whipped his arm forward as the energy shot towards the dragon. White Shadow Dragon's blinding wing. The dragon scoffed at his attack as it slammed against its scales, the damage harmlessly scattering across the many scales that made up its large body. "Is this the best you can do, hybrid of dragons? If so, it seems I have little to fear from you as it currently stands." Rogue didn't listen to the taunts. This dragon could look down on his strength all it wanted. In many cases it was probably true, but all he needed was a single moment, a single instance, and he'd release everything he had in a single shot. As the dragon scoffed at him and raised a large claw to swipe with, he moved as quickly as he could. One thing that could be said about dragons was that they weren't exactly fast creatures outside of the air. Up in the skies there was no doubt of their supremacy and speed in comparison to his own, but this dragon had chosen to fight him on the ground. This dragon was the one who chose to give him the home advantage. As the claw came down on him, he transformed his entire body into shadows, darting forward as a black beam of light and slipping right through the gaps between the claws. He slammed down right underneath the dragon as he reformed, the exposed underbelly of the dragon completely open to him. A dragon's skin was tough. No one could deny that. But it was their scales that held the most magical resistance. And against Dragon Slayer magic, the magic designed to bypass that resistance, the skin was like paper. That was the theory at least. But when he stabbed upwards with his arm, the shadows and light slicing at the skin, his only reward was a shallow cut along the flesh, barely any blood leaking from the wound. What was that? A tickle. Agorth let out a large laugh before lowering himself mockingly. Rogue didn't even risk staying, even if the dragon was merely mocking him. He would be squashed either way if the dragon continued with the action. His body shifted to shadows and he darted out just as quickly as he arrived, redirecting himself upwards the moment he was clear and reforming above the dragon's back. What he didn't expect was for the dragon's tail to whip out and catch him as he reformed, not realizing he had moved too close to the dangerous limb. He couldn't let himself get distracted like that. But at the same time though, he still had to continue with his attack, even if he was hit in the process. So as the tail knocked him down, he grabbed one of the spikes on the dragon's back, hanging there for a moment before pulling himself up. The moment he was standing he raised a hand, white beams of light wrapping around his fingers as black beams did the same and intertwined with one another. White Shadow Dragon's rough silk. His hand swiped downwards as the beams cut down into the scales, causing multiple cracks along the surface. Agorth flinched for a moment before Rogue found himself viciously forced off the dragon's back, breaking his fall with a roll before dropping into the shadows at the last second to avoid the swing of the dragon's claws. The dragon was more annoyed than before, that much was certain. And what did he have to show for it? Nothing. That move had done damage, but it had only cracked the scales in the small area it hit, and this was one of his strongest techniques too. What was worse was that the dragon had yet to even use anything but physical strength. The younger dragons he could understand. His father, Skyadrum, had always said the younger generations had relied on physical strength in the beginning. As they grew older they learned to use more of their magic beyond simply breathing their element, and this dragon was certainly old. There. A blind spot. He didn't dare miss this chance, bursting out of the shadows as he focused energy towards his mouth. White Shadow Dragon's dash. There you are, you little pest. Roar. The massive blast of light and shadow tore right into the dragon, the excess energy tearing apart the area around it. It never reached its peak, however, when a quick set of beats from the dragon's wings tore the energy away. He almost took pride in the fact the scales on Agorth's face were badly damaged. Almost. The look he was getting when the dragon still seemed perfectly fine made him regret it slightly. You've made yourself become a real pest now, you disgusting hybrid. Another beat of Agorth's wings took the dragon higher, leaving the ground completely. Fine then, I will rid myself of you in one move. You will feel the full power of the Agorth, the dragon of storms. The dragon slowly rose a clawed hand, its body raising into an almost human-like stance as it squared its two back feet against the wind like it was the ground, before wind was sucked towards his limb, compressing and rotating around the dragon's whole arm. How do you humans do this again? I remember hearing a bit about it, and even that some of the other dragons had started to take on this way of saying spells. Ah yes. Storm Dragon's obliterating fist. Rogue froze in shock as the dragon punched forward in the air, the wind exploding into a blast bigger than his entire breath attack. Even if he tried to move, he'd never dodge that. Not with how close it was. He'd be caught even in his shadow form and get blown away. Rogue. That voice. He wanted to turn, but he knew he'd never make it in time. His body suddenly felt lighter and he found himself pulled upwards, barely avoiding the winds that tore the area to shreds and brought down the entire street. His eyes slowly managed to make out the familiar pink frog suit and he felt his heart fill itself with dread. Frosh. No. Why are you here? Fro wants to help, the Exceed said, despite how much he was shaking. Rogue could easily tell how terrified his friend was. Get out of here. If you stay you are going to die. Fro doesn't care. Frosh gripped Rogue tightly as his wings took them higher into the sky, Agorth looking after them in annoyance. Fro doesn't want Rogue to die. Fro wants to fight too. So you can fly now, can you? Agorth sent a large laugh up towards them before he followed them up higher. Very well. Enter my domain. The dragon shot towards them at an alarming speed. Frosh's wings flapped just as quickly, however, dodging the blow from the dragon's claws at the last moment. Very well, Frosh. Let's fight together. Gathering a mixture of shadows and light between his hands, Rogue focused on compressing the energy down. White Shadow Dragon's Holy Flash Fang. The power of the attack was nowhere near as powerful as it was when he and Sting used it together, but it was still powerful now that he could use both elements. The beam tore down onto Agortha's back and knocked the dragon down a few meters. Before he could act any further, Agorth spun his whole body in the air, flipping over so that his back faced the ground. The small amount of wind being drawn into his mouth however signaled what he was about to do. Frosh! Move now! Storm Dragon's roar! Frosh barely managed to avoid the tornado of wind as it tore upwards, and he was already moving as fast as he could. Agorth wasn't even halted as he flapped his wings to flip himself back upright, quickly shooting after them. The scary thing about that breath attack had been that it had been equal to his own, and he knew there was no way a dragon this old would have won that week. It was another sign that he was being toyed with, and he didn't know what to do to even the odds. Nothing was working, and he knew no secret arts for this mode. All his secret arts revolved around the use of shadows, and trying to use them while the shadows were fused with light could have unknown consequences. The wind suddenly picked up all around them, Frosh finding it harder and harder to keep ahead even at his max speed. Agorth had no such trouble, rapidly reaching them as wind gathered around his wings. With a final beat of them, the wind blasted forward like a tornado, spiraling out of control towards him and Frosh. Frosh! Dodge! Fro can't! Frosh muttered weakly. It was taking everything he had to move as fast as he was, but doing so was draining his entire magic supply alarming fast. Rogue felt the grip on his back vanish, his eyes widening as he locked eyes with Frosh as he fell. Frosh! What are you doing? Fro doesn't want Rogue to die. He could see the tears in the Exceed's eyes. Frosh was always an emotional person, wearing his heart where everyone could see and was easy to cry. Fro wants to save Rogue. Because Rogue saved me. Rogue felt like the whole world had slowed down. Everything was so slow, even himself. He could see his hand reaching out, trying to grab Frosh before it was too late. And then he saw it all as the wind slammed into the Exceed and ripped him to pieces. Frosh. Protector of the fairies. Damn, Shinji muttered, watching the fight in the city from the arena. His hand was shaking, but whether it was from nervousness or anticipation he didn't know which. But what was he meant to do at a time like this? They hadn't planned for this. Not in the slightest. All they had wanted to do was destroy that gate before any idiot tried to use it to travel back in time. They hadn't planned to get involved in a mess like this, and who could have even seen this coming? The dragons had appeared at the palace itself, and there were simply so many. He could count 63 in the skies right now, and at least 7 on the ground currently. Their numbers were never ending. He knew they couldn't just grab Ichigo and run at this point. Ichigo would never leave at a time like this, and he knew the idiot had broken free because he had felt the idiot's massive magical power as it skyrocketed before it spread outwards massively. It wasn't as easy to sense as before through normal means, but the sheer weight and feeling of it was enough to let him know one thing. It was, without a doubt, Ichigo's power, which meant all the energy in the sky currently was caused by Ichigo. And with that being the case, it meant for certain that Ichigo was still here. And the idiot had to also go ahead and attract a few of the dragons towards him at once if that wasn't enough. He sighed. Should he fight too? Taoshiro had gone immediately, knowing he was one of the few out there who stood the highest chance at killing these creatures. As a Shinigami with ice imbued with Dragon Slayer magic, along with a Bankai that could bring its power out at its full potential, otherwise known as Dragon Force, he was one of the most valued mages present. He had seen Taoshiro take down one dragon already. How it ranked against the other dragons he had no idea, but he knew this smoothness in the fights taking place wouldn't last. It never did normally. But what could he do? Sure, his hollow powers gave him some very destructive powers. His Zero was something he prided himself in when it came to his skill with it. Even if Ichigo could cause more damage, it wasn't because he was better at it but because he could fuel it with more energy without worrying about running out. His Zeros meanwhile were a lot more compressed with the energy he had available. And alongside that, he still had Kidu and his Zanpakuto, Sakanade. The powers of his Zanpakuto could easily shift the tide of an entire battle merely because of the openings it could create in the enemy. But if he went to fight, he would have to do two things. The first would be to abandon his attempts of secrecy with his Zanpakuto, not that the broadcast that had been going on hadn't revealed it to most. But seeing it was one thing. Experiencing it was another, and he would inevitably catch people in it and have to manipulate their senses correctly so they could fight normally against whoever became their opponent. The second was Gray. The ice make magic had yet to regain consciousness, but he had been moving about a lot more recently, showing signs that he would awaken soon. If he left Gray alone, the guy wouldn't even know what was going on. He'd panic, get into trouble, or perhaps even remember what he did to Juvia and Leon and try and kill himself because of it. But the worst outcome was if Gray woke up and was still as insane as he had been before. If he was like that, he'd cause even more chaos in the city and would just increase the death toll. Damn. What should he do? Did he help? Or did he stay put? The people didn't matter to him, but the dragons were a threat. If they were allowed to roam freely, no one would be safe. They had to be stopped here and now, or at least reasoned with to make them stop. That last option, however, seemed like it would be no good considering the dragons had been the ones to attack first. What would the others do? Thinking about it, they probably had the same dilemma as he did. Mistoggen was the only one with a legendary spell, and Kisuk was the only other one with a Bankai that could possibly harm the dragons. He had no idea if his could do it or not, and with his mind clear, unlike his time against Aknologia, he knew it wasn't always good to test out such theories in the heat of battle. He had to do something, however. Ichigo was fighting, and he refused to allow his friend to fight alone like this. Wasn't that why he had followed him? So that Ichigo wouldn't have to burden himself with stuff like this by himself? This answer was always obvious, wasn't it? Getting to his feet, Shinji gave a glance towards Gray before sighing. Gray, if you can hear me, be careful. Rest here for now. We'll come back for you later. Turning away from the unconscious mage, he pulled himself up to the window before leaping out into the air, heading towards the city. If he had stayed a second longer, he would have noticed the movement from Gray, the ice make magic's eyes slowly opening. Protector of the fairies. Rogue lay on the ground for what must have been an eternity. The same scene kept replying through his mind again and again and again, like a broken record that simply wouldn't stop. It had only been a minute ago, and yet he still couldn't stop seeing anything but that image in his mind, ignoring all the pain he felt from his fall as he focused on it. Hey, a younger Rogue called out, looking down at the newly hatched cat with awe. I'm Rogue. Frosh is a good name, right? He asked the cat, smiling when he got a happy smile in return. Fro thinks so. I won't let you harm Frosh. A slightly older Rogue shouted, shadows wrapped around his arms as he tried to defend his friend from bandits. Frosh. Run. Fro's sorry, Frosh said to a bandaged Rogue, tears that had been falling for the past few minutes still showing no sign of stopping any time soon. It's all Fro's fault. Don't worry about it, Frosh. We're partners, you and I. It doesn't matter who it is, I'll always protect you. That's a promise, all right. Such a pathetic pest, said Agorth as he landed, staring down at Rogue's frozen form. How disappointing. Rogue barely managed to listen to the dragon, his focus shifting as a small piece of Fro's frog outfit landed on his chest, stained with the same color blood that had spilled onto his face as he fell. You really want this, Frosh? A young Rogue asked, turning to the green Exceed in confusion as he moved his attention away from the pink frog suit. I mean, there are plenty of other things if you really want something. Fro wants it. Fro's a frog. Well, if you're happy, then I am too. Let's save up for it, okay? Well? Asked Rogue as he watched Frosh look at himself in the mirror. Do you like it? Fro likes it. Frosh stated happily as he ran around a bit, enjoying the feeling of the suit. Fro's a frog. Fro's a frog. Rogue's the best. Don't tell me you feel sorry for such a spineless creature, Agorth said. If so, have no fear. I'll have you join him soon enough. Fro was so scared, a distressed Frosh said, crying into Rogue's chest. Bandages covered his whole torso, but Rogue tried not to show any signs of pain in case he distressed Frosh any further. Don't worry, Frosh. I'm fine. Don't worry. Fro thought you had died. Don't leave, Fro. Fro doesn't want Rogue to die. Rogue smiled as he wrapped his arms around the Exceed. Don't worry, Frosh. We'll be together forever. We're partners after all. Fro wants that too. Fro doesn't want to be alone. Rogue's hand slowly moved, lifting the piece of Frosh's frog suit up for him to see. It was probably Frosh's favorite part of the suit. One of the eyes, meaning this had come from the hood. Rogue. Frosh ran up to Rogue in tears, the tears in his suit obvious for anyone to see. Tears threatened to fall from his eyes, but Rogue didn't say anything, instead reaching out the sewing kit he had for this occasion. Frosh had a habit of ripping his suit at times, and he somehow always knew if he tried to replace it with a new one. So the only solution was to make sure he could fix it up when it did get damaged. Frosh slowly calmed down as he got to work, mending the small cuts in the suit before finally focusing on the eye section that Frosh was holding tightly in his hands. "Who did this to you, Frosh?" "It's okay. Fro's a member of Sabretooth now. Fro needs to be strong too." Rogue only smiled reassuringly, secretly planning to hunt down the ones responsible for Frosh's condition personally tonight. For now he worked on the suit as best as he could. The eye wasn't perfect fixed, slightly off with the other eye, but it was good enough. And Frosh looked happy once again, so it was okay. "Don't forget I'm here, Frosh. If you need help I'll always be there." "Well then, hybrid," said Agorth with a snort. "Any last words before you die like that other worm?" "How dare you!" Those words cut through the noise of the battlefield. The focus of the two latched onto only each other. "What was that?" Agorth found himself asking, despite hearing them perfectly even if they had been spoken so quietly. His tone was mocking, but at the same time it held something else. Wariness. "How dare you," Rogue muttered, louder than before. "How dare you? How dare you kill Frosh?" Agorth stared at him for a moment as he got to his feet before breaking down into laughter. The dragon saw the tears streaming down Rogue's face and knew they were because of the dead cat, and the very thought was so amusing to him. "Are you sad that your pet died? Surely you didn't get attached to such an inferior creature. That's the problem with you humans. You even named it too, and that's always the end when you do that. You just can't throw the annoying pest away." "Shut up. I won't let you insult Frosh any further. I'll kill you. I'll kill every last one of you." Rogue shot forward, the whole world shifting as he forced himself further into his magic. Agorth was caught off guard as he appeared right before the man, one hand brought back with a mass amount of shadows and light around the whole arm. Agorth couldn't help but close his eyes at how bright it all was, and because of that he was helpless to dodge at such short range. White Shadow Dragon's Eruption. Agorth roared in pain as the attack shattered his scales on his face, knocking Rogue away with a stray swipe and sending him crashing to the ground. As his vision cleared, he instantly realized something was wrong. He could only see out of his right eye. That damn hybrid. How dare such an abomination hurt him? How dare such a monster break his precious scales? His single eye locked onto Rogue's crumpled form before he raised a hand upwards, preparing to flatten him completely. "Die, you pest. I think the one who will be dying here will be you." Agorth felt the world freeze for a second, and the moment the feeling passed he was short one arm, the same arm he had raised to splatter Rogue with. The severed limb flew through the area before crashing to the ground beside them all. Agorth's single eye moved towards the source of where he had heard the voice from, seeing the face he recognized from when he reached his son in time to see him die. Zeref. Without any care for his own well-being, he lunged at him, forgetting about his arm. Zeref sighed at the dragon's foolishness, allowing it to get closer and closer to him. "You haven't realized what time you're in yet, have you?" Without a second to spare, Zeref moved. 1 second he was there, and the next he was out of the dragon's way. Agorth crashed against the ground before the very earth came alive, darkness spilling upwards and wrapping around his body. "Zeref. What have you done? It's been 400 years, so forgive me if I don't quite remember who you are. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but I'm afraid I'm not quite as weak as you might remember me to be. And my magic is just as deadly as before. And unfortunately, I'm too close to you now for you to survive." His hand slowly reached out before he placed it against the struggling dragon's head. The smile on Zeref's face never shifted even once. "Now please, die." It was so sudden. 1 second the dragon was full of life, struggling to break free. The next, he slumped against the ground, all traces of life within him gone. Zeref snapped his fingers before the dragon's body slowly began to sink into the shadows, disappearing completely. Turning his attention back to Rogue, Zeref found the Dragon Slayer barely conscious, caused by a mix of fatigue, injuries, and a large drop in magical power. Already the White Shadow Dragon mode he had found interesting to watch was over. Shame. Maybe he could watch Natsu a bit later and see how he was faring. You are an interesting one. What was your name again? Rogue. Zeref glanced into Rogue's eyes, seeing nothing but hatred. But it wasn't directed at him. No, it was directed up above, at the dragons currently in the sky. How interesting. You hate them. You loathe them all. I haven't seen that kind of hatred in someone in a long time now. His head turning, Zeref stared off towards the palace as his smile dropped slightly. I wonder. I did always wonder how I got so lucky back then, but I see now that it was always meant to be. Looking back at Rogue, he grabbed the man before throwing him over his shoulder and walking towards the shadows. I think it's time to leave this section of town before any more dragons arrive. They certainly would have recognized that magic, and I'm sure a few of them may have a bone to pick with me if the group I think I remember is here. After all, the majority only began to hate me when I introduced them all to Acknowledge. But don't worry, my friend. I'll help you fulfill your wish. I'll let you kill as many dragons as you want. You just have to surrender everything else to me. Protector of the Fairies. What have I done? Your Highness. We need to evacuate you to a safe place. Please, come with us. Hiswai was unresponsive to the begging of the Garu Knights, her gaze glued to the gate as yet another dragon came through. Their numbers were never ending. And it was all her fault. All her stupid fault. Why had she trusted that man? She had thought he was on their side. He had known about the future, and proven that to a degree with his knowledge of the events to happen. She never should have listened, especially when people were warning her about the events that were happening before her eyes. She had been so blind. She should have realized someone might not have come back in time for the good of everyone. And she especially should have listened to that instinct when Rogue had admitted to being unaware of how and why Ichigo Kurosaka was there. The worry he had shown because of that fact, the confusion he had of not understanding how he was there, it all made sense now. It was because he had been worried. Worried that this outcome would have been avoided. It had been a variable he simply couldn't predict in his master plan. Your Highness. Kama tried to catch her attention by shaking her, but it was no good. Turning towards the freed celestial spirit mages in frustration, he bowed his head slightly, knowing he would need to show a bit of respect before asking them for help. The threat of death didn't work so well when you were surrounded by dragons. Please try and get through to her. We cannot allow the Queen to remain in such a dangerous area. Lucy didn't respond for a moment, too concerned with her future self's condition. Lifting the other Lucy's arm up and wrapping it over her shoulders, she helped the girl to her feet before finally acknowledging the man. Evacuating the Queen has to come second. She knows how the gate works, right? Then surely she knows how to close it. Kama couldn't answer that. Even a shrug seemed like it would be insulting right now when it was on such an important matter like this. If the gate could be shut, it would mean the difference between life and death. So instead he stepped to one side, allowing the celestial spirit mages to approach. It wasn't surprising to him that it was the more injured-looking version of the blonde-haired girl who spoke first, her eyes showing a lot more experience than any of the others. Your Highness. No, Hiswai. I come from the time only one day from now. A time where the whole city was destroyed by dragons. I come from a future not unlike the one we're experiencing now, and I. No, we need your help. The future. Those words caught Hiswai's attention, but it wasn't only hope that started to shine in her eyes. It was suspicion too. You knew this would happen. Yes, the future version of Lucy admitted, her voice full of shame. I knew this would happen, and yet, despite everything I did to get back here, I failed to stop this. I failed to do anything. That's not true, Lucy argued. You warned the others, right? They knew to not trust the future version of Rogue. You don't understand. This is what they wanted. They? Asked Yukino, confused at who she meant. Who is this they? The ones that told me what Rogue was planning. From the start, I was the only one who wanted to keep the gate closed, I think. Everyone else wanted to exploit it and the dragons that appeared. There's more time travelers. Hiswai muttered in dread. She quickly focused her resolve back on the gate nearby, knowing what she had to do. Reaching into her coat, she pulled out all the celestial spirit keys, handing them to their owners. No, for now we have to stem this flow. The gate's time magic is based off the celestial spirit world. In their world, time runs faster than normal. Because of the unequal balance between our time and theirs, the gate can manipulate it to fabricate a link between 2 points in time, using the celestial spirit world as the bridge. But don't worry about that, stated Hiswai confidently. If we use the power of all the spirits of the zodiac, we should be able to force the gate shut. Normally the gate would resist at a time like this, but by using the magic it is based off, we should be able to override it. That won't work, muttered Lucy. I can only summon 2 spirits at once. I assume Yukino's the same. That's still only 4. A unison raid, muttered the future version of Lucy. If you and Yukino perform one, it should be able to boost your power high enough to allow them all to appear. If need be, it will at the very least alert all the celestial spirits to your plea and they may summon themselves forth regardless with their own power. Yukino held out her golden keys before her, gripping the ends of them tightly. It's worth a try. What have we got to lose? I don't want to die here. Lucy glanced back at the gate before nodding. Okay. What have we got to lose? Gripping all the keys of the zodiac, the 2 girls threw their keys upwards before holding each other's hands and pressing themselves together. The keys spun upwards before forming a circle in the air with each other, hanging there by magic as they started to glow. Celestial spirits of the 12 golden keys. Lend us the power to seal away evil. Open. 12 gates. From above the 2, the lights from the keys that had slowly been building blasted down towards them, enveloping them in its light. It wasn't light that hurt them, however, instead filling them with a sense of warmth. Zodiac. All around them, the 12 celestial spirits started to appear. The spirits didn't need to be told what was going on, seeing the situation clearly for themselves. Each spirit slowly levitated off the ground, cloaked in golden light as an aura. The dragons above seemed to notice and one immediately shot downwards towards them, intending to stop them from completing their plan. Right before it could reach, however, it was knocked off course, the dragon being knocked out of the sky and sent tumbling down elsewhere into the city, throwing up dirt and concrete as it did so. In the corner of the vision they could see Laxus in the sky not too far away, already chasing after the dragon he had shot down. Close behind him they could also see a small bird of flames chasing after Laxus, nowhere near as big as Levy's normal cacao but still undoubtedly her spell. They couldn't focus on that now, however. They still had to shut the gate. Look! Lucy shouted, the lion spirit turning his head towards her at his voice. Shut the gate before any more can get through. Loke nodded before all the spirits flew towards the gate, splitting into 2 groups and pushing each door of the gate towards the center. It had barely started to move when a pair of clawed hands hit the door, trying to hold it open and slowly succeeding. It wasn't managing to open the gate any further, but they couldn't close it any further either. We need more power, Yukino muttered before pulling out the 13th key, black light joining the gold as it joined the others. Ophiuchus. The mechanical snake burst to life and rushed at the gate, slamming itself against both sides with its large body and wrapping itself around the whole gate. Immediately the gate started to move, the additional force enough to overpower the dragon on the other side. Slowly but surely, the gate began to close until finally it shut with a large slam. We did it. Wait, the future version of Lucy muttered, watching the large cloak on top of the gate. It was still activate, and from the look of it there was still light shining through the cracks in the doors. It's still active. No sooner had she said those words were the doors sent flying off their hinges, the celestial spirits barely getting out of the way. One of the doors almost clipped Lucy as it flew through the air, slamming down beside them as it skidded to a halt. Another dragon once more stepped forward before taking to the skies to join the rest of its brethren, barely noticing the celestial spirit mages as it passed. With nothing left that she could think to do, Lucy looked towards Yukino and her future self for ideas. Her future self looked absolutely terrified, and she didn't blame her. That had been their main plan, to shut the gate. What did they do now? Lucy said, grabbing the attention of her future self. I know you're as scared as I am, but is there anything else you can think of to stop this? Something perhaps you saw or were told. I don't know. I'm sorry. There's no other way. We possess no way to sever the link between our world and the celestial spirit one. If we could probably stop this, but no one is able to do that. No one but who? Lucy glared at her future self as she clammed up. Who? Tell us. Do you want everyone to die? We have to help them. She won't tell you because she doesn't want any of her friends to die. Lucy glanced in shock towards the man rising out of the shadows, a man who seemed to radiate death. She could see what looked like the present version of Rogue slung over his shoulders, immediately making her think of him as a threat if his presence hadn't already tipped her off. Now don't be so angry. I'm here to help you. After all, I made this gate. I know how to stop it. You're him, Hiswai muttered in fear. The Black Mage. The Prince of Demons. Indeed. I am Ziref. And I am here to tell you how to summon the strongest human to ever live. The Celestial Spirit King. Protector of the Fairies. The price for victory. Summon the Celestial Spirit King. Don't listen to him. Shouted Hiswai in fear. We can't trust a man like this. He's a monster who only knows death. All Hiswai's words were cut off. It wasn't like she suddenly collapsed. Her, and everyone around them, froze. Every night, every creature, they all froze in time within the courtyard. Only Ziref and the 3 celestial spirit mages still remained in motion. Ah, now that is better. Far less noise from such annoying worms. I'd kill them, but I feel like not doing so purely on principle, just to spite her and show her I know more than just death. Now then, I believe we were on a very important matter. Is what you say true? Asked the future version of Lucy, looking more trusting than any of the others. Out of all of them, she knew the gate better than anyone else. She had traveled through it after all. If Ziref, the man who created the Eclipse Gate, was offering advice to them to close it, they had no choice but to listen. Especially when the only other solution that they had available had failed. Will summoning the Celestial Spirit King really stop this? Do you not believe me? I wouldn't be surprised if No. I trust you here. Ziref actually paused for a moment, looking at her in amusement. It's very rare I hear such words, and even more so from someone who isn't something I created. But to answer your question, yes. The Celestial Spirit King is a being capable of controlling space itself, and time to a lesser extent. His power over time comes from pulling his world into this one and altering the fabric of time in the nearby area. I guess a good example of this is the magic I'm using right now, though I'm sure a being such as him can extend the range much further than I can. But how do we summon him? Asked Lucy. I mean, none of us have his key and Our king doesn't have one, said Locke, approaching the group while the other zodiac spirits hung back. Ziref raised an eyebrow at them as he noticed how they could still move, pointing out the fact himself. Yeah, we can move. The magic you are using is the same style our king uses, as you said before. We know how to resist its effects, especially when the user isn't aligned to such magic. How interesting. So then, do you plan to argue against me now? Stop me from telling these girls the secret to their salvation. It's no salvation for them, snarled Locke, fang-like teeth showing. Lucy, listen to me. To summon the Celestial Spirit King, 3 conditions must be met. The first is the ability to summon 3 spirits at once. We can skip that step, however, if we have you and Yukino summon him together. The second step is a technique called recompense summoning. Recompense summoning? So I have to pay something in exchange? That's right. You see, our king has no key of his own. To summon him, you must sacrifice one of your keys to guide him here. What? There's more, Locke said gravely. The spirit must be one who you have a high level of trust with. And they will never be able to reappear in this world again as a result. Reaching out towards her, Locke pulled her against him as he wrapped his arms around her. Please, use me. Lucy froze, her eyes watering. Look. I can't. I can't do something like this. To sacrifice a friend for victory. To choose one over another. I can't do that. I know you can't, Lucy. That's why I love you so much. So I'm not making you make this choice. Use me. Use me because I'm offering. No. It wasn't Lucy that answered but Zeref. What you say is not wrong. With this method you can summon the Celestial Spirit King. And his power will be strong. Strong enough to stop a dragon. But tell me, will that be strong enough? Spreading an arm out, Zeref gestured at the city, the dragons rampaging on the ground with some more in the sky finally moving to join them. Look at this. Take it all in. Your friends will all die, one by one. Closing the gate will no longer stop this. Not even the abomination drawing most of the attention of the dragons can stop this. But there is a solution. If you summon the Celestial Spirit King at full power. She doesn't need to do that. Our king is more than enough with just me being sacrificed. Is he? Zeref mockingly smiled before turning back towards the future version of Lucy. You believe me, don't you? After all, I stand nothing to gain from these dragons running wild. This was not in my calculations, and quite frankly they are a nuisance. Trust me, you don't know how much of a pain it was to drive them to extinction last time. I don't fancy doing it again. The cost, the future version of Lucy asked, turning towards Loke. What is the cost for doing as he says? Loke held Lucy tighter in his arms before answering, his voice breaking as he choked with emotion. The lives of all the summoners involved. And how was that worse than the previous method? You said that the spirit sacrificed would never reappear back in this world again. That's not because they lost their key, however, is it? If that was the case, then why not tag along with another spirit? No, the reason they can't do that is because they're dead. The spirit who is sacrificed must die. Loke. Loke could hear Lucy's voice by his ear, but he didn't release her, not wanting her to see his face. If she did, then he knew he'd crumble before her. Is this true? My life is nothing compared to how much I value yours. And you don't think that perhaps I feel the same way? To have any of my friends die. I'd rather give my life instead. I cannot allow that. Lucy, you should live. And if I do, then you don't. I won't live either way. Exclaimed Loke before he realized what he had said. He slowly released Lucy before finally meeting her eyes. It is not just the sacrifice of the people casting the spell that brings forth the Celestial Spirit King at his full power. It's also dependent on the number of zodiac keys used. He's right, stated Zeref, not caring for how high their emotions were running. This is not a summoning as such but a ritual. A ritual that uses the user's life force to power it as it deconstructs the sacrificed keys and sends their power to the Celestial Spirit King to free him of his restraints. But if you want the power to stop all these dragons, you need him at the top of his game. You need to sacrifice all forms of the spirits. Yes, Zeref added as he glanced over towards the future version of Lucy. Even the Eclipse versions of them. Doing so will release all the bonds on the Celestial Spirit King and allow him to materialize in this world. Not briefly, not for a while, but permanently, with all the magic he possesses as a result. If we do this, spoke Yukino, speaking up for the first time since Zeref had appeared, or rather when we do this, I want to know one thing beforehand. You said you'd tell us how to summon the strongest human to ever live. Are you saying the Celestial Spirit King was once human? Zeref smirked. Indeed. While I never had the good fortune to meet him, I read about his story in a wonderful place. He was a lot like me and the others you see. A Nukin, born to achieve some form of recognition. And he did so. He took his magic to its highest peaks and then shattered them, reaching even new heights. His magic could manipulate space itself, and he used that knowledge to create one of the most phenomena-breaking magic to currently exist. A magic to manipulate space to such a degree that the user could even create a world. Sighing, Zeref glanced at the zodiac spirits in sadness. But alas, people fear such brilliance. He could have crushed them all like the bugs they were, but sentiment got the better of him. So instead he crafted 13 keys, 12 gold, and 1 black, and sealed his power amongst the keys. Then he retreated to the dimension he had created with his new creations. Magic given physical form and personality. But in the end, they are all a part of him. And to restore him to his full self, the pieces must be reassembled in the puzzle to complete it. Magic with a consciousness, both Lucis muttered at once, sparing a glance at one another. They remembered this from long ago. Like the magic of Nirvana, Lucy continued. Nibera was the consciousness of that magic. So you met that magic, did you? You're quite lucky then. You'll have been in the presence of 3 great beings in the end, even if you haven't realized it. 3 of them? What do you mean? Now then, said Ziref, ignoring her question. You have a choice here. You can do as the lion says, or you can do as I say. But let me tell you, you will not be able to save everyone with his plan. But with mine, thousands will live. Millions will live. Weight the lives of you and your precious spirits against them and tell me your decision. No matter what you decide, I'll be interested to hear it. Protector of the fairies. Hold them here. Shouted Jura from up high, standing on the head of his Kokyujao Tenjin Myuou. Raising an arm, his staff in its collapsed form and wielded like a blade, he swung down, the giant's actions mirroring his own as the large stone blade cleaved through the air. It hit the dragon against its neck before the creature roared in pain, its scales cracking from the weight and speed of his blade. And yet it didn't move any further through the dragon, its raw strength living up to the legends and surpassing them. Luckily he wasn't alone. Even if he couldn't kill them easily, his legendary spell had more than enough power to shatter their defenses. And once that was shattered, an opening appeared. The other members of Lamia Scale rushed quickly to help, Leon taking the lead as he created animal after animal of ice, all simultaneously charging at the downed dragon. Normally he would have been worried about Leon. His wife had been killed only recently, and by someone he viewed as a brother, even if he might never admit it to the person in question, and the ferocious effort he was currently showing and pouring into his attacks made him look almost suicidal if he didn't know any better. However, he did know better. He knew what was nearby. The large earth dome behind them was all his own work after all. Inside was every evacuated civilian, all protected within from any threats. And with them too was Lion's daughter, the only one he had left. He didn't blame him for fighting so hard when she was in such danger. He was impressed how well the man was fighting, however, despite missing half of his left leg. It had been replaced by a body of ice, not letting Leon do anything complicated with it but still enough to allow him to fight. He was glad he wasn't alone in this fight. Maintaining the defensive shield around the civilians, combined with using Kokyujao Tenjin Myuou, was not without cost. Every bit of magic that he had recovered between his defeat in the Grand Magic Games and now was being taxed to its limit, and he didn't know how much longer he could keep this up. If he stopped using Kokyujao Tenjin Myuou, he'd be able to maintain the barrier for longer, but it wouldn't survive against repeated assaults from the dragons. It simply wasn't strong enough. Even now it was merely to make sure no stray magic hit the civilians, hence why they needed to fight to protect it. And if he stopped using Kokyujao Tenjin Myuou, he was under no illusions on how the fight would go. Right now he was making up around 55% of their strength purely by himself. The other major contributors came from Leon and the others, but he still needed to open up the scales from them to truly do damage against these dragons. It took immense amounts of raw power to break the scales. Perhaps if he had been a dragon slayer it would have been far much easier, but he didn't have a single drop of that kind of power in his veins. All he could do was brute force his way through for as long as possible and hope they would all come out alive after all this was over. But really, he'd never have been able to last this long without the dragon slayer nearby. Gajeel had barely left their group since the fighting had begun and the dragons had started flying towards the city. And as more dragons came down, the dragon slayer still didn't leave to help anyone else. It seemed he understood how important it was to protect this place, and he couldn't ask the man to leave when really his help was what they needed more than anything. That lightning iron dragon mode made sure that Gajeel was flying all over the place, and the iron purposely embedded in his giant was purely to allow more room for Gajeel to move around while giving him a height advantage. That speed, coupled with the power he had as a dragon slayer, meant he could actually defeat a dragon by himself if it came down to it. With everyone else to help out, however, the time it took drastically dropped. Still, this would not last. With this dragon falling, that made 3 dragons to be defeated. But this was not the full strength of what dragons were. Even with his legendary spell, the scales still cracked far easier than he ever thought they would have done. Maybe it was because it was that powerful, but he wasn't a fan of overestimating his own power. He was realistic. He knew his limits, and he knew this was not the peak of what dragons could do. Not even close. Looking upwards, he saw another dragon moving, turning towards them in the sky. It was bigger than the others that had fought. At least twice the size. It happened so fast that he missed it. 1 second he had been watching the dragon, and the next second his spell was shattered to pieces, the dragon having closed the massive gap in that brief moment and ripped its way through his spell. Jura. Hearing the cries of his fellow mages, he quickly acted. So long as he was maintaining the barrier around the civilians, he doubted he would have the magic to reconstruct or repair Kokujiao Tenjin Mayu. He had to make do with everything he had and pray to anyone listening that it would be enough to win. Even as the giant crumpled around him, he still forced it to spin, bringing the still functional blade of the giant round at the dragon's exposed back. It impacted against the scales before the earth shattered apart, only a scratch being left against the dragon's scales. The dragon sneered at him before lashing out with its tail, finishing what it had started and completely severing the body of his spell. As the earth started falling back to the earth, Jura continued his assault, forcing pieces of rocks to alter their paths and slam against the dragon. He reformed pieces as best as he could, trying to do everything in his power to bring this beast down. As the iron embedded in the earth came free and fell around the dragon, Gajiel appeared, completely cloaked in his lightning iron drive. Without wasting a second, iron fired from all directions, Gajiel pushing how fast he could move to his limits and using everything he had. The iron impacted against the dragon and slammed into its body, staying there rather than bouncing off. The dragon roared in pain, and that moment was all Jura needed, leaping from one of the pieces of falling earth and onto the dragon's back. His staff still held, he raised it upwards, all the nearby earth reforming once more into the blade his legendary spell used. Tenkan. Swinging his arm down, the blade slammed into the dragon's back, impacting against the iron already sticking into the dragon and pushing it in further. The roar became far louder before the dragon shook him off, Gajiel rushing to catch him just in time before they both skidded against the ground. Turning its head towards them, the dragon roared once more, this time in anger as it shook its entire body. They could see its muscles tensing before all the iron was flung out of its body. Gajiel jumped in between Jura and the iron, the metal harmlessly bouncing off his skin. But as Jura looked around, he realized the others weren't so lucky. Many of the mages who had rushed to lend their aid to them had been unable to dodge in time, some having become like pincushions from all the iron sticking into their bodies. Leon wasn't safe either, a large spike of iron stuck through his chest while another had shattered the fake leg of ice he had been using. "You bugs have gotten on my last nerve," stated the dragon before it looked at them hungrily. "I think I'll have an early tea. How about you?" he asked as he turned to look towards Leon. "You look tasty, even if you had a bit less meat than I normally would like. I hope the others won't think I'm going on a diet if I eat you." As the dragon started to move, earth shot out of the ground, wrapping around the dragon's limbs as Jura tried to halt it from moving. "Now, Gajiel. On it." Both of Gajiel's arms shifted into spikes as he raised them towards the dragon, digging his feet into the ground as he poured everything he had into the attack. Dragon Slayer's secret art. He shouted as a massive amount of lightning appeared around both spikes. Thunder Railgun. Both spikes flew forward, flying off Gajiel's arms and accelerating towards the dragon. Rogue had dodged this, but Rogue was smaller. This dragon might have been fast to reach them, and it had been strong enough to take down Jura's legendary spell at the same time, but right now it was not only a large target but it was also stationary thanks to Jura. He couldn't miss. Both spikes slammed into the dragon before shattering the scales that tried to stop them, continuing right through the dragon and continuing out the other side. The massive cry of the dragon was his prize before the dragon slumped down against the ground, its body slowly moving less and less before its head finally impacted against the ground, the large pool of blood around its body increasing as blood spilled from all its wounds. Gajiel let out a sigh of relief before collapsing to his knees, the iron around his body shattered to pieces. "That's it. I'm done. I'm not doing any better," stated Jura in worry. "If you hadn't hit the heart then, we would have been done for." He glanced towards the dragons in the sky before freezing, looking on in fear as 5 more started to leave the large pack and descend towards them. "No. That's it," muttered Gajeel. "We're dead. This is the end. We can't take on that many. Not when me and you nothing left to give against them." "I have an idea," said Leon as he struggled to approach them, hobbling on his good leg with a crutch of ice beside him. He doubted he had time to make a decent ice leg right now. Not with his current level of skill if he wanted it to actually be attached to his leg. "Get back. I'll make sure they can't fight us any further. I'll use iced shell." "Iced shell? No," stated Jura furiously. "If you use that spell you are willing casting away your own life, and we have no idea if it would even work. These are not normal creatures. These are dragons. It worked on Delira, and he was a demon of the highest class, created by Zeraf himself. Everyone knows the legends of that monster, and stopped him with iced shell anyway. Iced magic is all about sealing away the enemy through the power of your own life force. The ice cannot melt by normal means. They will not be able to break free. And besides, if we don't do this, all the people behind us will die. And I can't allow that. Not when my daughter is with them. Even if she has to live without a father too, I will make sure she gets to live." "There's no need for that," said a familiar voice, Leon freezing as he turned towards the man. "You have people to live for. You have a reason to live. Me, I don't think I can justify my own reasons to even myself. All I can do right now is try and redeem myself." "Gray." Leon looked as his friend in shock, noticing how sane he looked in comparison to before. In his hand he could see the medallion he had tried to use to seal away Gray's demon side, gripped tightly in the palm of his hand. "But I thought I failed? I thought I had accidentally sealed you away instead." Gray shook his head. "I don't know what you did, but I do know that I feel more at ease so long as I hold this. But even this will not last. I can already hear him, clawing at the surface of my mind, begging to get out. For once I am calmer than I have been in months, and yet at the same time I know it cannot last for more than another few minutes. And I don't think I'll ever come back again if I lose myself to those instincts within me. I won't have the strength to fight them, and I'll be absorbed into them. My consciousness will vanish and I'll become nothing but a husk of who I once was." Turning towards the dragons, Gray slowly moved his arms, extending them out in front of him into a cross shape as he placed his right arm over his left. Both palms were facing towards each other as ice slowly began forming a circle around Gray, the winds picking up from all the magic the spell was emitting into the world. Ice formed and melted rapidly around him, clinging to his body in preparation for what he was about to do. "Gray. No. You don't have to do this. I already said I would, so stop this." Gray smiled sadly. "You need to live. You have your daughter waiting for you, don't you? How do you think she'd feel if you never came back to her? Besides, I had already decided on this path. I want to die while I'm still me. I want to do this now while I can, because I'd rather be the cause of someone's safety instead of their death." Turning towards Gajeel, Gray gave the best smirk he could towards the man. "Tell the others, won't you? Let them know it'll be okay. I don't want them to worry about me, even though I know they will. God, Natsu's going to be so pissed off. He said this was running away once, but I'll willing be called a coward by him so long as he and the others are able to talk about me after all this is over. I tell them," said Gajeel in respect. "I should be stopping you. That's what I should be doing. But you won't. Even Jura, for all his protests about this spell, won't do it. Because if there's the choice between one life and thousands of others, there can be no choice." Turning back to Leon, he gave him one final sad smile. "Juvia. Do you think she'd ever forgive me? Even after everything I did to her?" "Of course," muttered Leon sadly. "She was that kind of person." "I see. Then I don't think I'll have any regrets here." Hearing the sound of the dragons almost on top of them, Gray turned towards them before his eyes narrowed at the sight of all 5. "This is it. Not a single one of you will avoid this strike. Magic circles appeared all around the 5 dragons, trapping them within a barrier. It wouldn't last long. They'd break out within a minute or less. But he only needed a few seconds. Here we go. Iced shell. Gray's entire body was suddenly enveloped in white light, the ice spreading out from him before firing upwards towards the magic circles. Because in the end they weren't meant to hold the enemy for long. They were the beacons for the spell to lock onto. The ice hit each magic circle in the center before they all vanished, shrinking down till they were no longer there as ice sprouted from their previous position. It extended out all around the dragons, pushing in towards them and leaving no area unfrozen. When it was finally over, all that was left was a massive crystal of ice in the air, the bodies of all 5 dragons motionless inside as it fell to the earth below. Even the impact against the ground didn't shatter it, the ice resisting all the damage from the fall perfectly. Leon watched as the light faded around Gray, his friend's entire body nothing more than a white body of energy, the one exception being his head. His hair had turned dark blue and a large crack could be seen along the right side of his face, his right eye light blue and almost like ice. The last bit of energy Gray had was used to smile. He knew what it meant. Gray was happy it was all over and he could rest peacefully, even if that meant he would be dead in the process. Goodbye Gray. The rest of Gray's body broke apart as the energy maintaining it faded, moving to the ice prison he had created instead to maintain it forever. Because he knew that was how long it would last. He had only managed to melt that ice through moon drip, one of the highest classes of dispelling magic. These dragons would never bother them again. Every bit of hope he had was instantly incinerated when the ice began to burn. No. 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 Leon could only cry out in despair as he watched a 6th dragon, this one made of pure flames, reach the ice prison and start melting it, the flames of the dragon burning away the ice that should have been impossible to melt. How was this possible? Were those flames so hot that they were actually burning the ice away before it could freeze itself permanently? A few moments later and all the ice was gone, the only sign that the dragons within had suffered being their slower movements and the small amounts of frostbite the brief exposure had given them. It's all helpless, muttered Leon, collapsing to his knees and punching the ground. Damn it! Damn it! And then, right as the dragons were about to move towards them, a pillar of golden light shot up into the sky. Protector of the fairies. Darting across the sky, Natsu narrowly dodged the blast of energy that flew from the dragon's mouth. It was just his luck to fight a dragon that didn't use fire, despite how many legends there were from what people had told him on that front, and this was a strong one too. Then again, considering the show of force they were all showing, it wasn't that surprising that the current dragons fighting them would be tough. Even with everything his heavenly flame dragon mode had, it still wasn't enough to guarantee victory by any means. Especially not against a dragon of this size. Leading the dragon downwards, he brought it across the street, not needing to look behind to know how close it was. Luckily he was faster, and even then only because of the propulsion from his flames. The dragon didn't even see it coming when 100 swords rained down on it from all directions, Urza's magic accelerating them all to their target. It didn't surprise him when all of them shattered or were deflected off the dragon's scales. It had been worth a try however, even if it had failed. It wasn't like they didn't have other issues however. This dragon had a strange magic. At first he had thought this dragon wasn't very impressive, and the reverse had probably been the mindset they had too. But the moment it had taken them seriously, it had rained down eggs on them. For a few seconds they had all dodged, believing them to be projectiles. They should have shot them down instead since the moment the eggs landed, they hatched, creating bipedal draconian creatures. They could also fire a miniature version of the breath attack that the dragon could use, and it made them tricky to deal with. Most of the guild were busy trying to contain them in the city, unwilling to allow them to make their way towards the other groups, but if they didn't stop this dragon then it would continue raining eggs down whenever the forces on the ground got too low. Right now they had very few that could even try and fight the dragon. Urza was split half the time between the two, her skill enough to get some breathing room every so often. She could have used it to catch her breath but she wasn't that kind of person when others were still fighting. So instead she'd sent anything she could his way to help out. The other person was the master himself, but taking down the first dragon they had faced had worn him down and left him with a large gash along his chest. And despite the old man's power, he was still old. What they really needed was someone like Gildarts right now, but he wasn't anywhere nearby to the best of his knowledge. He didn't even know where he was currently. Well, at least he had one other helper. He quickly pulled upwards, barely avoiding the dragon as it flew right past where he had been. He sent a quick blast of flames down at the dragon, but he already knew the result. It wasn't enough to hurt it. Not with the little amount of magical power he had poured into that attack. What he needed was time, and hopefully he'd get it right now. No sooner had he thought that had Toshiro darted out from one of the buildings, his ice wings beating as he dug his sword along the dragon's side. Blood flew from the wound as he continued his swipe, the dragon roaring as it tried to turn round and catch him with its claws. Toshiro was faster, however, darting out of its range before it could even finish retaliating. "This thing won't go down like the others did," muttered Toshiro as he drew nearly Natsu's hearing range. "It's monstrous. That thing is a dragon. Can't you call it as such?" Toshiro had the decency to shrug sheepishly. While he might have not liked these creatures much, he could respect Natsu's views on them. He had been raised by a dragon from what he remembered. "What do we do? This dragon simply won't get put down. I'm using Bankai and my Dragon Slayer powers to their fullest and it's not enough. Combine that with your Heavenly Flame Dragon mode and we should theoretically be able to beat it." "It's stronger than us," Natsu said simply. "Trust me, that's how it always is with dragons. There can be a large difference in strength, even if two dragons look or feel similar. That's what Igneel always told me, probably to make sure I wouldn't get too cocky in battle. Didn't work very well, but I see what he meant now. What about that move you were telling me about? I only got a glimpse of it on the cameras when I woke up, but that was the end. Can you use it?" "Of course. But time's the big factor here. It's easy to use it, but it takes a bit longer to charge up if I want to keep control of the flames, and right now I haven't quite mastered moving and charging. Can you try?" Natsu shrugged. "Better late than never. People have said I always learned best in actual combat. But I'd appreciate if you can at least draw its attention away from me somewhat, in particular when I start releasing more and more flames. I'll need to build up enough power, and I can only hit it for so long. When the flames from one hand explodes outwards, that's your cue to get out of the blast zone or lure it towards me. By that point I'll have enough charge behind the strike to take it down, I hope." "All right. I'll do my best." That was easier said than done, but he wasn't going to admit that to Natsu. It wasn't that Daigyurin Hyorin Meru wasn't powerful. The issue was some of his powers weren't exactly suited for such this fight. Not when so many people were nearby that might get caught in the blast. If they weren't here, he could have used his strongest technique, but he couldn't worry about something like that now. First things first was to get the dragon's attention. That was easy enough. Gunko Tsurera. Slashing towards the dragon, ice formed in the air in the shape of daggers, each flying towards its target at high speeds. They all shattered on the dragon's scales, but he knew it at least was cracking them, even if it wasn't much. And it was enough of a pain that it meant the dragon couldn't just ignore it. Exactly as he predicted, the dragon turned to him, focusing on him completely as it flew towards him. It was fast, but with Shunpo he could still stay ahead for now. As he flew through the air, the dragon not far behind him, he held out his Zanpakuta to one side, gripping it tightly with both hands as he felt the resistance against it as he did what he needed to do. Ice spread out from the blade into the air, hanging there suspended from the rest of the ice that continued to form from his blade. The dragon ignored it for a moment, confused at what he was even doing. He was thankful for that. It made things easier. Spinning round, he swiped out towards the dragon, the ice he had left in his trail snapping out like a whip as additional ice sprouted from it and clipped the dragon in its injured side. Hyoryuha Senpai. At the last moment, however, the dragon had realized something was up and had flown upwards, avoiding the rest of the attack. Or so it had thought. Not letting up on his attack, Toshiro adjusted his grip and swiped upwards, the ice continuing in its whip-like path before darting upwards at the dragon's exposed belly. "Zeku! You pest!" Well, that solved the question on the dragon's gender. That voice was definitely male, though he had thought it had been female due to its egg magic. However, the fact it had talked now, after staying silent for so long, only served to keep him on guard. He was right to do so when the dragon lunged at him, slashing down with one of its claws. The only thing that protected him in time was the wings of ice he had around him, forming a cocoon of ice to block the blow. It was still strong enough to send him crashing against the ground, leaving him winded as he tried to get up. Die, you bug! He looked up in time to see the dragon started to prepare a breath attack, but he still smiled. It didn't take long for it to prepare one, but it was far too late anyway. As if sensing the threat, the dragon turned its head, just in time to see the massive wall of flames Natsu was using to stabilize his next strike. Dragon Slayer's secret art, Heavenly Flames, Mode Burner. Launch. The storm of flames that shot forward consumed the dragon instantly, continuing far beyond the city. He could feel the pressure from the attack from where he was beneath it. Natsu wasn't kidding on how strong it was. But would it be enough? As the flames died down, he got his answer. It wasn't. The dragon, while not in a good state, was still alive and flying, if a bit more shakily than before. It didn't stay in the air for long before it quickly descended, as if it wasn't sure it could stay in the air for much longer too. That, however, put it right on a collision course with him, and the dragon was showing no signs of slowing down. He barely got out of the way before it crashed into the ground, shaking the area he had made it to from how close he was. Bringing up his sword hesitantly, he watched as the dragon looked around before its eyes latched onto him. It was then he got a good glimpse of how badly hurt the dragon was. Its scales had been completely burnt off, and it was probably only their strength that had kept it alive in the first place. It still hadn't been enough anyway, since he could see burns on the dragon's body. Burns that were far too recent to have been caused by anyone but Natsu. You bugs. Die. 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 It brought its head back once more before massive amounts of energy were drawn to its throat. Taoshiro wasn't worried. He knew he could dodge it. All he had to do was move out of the way and... No. He couldn't. The direction he was in, it would put the dragon's attack right on path with the rest of the guild. If that happened, they'd all die. They'd never survive a dragon's breath attack. It was a miracle in itself that they hadn't been bombarded by these blasts as it was. He looked towards Natsu and felt his hopes die a bit further. Natsu wasn't looking very good. He looked exhausted, and it was there he realized how draining that spell must have been for Natsu. He had to control so many flames and pack so much destructive power into them, while at the same time making sure that they never escaped his control. If they did, anyone around him would probably have paid the price. So in the end he was the only one who could stop the dragon. And he had to act quickly. Rushing forward, his blade guiding his path, he used Shunpo to close the gap before piecing the dragon's head with his Zanpakuto, stabbing it in as far as it would go. Ryusenksa. Huge amounts of ice erupted from his blade, consuming the head of the dragon instantly. He hadn't been sure how well this would work, but the loss of the scales had made the dragon's defenses drop drastically. But it wasn't enough. He was commanding the ice to shatter, taking his enemy apart in the process, but it wasn't working. It still had enough energy to resist? Or was it all the magic in its throat that was repelling his own? Whatever the case, it was too late. The dragon prepared to fire and... Suddenly the blast was over his shoulder, directed harmlessly into the sky. He looked towards the source of his savior before seeing a familiar butler suit, golden light shaped as a large hand holding the dragon's head upwards. It seems you all need some help today. We may have just become enemies recently, but I hope for now that you'll accept my aid. Miss Dogen? What are you doing here? Ichigo's fighting, so we decided to do so too. Now then, he said as he turned back to the dragon. Ah, where were we? Ah, I know. Reaching into his breast pocket, Miss Dogen pulled out his golden pocket watch, letting it open and send out the magic stored within. Immediately the changes began to happen as golden light enveloped Miss Dogen's body completely. The dragon rose with him, Miss Dogen's grip with the hand of energy too strong for it to resist in its weakened state. It could only watch as the giant formed in front of him before gripping its neck with its other hand. Danga Jiao. With one swift moment, Miss Dogen twisted, snapping the dragon's neck in an instant. It fell back down to the ground lifeless before Mistogan turned his attention towards the distance, Toshiro finding himself doing the same. It was faint but he could sense it. That familiar magic of Shinji, and it looked to be coming from the direction of where Byakuya was. But what drew his eyes was the strange sight in the distance as golden light shot upwards, fighting its way through the pitch-black sky and opening up a path towards the stars themselves. That wasn't normal light, just as that darkness wasn't normal darkness. That energy covering the sky was dense and heavy. It was Ichigo's, and the sheer amount spoke of his power if this was caused his Bankai, because really there was nothing else but this that could have caused such a phenomena. For a light to be able to break through such dense energy, when it had already blocked out all the light from the sky, it was no ordinary light. Natsu only looked on in shock before he realized why the magic was so familiar, taking off into the distance and flying towards the light as fast as he could. Toshiro didn't chase after him though, still confused at the feeling the energy gave off. It was almost divine. In some part of his heart, he could feel it. Like they had all suddenly been saved. Protector of the fairies. Keep fighting! Shouted Ishine as he deflected another blow of the dragon's claws. He could hear Injetsu screaming in pain as the claws cracked his blade but he didn't let up. Despite how much pain he knew his Zanpakuto was feeling from struggling to hold back such power, he knew it could handle it. Injetsu was strong. Keeping the dragon's attention on him, he fired a quick blast of lightning straight at the dragon's eyes. Byakurai might have been only one of the lowest level Hades spells he knew but it was still a strong one when used correctly, and right now it would serve the purpose he needed it to. It didn't need to harm the dragon for this plan to work. The dragon's attention completely fixated on him, it missed Karin and Yuzu appearing above it, Karin in her Bankai while Yuzu had activated her Volstandig. Working together, Yuzu formed a massive arrow that fire spread along, infusing the arrow with both their power. Umol's Heilig feel. The massive arrow flew down, slamming into the dragon's back and knocking it off balance as its feet collapsed underneath itself. A large burn could be seen across the dragon's scales as the smoke cleared but that was it. The scales were still there, even if they had taken damage. Ishine swore, immediately realizing he had to draw the dragon's attention back on him before it tried to fire at them. Already he could see the dragon's mouth opening, energy collecting within. Burn, Injetsu. The flames erupted from his blade as he swiped down, the brute force from the energy enough to knock the dragon's head off target and to release its attack early. Instead of hitting his daughters it merely tore through the air next to them. Signaling to his children, they all drew their blades back, Yuzu having to quickly summon 1/4 and funnel her power from the wraith into it, before they swung at the dragon. Getchuga Tenshou. 3 crescent blasts of magic flew at their target, one made from pure flames, another from blue flame-like energy, and a third a pure white. The 3 attacks collided on the dragon's damaged scales, finally cracking a few of them. It still wasn't enough to destroy them completely however, and he didn't know how long Karin and Yuzu would be able to keep this up. Yuzu hadn't used Volstandig in a long time, meaning she was far out of practice for maintaining it for a long period of time. Karin meanwhile was still hurt from using Shunkao earlier, and he didn't know how long she would be able to maintain her Bankai for at the rate she was burning through energy. She had done well to maintain it so long when she had been fighting Ichigo but he hadn't been forcing her to constantly use all this power to keep herself alive. At least there was one trick left now that the scales were weakened. Yoryuki could finish the job. Now. On command, Yoryuki appeared right above the dragon, moving faster than the eye could see. He could even see the dragon show its own form of surprise, as if shocked there was a human this fast. Yoryuki pulled back her fists, each wrapped in a large gauntlet that matched the ones on her legs, before she rapidly pummeled the dragon's weakened area with the gauntlets. Ryuken. The dragon felt its body slam back against the ground against its will, the ground cracking and causing smoke and rubble to fly out as the ground shuddered from the repeated blows the dragon took. With one final punch, Yoryuki slammed her fist down, the dragon roaring in pain. Immediately she leaped back, letting Ishine take her place as he stabbed his blade into the now exposed flesh. Burn. A mixture of flames and raw energy tore down his blade and into the wound, burning the dragon up from the inside. This dragon was tough however, and probably would have thrown him off if Karin hadn't joined him just in time, pouring her own flames into the dragon's body. A few moments later and it didn't move anymore, giving his Hein a brief moment to rest as he glanced around. They'd be another dragon to fight in just a few moments most likely. And with Blue Pegasus being pushed back nearby, he had to hurry and lend them aid. They were lacking any big firepower right now, especially when it had taken all of them to take down this one dragon. Looking at Yoryuki, he already knew that trick they had used wouldn't work again. The armor on her arms had shattered to pieces, and he could see the blood around her fists dripping onto the ground, despite her best efforts to hide it. She was fast, but even with that armor there was a limit to her strength. She must have shattered the bones in her hands just to crack those few scales to give them that opening. Still, as much as he'd like to tell her to step out of the fight, she still had 2 legs she could use. And she could still be bait with how fast she was. "We need to move on to the others," said his Hein, the others quickly following after him as they rushed towards Blue Pegasus. They arrived just in time to see the guild struggling to hold the dragon back, constantly firing barrages of magic as best as they could. They weren't standing a chance without them, and already he could see that their numbers seemed smaller than before. Out of everyone in the city, how many people could even fight dragons? And how many was it taking to actually kill them? Rushing quickly, he barely managed to knock the dragon's claws away from slicing apart a group of mages, his blade struggling under the strain. The other arm came up but Karen intercepted it for him, leaving Yoryuki to appear right underneath the dragon where its defenses were weakest, lighting exploding out around her. Shung Kao. She brought up her right leg before slamming it against the dragon, sending it flying upwards into the sky and right past the clouds. Blue Pegasus cheered but his Hein knew that peace wouldn't last. The armor around her leg had completely shattered, and as she brought her leg back down he saw the wince she made. She wasn't standing very evenly, meaning something had broken. And, as much as it pained him to think it, the dragon was unlike to have been harmed by the simple brute force of the kick. "It'll be back soon, won't it?" said an orange-haired man as he approached his Hein, his look showing he already knew the answer. "How did things go with the other dragon?" "It's dead. But it took a lot to kill it." "You're Ichia, right?" "Correct. And that news really does sadden me. There truly is no end to these monsters either, is there?" "Hold out. That's all we can do. Can we do so against those odds?" His Hein looked before seeing the dragon Yoryuki had sent flying climbing back down. And with it was 2 more. 3 dragons? Yeah, he knew there was no way they could take on such odds. He'd have to use his Bankai to even stand a chance at taking down one on his own. 3 was impossible. And then, all of a sudden, they all paused, turning towards the palace. He mirrored them, watching as the light tore upwards into the sky. "What is it?" "This light." Ichia looked at it in confusion, as if recognizing it from somewhere. "Could that be?" "It's similar to the light that comes from a celestial spirit being summoned. But I've never heard of a spirit that would need that much power to summon. Or at least not any of the zodiac." As they all watched, the danger momentarily forgotten, none of them noticed behind them as Yuzu's mouth opened in silent pain, her eyes turning pure white as her body locked up. Her head turned towards the light before a tiny smile appeared on her face, quickly returning to a look she never showed. Expressionless. "He's here," she muttered, too quiet for any of the others to hear her. "You are free, master. Protector of the fairies." Letting out a large roar, the nearest dragon, one with electricity bouncing across its skin, lunged at Ichigo, a blast of lightning wrapped around its claws. Bringing one cloaked blade up quickly, the blade caught the claw on its flat side easily, the energy that covered it devouring the lightning from the enemy dragon. "Not enough," Ichigo commented quietly, forcing his blade upwards and causing the dragon to retreat back. In the time it took it to move, he had already vanished from its sight, appearing right behind it and slashing down with one blade. The tail, a spiked limb with a dangerous point at its end, fell off as his blade tore through the scales, causing the dragon to roar again, this time in pain. His attempts to follow up were completely halted when another dragon, this one faster than the others, shot towards him, tearing through the sky within a vortex of wind. With no choice but to dodge, Ichigo retreated back to a safe distance, unwilling to risk taking down one dragon if it meant being torn apart by another. When it came to his regeneration, there was a limit to what he could heal from. If the dragon's attack tore away too much, he might not be able to recover in time to stop another dragon capitalizing on his momentary weakness. It wasn't like when he could take more risks when he fought Kenpeki. At least then he had been able to recover if he did let his guard down. Any enemy that he needed his Bankai to fight, however, was not someone he could even underestimate for a second. Individually the dragons weren't a problem. His speed was greater. Far greater in fact. No matter how fast they could move, he could outrun them and outmaneuver them. And when it came to strength, he had the upper hand too, able to block their physical blows easily enough and allowing his swings to have enough power that even the scales that protected the dragon's harm couldn't stop him. As if to prove his point, he spun towards the dragon that had tried to sneak up on him from above, dodging its swipe with ease before bringing a blade right down on top of the dragon's back. The next moment the dragon was gone, the ground beneath them all breaking as the massive body slammed into the ground. The problem came from how resilient some of these dragons were. Physical strength was all well and good, but cutting off an arm or a leg or even a wing wouldn't kill them. He had to chop off the head or destroy the heart. A blow like the one he had done wasn't nearly enough since, while it could break the scales with ease, it still wasn't enough to kill the dragon in one blow. To do that, he needed to wrap a lot of energy around his blade and release a Getchuga Tenshou directly at the flesh. With an attack like that, he had more than enough firepower to slice through the dragon. The same if he targeted the neck, a well-defended area. The problem was that these dragons wouldn't let him do that if they could stop him. This is where the problems came from. He wasn't fighting one. They had sent 10 at him. Even if he was faster, he still had to watch out for 10 dragons at once. Dodging one blast may put him directly in the line of fire for another's attack. Committing to one attack may leave him open to a surprise attack from behind. And whenever he built up enough energy for a big attack, every dragon went on high alert, ready to intercept him the moment he cut one of them down. He had been lucky in the beginning. 3 dragons were already dead. That was what increased the numbers further in the first place. They weren't taking any chances with him. Not when they knew how dangerous he was. At a time like this, he normally would have used Kid or a Zero. But once again, they were ready for any big attack. And the issue came from the fact that, unlike his Getchuga Tenshou, the attacks weren't enough alone. He could break scales through sheer force, but the Kid spells he knew and the Zero he had were not able to completely break through the dragon's